There we have it. I forgot to put myself on the stream, so welcome, guys. Hey, Uncle L, good to see you. I think we do like this again because I enjoy it. To put this in the chat, it's always nice. It is always someone who wants to pop up on the panel. Hey, Rob. Good to see you, buddy. How are you doing? Hey, Harvey. Good to see you. How are you doing, Harvey? I hope everything is okay with you, buddy. Feel free to click the link and pop up on the panel. It is always nice when people pop up on the panel. It makes everything easier. Okay, Harvey. 10-kilometer hike with pack. That's a good distance, buddy. And I guess your pack was full as well, Harvey. Hey, Second Star Survival. Good to see you, buddy. I think I do this. If anyone are up for it, just click the link and pop up here. So how are you doing, Rob? I hope everything is okay with you too in Texas. Well, we are 3 in the house. Well, it's better than nothing. Anyone who wants to are up for it to join me up here? Anyone? Anyone who wanna click the link and join me up here? Anyone? Okay, that's good. That sounds good, Rob. Full pack, hard hills, about 3 hours. Nice, Harvey. You done it well. Okay, Rob. No rush. We will going for 5 hours, 5.5 again. So I understand, Second. Oh boy, are you sick now, Second? So what's wrong? Is it a cold or flu or what? Well, I have been working as usual. And, well, I need to get some meds out from the drugstore because I Oh boy, second star. That is not good, buddy. That is not good. Throwing up blood is not a good thing to do, actually. That is really bad.
Gastric ulcer back.
Well, I had. Well, Rob, I had to get out some meds for my stomach. I got something, gastric ulcer bacteria, that I need to take antibiotics for. So, yeah, that is good. So I can to check that up. You have to do that, buddy. It is not good when you begin to throw up blood. So I hope it is not a serious thing, but it's good that you check it up. You have to. So that is. I hope the doc can find something, find what's wrong and why you are doing that. So, uh, well, I hope you will get well soon, buddy. I really hope you get well soon. Yeah, yeah, you will, buddy. You will. But I hope they find out what the reason is for why you throwing up blood, and there must be something who caused it. Thank you, Uncle Al. Yeah, hit the like button. And if you're new, please subscribe to anyone who wants to join me up here. I hope there will pop in some more. Four in the house. It's really nice. Four in the house. Who might the fourth one be? Do you want to come up, Uncle Al? I know you want to. You always pop up on my panels. Well, just here. Hey, Guardian. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, yeah, I understand that second. Yeah, I heard something about that. Yes. So, Uncle, you get a $50 donation from the golf course for my holiday food boxes. That's awesome. That is cool, Guardian. I hope the video went well and everything went nice and smooth. And I hope the video will be good when you finish the editing. Thank you, Harvey, for drop that link. Much appreciated. Well, I'm looking forward to watch that video, Guardian, when it is uploaded. How much time do you spend on editing, Guardian? Hey, Celtic. Good to see you. It's good to see you, my friend. How are you doing, Celtic? That is a good Guardian. Uncle L, how long shelf life has fruitcake? For how long can you store that one? Oh boy, Guardian, that's a lot of hours. Hey, Donna, good to see you and welcome. Well, I'm doing good here. I'm feeling just fine, except for my stomach, but that's another story. Uh, uh, I got gastric ulcer bacteria, so I'm on antibiotics, but I'm doing just fine anyway, except for the stomach. 4 years, Uncle Al, for a fruitcake. Well, that's not that bad actually. 4 years. It's a decent shelf life on a fruitcake, actually. I never tried to store fruitcake, but I'm not sure if I can get fruitcake here, but I will probably find something similar here. Okay, okay, Uncle Al. Should it be dark or light rum, Uncle Al? Well, creative redundancy, Guardian, he has to help some friends with something. Um I got a message from him on the Instagram, so he will probably not show up. Okay, Uncle Al. I like the dark rum better than the light one, so I like Captain Morgan, dark rum. While I put this out. I put that link up again, and if someone is up for it, well, just click the link, follow the instructions. Yeah, I love the taste of Captain Morgan. It has a, what do you call it, distinct flavor. So that is one of my favorites. Yeah, uh, I figured that out, Uncle Al. And there is another rum that is my favorite. It's what's the name of it? Bacardi, dark Bacardi, rum and cola. That is another rum I like. Yeah, Uncle Al, alcohol keep things fresh. Yeah, Uncle Al, that is also a great fire starter. Yes, alcohol in general are good fire starters. Germany confirms 2 cases of Omicron. Is that the new version of the C19? Well, alcohol can be very useful. In an emergency, you can at least clean your wounds with it, but it will sting. Sting like, well, I wouldn't use that word, but it will sting if you use alcohol. But it works to clean wounds in an emergency situation anyway. So, but that is, well, not recommended, but you can do that. Okay, Celtic. Uh, will US have a new lockdown or what? Thank you, Uncle Al, for that reminder. Yeah, uh, exactly, Celtic. You can do that. Hey, Tammy. Good to see you again. And very welcome. Hey, Forever Mine TV. Welcome to my stream, buddy. Is Thor inside? In the house? Oh, yeah. Hey, there's Thorhaven Farm. Thank you, Thor. Much appreciated. Thanks for stopping by the way. Yeah, bourbon. I like bourbon. I prefer bourbon. Uh, well, I have put up the link. If someone here wants to pop up or free or up for it, so alcohol. I watched the Mythbusters a couple of years ago, uh, and they had done a test on a myth to use vodka as a foot bath. Um, and the point was with that test, if it would take away the bad smell from the feet, um, and they tested different different liquids for that, and they found out that vodka were the best than the commercial stuff. So that is good to use as a foot bath. If you don't drink vodka or liquid alcohol anyway, you can use it as a foot bath. It's good to see so many of you in here today. So anyone want to join me up here or what? It would be nice. I have to do this again. Thanks, Guardian. Thanks. Thanks for that question. Thor, you jumping up. Well, if Thor wants to. But we will find out soon enough. It's always nice to have someone in the panel as well. It's always nice because it's easier to talk to people when they are on panel. Okay, Thor, why don't you get yourself something to drink then? How are you doing, Forever Mine? Thank you, Guardian. Much appreciated. How are you doing, Forever Mine? I hope everything is okay with you. I hope everything is okay with you, buddy. It's always nice to see you here. And much appreciated. I appreciate every one of you guys. Yeah, Harvey, why don't you go and grab something to drink by yourself? Cheers. Brand is not my choice of beverage. Actually, I don't like the taste of it. But bourbon is something I like. I like Four Roses. It's a bourbon. So that one is pretty good. And there is another one, famous grouse, I believe it called. I like that one too, actually. And there is another one too, um, Lafroy. Uh, that one is pretty good. Yeah, Rob, you like Four Roses? Well, I like the taste of it. It has a nice flavor. But it was a long time ago. I had a bottle of Four Roses. Rum and scotch here. Okay, Thor. Uh, and some smoke. Peat and dead fish to my scotch, please. That sounds like a horrible mix, but if you like it, Thor, well, it's up to you. I never heard about Evan Williams, but I will check that up if I can get it, find it here in Sweden. But I'm not sure if I can find it here, but I will check it up. Alcohol in general is good to stockpile, uh, as especially vodka. And it depends on what you want to use the vodka for. Uh, if you want colored uh, alcohol, or not that good, if you want to use it to clean wounds with, you should more use vodka that is a clear uh, alcohol. So that is the best thing if you want to use it for cleaning your wounds and something. I ex-colleague to me, he let me taste Lafroy. It was really smoky one. Well, all I could was I could drink only one glass of it because it was so smoky. So you had enough after one glass. Yeah, yeah, Tammy. The vodka is good as an antiseptic. Yeah, that is why it's so useful. And you can call vodka multi-purpose. Uh, I tried one whiskey, um, Jack Daniels, and I have tasted Jack Daniels, and actually I really like that one. You seem to be expert on whiskey, Harvey. I can't say I am an expert on it, but vodka is something I would like to buy a little more of 1 or 2 bottles or so. Okay, Rob. So she can do really good vanilla extract with vodka. Okay, cheap Russian vodkas are the best for that. Is it Smirnoff? Smirnoff. Well, I would like to. Bourbon is good for pain and for mixing with honey, and brown sugar as a remedy for the chest cold. Well, I never thought of that, Tammy. Thanks for the idea. Really good idea. And something I would like to do myself is do extracts. But I don't know how the procedure for how to make it. But that is something I would like try to do myself, make my own extracts. Yeah, Jim Beam is another brand I like as well. 100 proof on vodka if possible. Yeah, you are probably correct about that one, Tammy. Hey, Deidre Baker. Good to see you and welcome. It's always good to see you. I would like to try to make my own tinctures and extracts. That would be really nice. The vanilla extract is pretty simple. Just put a vanilla bean or 2 in a container of vodka and wait about 6 months or longer for better flavor. I would probably wait a little bit longer for better flavor. Can you put vanilla bean just straight into the bottle, or do you need to pour the vodka in another container? Okay, you went looking for me and you didn't get a notification. That's strange. Well, I have noticed the same problems with some of the channels I follow as well. I don't get any notifications either, and when I checked, I have everything as it should be. But I'm glad you're here, Deidre. Yeah, Thor. I think it is a good idea to. Yeah, Thor. I think it is a good idea to.
Hi there. Sorry about that. I'm just getting like my chat popped out for a second. So sorry about the awkward beginning there. Hope that everybody's doing well, by the way. And cheers. It's a Saturday evening here.
Yeah.
So I decided to join you for for a bit of a chat. And I completely understand what you're saying when you say that it's a bit of a challenge when you do it solo, because then, it's so much better to have somebody to interact with and to speak to as well. So thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're very welcome. And I'm honored, actually. So I have the problem always, if I'm just alone up here, I have problem with interacting, because you have to read the chat and you mess things up easy.
Yeah.
So
No,
I like to have one that talks to me just as we do now. So
yeah, Harvey says that, right? But like the worst thing is that I'm like my own worst critique in a lot of ways. So I have way too much introspection, right? And then I sit here and I'm like, do I look okay on the camera? Like, is everything like, it's terrible. And I'll tell you guys something pretty funny and pretty strange. So I enjoy smiling, and I smile because I talk quite often, as you'll pick up. I like chatting to people and getting to know people and stuff. But now what happens, right, is when I'm smiling like there, that's fine, right? But if I'm really happy about something and if I'm laughing about something, then like you'll see like my smile gets really big across my face, and then I'm like, oh my god, it looks terrible. Like I'll show you quickly. Like, you see that? Do you see that distance right there?
yeah,
Something that I've got this huge complex about. So it's like whatever. But yeah, that's just my weird introduction and a little bit of an icebreaker there.
yeah.
Yeah, man.
I don't get notifications for other channels. Frustrating. Indeed, it's really frustrating. And I got the same problem with you, Guardian. I have everything. I want notifications, but sometimes I don't get them either. So I don't know what's wrong with YouTube.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it definitely also happens to me as well. But what I try and do is I try and go to, so there's like specific channels that I really love, yours being one of them, a place where we can all catch up and hang out and that type of thing. And I knew that you were going to be going live today. So even, I was thinking about it during today, because I went on that nature reserve and I saw a whole bunch of animals and that, and it was beautiful. I love it out there. And even, during the day today, I was thinking about it, and I was thinking to myself, I look forward to chatting with you this evening. As I say, like this. So what you do, and getting back to my point, is that what you do is that there are specific channels, and just go like drop in on them specifically when you're thinking about them, and just go like see if they've got a new video or two, and just catch up and build the community. Because YouTube, unfortunately, doesn't always seem to give the notifications. I'm not saying anything against YouTube, because we're only being able to chat right now because of YouTube, right?
Yeah.
So, but I do understand that there are sometimes issues. Like I'm very familiar with that, yeah.
And that can be pretty frustrating, as Donna says. So
It's really good to see you as well, Harvey. Thank you. I appreciate that. And maybe Thor will join us for a second or two just now. I don't know if he said something about it when I did kind of call him out. Sorry about that, Thor. if you're still around at the moment. But Thor's a very good spirit. I'm sure that me just asking him and calling him out to come up isn't going to upset him,
Yeah. Well, I was thinking a couple of days ago, and I hope you would drop in today on my stream. So I was thinking about that shout out video with the 50 shout outs, and when you got to my channel, it was pretty interesting. It was I was an expert on scouting.
Well, your primary designation in the type of scenario that would be set forth would absolutely be that, because of your focus and because of your capability to remain alert, and because of some of your skill sets as well. You're a very quick thinker as well when it comes to conversations, and that usually transitions quite clearly between the capability to have verbal flexibility compared to having like the capability to adjust to scenarios in real life situations and pull you out of danger, essentially. So there's a lot that went into that. I actually put a lot of thought into that video specifically, and I mean what I said. I mean everything that I said about that, and I really mean it when I say that there's a lot of there's a lot of good channels out there, and there's a lot that you can learn from. But obviously, always the main thing is when you're hearing something or when you're watching something on YouTube, go and try it out in real life, like a couple of times till you feel comfortable with it. Then it becomes a learned behavior. So it's a lot easier to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, Rob, sorry, go ahead, Shadow. I apologize.
And I was thinking, I can tell you a little bit about my military background. I was in the army for 10 months as a depot man. I did basically maintains things like that, and I had some guard duty as well. But when I got out of the army, when I done my 10 months, and I think it was a couple of years after that, I joined the Air Force, as a volunteer. What we call it here in Sweden is LOMOS, LOMOS, which means air, land, and ground, air, land observations. That means you are a 10-man team, a 10-man group in the middle of nowhere in the bush. You will keep an eye on the sky, on airplanes, what type it is, and even and you will report it in. Every plane you see, the weather, how the weather is, clear sight, or if it's fog or something like that. And you shall also have the eyes on the land as well, to keep an eye out for enemies that are approaching your way. So basically, I don't know if you can call that a scouting, but
well, that's exactly what scouting is. That's recon. The recon is in every essence. What you're saying is exactly the type, relaying information from one source to another, from one party to another, to be able to keep communication lines open, and to also be like observant of what the situation entails. That's exactly what like the primary side of scouting would be, right? In those type of situations, in like a long-term SHTF type scenario, being able to be vigilant when you do so as well, but being able to kind of keep an eye on certain areas in a way that makes sure that the majority of your group stays as safe as possible. It's a lot of, I think about these things way more than I should. So I'm just saying. And yeah, I would, sorry, you go ahead. I'll hold my thought. Sorry.
Well, I thought this would be an interesting topic for me to tell you about a little bit about my military background.
Yes.
And I have a Hathor. I have a tendency to move quiet. I have a tendency, if I don't want to be noticed, or so, if I'm in the bush or something, I can hide and I can be there, and nobody would know. Wouldn't know I'm there. I could be 2 meters and 1.5 meters from them, and they would not recognize me.
Precisely. That's the importance of that. That's why that's so important. I do want to address that further as well, Shadow, and explain why that's so imperative. But firstly, hello, Thor. Welcome to the panel.
Thanks. Hope you guys are doing awesome.
Yeah.
Now you see, that theory when there's like a couple of good-looking people and then the one person enters, because now you outdo both of us. I mean, Shadow and I are good-looking, and then you go and be the best-looking. Yeah, So, good to see you, man. How's your weekend going?
Good to see you guys.
Yeah,
doing great. Catching up on a lot of errands today and all that, and so good. Then we were just helping the kids put up the Christmas tree and some light. Damn Christians. So.
Well, I try to, I know you said that in full jest. I know
yeah, exactly. So
no, I get you.
Yeah. Yeah. For me, it's like, I grew up as think it was United, Anglican, and then switch later on in life. But, to each their own. Everyone, if we're going to start picking apart other people for what they do, then, again, it's like treat people how you want to be treated. So.
Precisely. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like less judgment.
And I'm okay with people joking about me.
No, it's definitely, I find all the different cultures and religions specifically quite interesting. And also, I'll get to the prepping side of that in a moment as well. I'm speaking about scouting and that type of thing is a very good conversation to have. But firstly, I just wanted to address some of that and say how awesome it is to kind of have a broad outlook on the way that certain people have faith in their beliefs. And I think that it can be a beautiful thing. I absolutely think that faith can be a beautiful thing. I'm just not somebody that would ever question somebody's like specific religion where they're from, because the thing is, I won't get into religion too much because I know that that's like a taboo topic in itself.
It's like it's just going to go.
Yeah, I know, and I'm going to talk myself. I'm going to like hear myself and be like, "Stop! Don't go down there." I'm just going to talk about it anyway, but I won't. So,
I think it can be taboo, but I think when you're with a group of people who actually respect others' opinions and want to live life for themselves and not influence others, then sure, you can, by all means, there's some great conversations that happen in that case.
Yeah, no, I believe that faith is important. I was also raised underneath the Christian faith as well. I was raised with those disciplines and that understanding, and the values that come with that, I think are very good. I think there's a lot of values in all the different religions and faiths that are exceptionally nice. There's a lot of good faiths and people that are generous and helpful out there. Now, I'm not saying that generosity is everything, but it does for me play a huge part in the way that those people have compassion and sympathy for others, and they're willing to kind of, assist people in less fortunate positions. I always admire that, and that you'll find in almost every single religion out there. And as long as people are trying to be good to others and trying to help others, I think that, it's something that is quite interesting. You are right. I just know that for myself, even though I was raised with those beliefs, I have more of a, you could say agnostic to a degree, where I believe in faith. I believe that there is a creator somewhere out there, but to pinpoint it specifically is something that I find very challenging to do, to say which, religious texts are the right ones. So I just have a very broad and open-minded opinion to people's faith and that type of thing. Yeah, Rob says religion, and
Bingo.
I'll get to your in a second, Rob. Religion and politics are great topics of conversation, but only if all who are talking can keep their feelings in check and not get offended or intentionally offended. Yeah, exactly, Rob. That's perfectly well said. That's exactly it. And somebody else mentioned it. I'm from South Africa, but I'm somebody that doesn't dwell on my country's problems specifically, because most of the SHTF situations that I focus on and research on are more global specific rather than immediate. So I think that we all kind of share the same greater problems that would affect all of us together, rather than focusing on the craziest side to the country that I live in. Because I think we've all got our own trials, we all have our own things to kind of go through. So I don't know. The bigger problems that concern me, what I'm saying in essence, is that I look at things that would definitely impact all of us, like certain, I'm not going to say climate change because that's been ridden through the floor, but I'm going to say things like solar events as well, solar flares, similar to the Carrington event, or weather disruptions in general. There's a lot of things like that.
Listen and not judge, and accept people where they are.
Yep.
You got that right.
Precisely. It's the best way.
I don't care what faith you have, or I'm a Christian myself, but I don't force anybody to, hey, you need to be a Christian now or you're doomed. I don't do that. If you have another faith and another belief, I respect that.
Well, the thing is, the belief that I have firmly, which coincides with nature, very closely also, mirrors the Christian belief in general. Says that we should look after the planet, right? In essence, we should try and be like as observational as we can to the world around us and try and do good to the planet in every way possible.
And do good to other people.
Yes, like I find a lot of it may sound strange, but my religion, my church is in the wilderness. When I can be out in the wild and in the forest, that to me is something that I find, like, I know a lot of people find faith in different ways through that, but for me, that's something that I really find my faith, the sides of faith to me that I feel strongest to the connection with God would be where I'm in the forest in general. That's just where I come from. Like I really, really adore and love spending time with the woods, even if it's a solo hike or whatever, like just being out there is great. Yeah, Rob, that does, I know that I'll just read Rob's, but first, Harvey, the one that you're bringing up, Harvey Black, do you want to read them or do you want me to read them? Like I'm happy either way.
The US, Australia, and Canada on Saturday joined a growing list of countries imposing travel restrictions from Southern Africa due to Omicron. Omicron may be worldwide already.
Yeah, I think like when it first started, the whole thing, I won't get into it much because I just, again, everyone's opinions and that.
It's YouTube as well, so it's a sensitive topic. Yeah. Go ahead.
But for me, my thought was it's a little too late now. Like, same with when it first started. Travel restrictions came after it already traveled the globe. So, the first thing you do in that situation is shut down travel to other countries where it's happening.
So, yeah, you see, that's a topic, surprisingly, that I think falls, that topic in general, like the overview of it, falls so directly into emergency preparedness in a big way.
Yeah.
Yet it's a topic that we don't dare touch because most YouTubers, like you won't even, I won't even say the words surrounding that either. Like I won't even say specific like words close to that. I won't even say like no, I'm not. That's what no. It's almost like. But yeah, we all understand that certain things are happening, and there's a lot of crazy things happening. What would seem previously like dystopian is now becoming more and more reality, right? Like that's the weird thing. That's the best I can say about it. Is it's just like. It's crazy. So Rob said, Guardian prepping, appreciate what you're saying, but the problems we have in the USA pale in comparison to what I see/hear happening in SA and even parts of Oz and some other countries. Now, with that being said, that is, you see, you do raise a certain point because it is something, and I appreciate the interest from your side. It does mean a lot, the fact that you may be aware of some of the things that are happening here. But the thing is, the real reason, one of the core parts of what I believe is that our country is struggling like quite heavily already with a lot of things. And like for me to bring up the things specifically which concern me the most would be kind of doubling down on the problems that we currently have within the country. So like I'd essentially be bringing down the country where I was born in because I still have pride of being a South African. So like for me being born from here, if I was to continue like, because it's great content, I'll give you that. Like it's the best content. If I wanted to like really strive people up and like make a big commotion and stuff as well, I could get into politics of the country and just show the world like what really goes on here. But I don't dare touch that because I'm also a family man and I'm smarter than like speaking about certain things which are clearly taboo. So like from my side, it's not just the politics side. Our countries, there's a lot of problems here. It's good that you understand some of them. And from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate that you do. I'm just saying that the problems that really genuinely do concern me are more on a global scale, rather than things that I've grown up to be comfortable with because it's my norm. But as you can see, I'm just going to ramble on and talk. So sorry about that. I don't want there to be dead air now, guys. Come on, full in. Say something.
I was going to say, with that situation, I think if we look at any country in the world, there's always negatives, positives. A lot of it we don't hear in mainstream media as well on both ends of the spectrum. So,
no, that's true.
Yeah,
it is. I definitely feel, when somebody such as Rob is kind of aware of some of the things that are happening in the country, like I have a lot of admiration for that, and I don't say that lightly. I really mean that, because to me, when somebody says things like that, like they've looked into the rabbit hole, which is the problems in the country, and then they're like, oh, like that's pretty messed up. But as I say, it's the goldfish theory, right? Like, because I was born in it, it's my norm. It's not something. And this is the thing. Like, if anybody from a preparedness side ever had to challenge me and say, okay, so like, what are the reasons why you prep, or like how, like, why would you prep or something? Like, you don't need to look far into the country where I'm from to be like, oh, okay, so like he has real shit that's happening. Sorry for the language. He has real stuff. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to say the SH1T word. Sorry about that, Shadow. I don't know if you swear on the stream. I know that you sometimes let it slip, but I try not to. So I apologize. But thank you, Rob, is what I'm saying.
I think people that also study other countries, study situations in other countries, get a lot better perspective on things globally, things on their own country, how we relate to each other as humans. It's good to be able to look at other countries, other situations, and then get some perspective on what's happening around the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that I look at U.S. and what happens in U.S. now, and what happens in Australia and Canada and Belgium, Amsterdam, and now Turkey. Turkey are facing a financial collapse totally. So, and if the protesting in Belgium, Amsterdam, and U.S. has their protest, Australia and Canada have their problems, and I begin to think that when I look back into my own country, our violence, well, I hear about more stabbings, more shootings, more dead. So I begin to wonder what is happening with this country as well, because I believe we will face something sooner or later. And I did a video about the high cost for the Swedish farmers' increased costs, and we have 15,000 farmers here in Sweden, and their total yearly cost has increased by 4.1 billion crowns. That's a lot. And one farmer, he had a yearly cost on fuel 100,000, and he should pay for the fertilizer, he should pay for the power, and those costs has increased. So that farmer, he was a meat producing meat, and he said that with these costs, I don't know if I can afford to produce any more meat. So we probably are facing a food crisis here in Sweden. So and then probably if the government don't do anything about it, we will have probably a food crisis in 2 months. And that is really serious.
I think it comes back to... Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Thor. No, you. Please.
I was going to say, it comes back to a lot of people starting to rely on themselves, starting to garden, starting to grow things. For the past, 20, 30 years, we've all been, we got to develop this global market and develop a global supply chain, and we got to keep that going. And everyone started relying on that more and totally forgot about, supporting their neighbor, supporting themselves, and it's now coming back to haunt us.
Yeah, the distance between people has expanded, and it continuously does. And because of the way that social media kind of like has that impact where everything is kind of, and also I don't mean to mention Tinder, but I was in my relationship way before Tinder. So even that's just such a strange dynamic to me. Like, you know, when you're younger, you're told to not speak to strangers. You're told to not get in the cars with like people that you don't know. And then there's Uber and Lyft and all of those type of things. Everything that like I was taught to not do when I'm younger. Like now looking at like the younger and growing generations, it's like they're doing all of those things, getting in the cars with strangers, speaking to people that they have no idea who are online. And like, it's so easy to like, if I was like, all what you do is you put your best pictures up. No matter who you are, you have some damn good pictures. Whoever you are, even if you think that you have none whatsoever, I promise you have some good pictures. And if you put on your best, like everybody knows how to be a comedian to a degree. Everybody knows how to like just up their persona a little bit, be a bit more charismatic, be like, hey, how you doing? You know, like do the whole thing. Everybody gets that shit. I keep saying SH1T. It's not as bad, but I've got to try and restrain that. I'm so sorry, Shadow. Like, is it okay? What am I excused for saying that word? I just need to know. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if I say that SH1, if I say SH1T, like, I don't mean to like use bad language. So I don't know. I'll cut myself off there and just be like, no, just don't dig that hole deeper. But
And the coffee price, I read that in the newspaper. On 3 months from September, October to November, it has increased by 25%.
We're
The
seeing that
coffee price.
here. Yeah. Coffee, chocolate, bacon, meat, you name it. It's gone up. Bridget went and got some groceries yesterday, and we provide all our own meat, but what we don't have is fish. So she went to get some salmon because we like having some fish every now and then. It was $25 Canadian for the salmon. And in comparison, it would probably used to be $17 for the same size salmon kind of thing. So it's crazy now.
Yeah, that is crazy prices. Really crazy. And that is the reason why we should stock up with food as much as we can here in Sweden as we can. Because we don't know when these 2 months, we have passed those 2 months, if we are in that food crisis or not. So it's better to stock up now when the prices are decent before they go up in price.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's always good to just have a rotation of the food, your basic needs covered for about 3 or 4 months, and then just use those and then just rotate them. Obviously, like make sure that you are actually rotating, because it takes a bit of time to get adjusted, you know. A lot of the time you'll get into a situation where you mean to rotate, but then you just get lazy. And it's breaking that cycle of laziness and actually making sure that you rotate all your produce so that you can have 3 to 4 months backup. Because what you're saying is very, like, you know, it's quite concerning, Shadow, for yourself and for
those.
Yeah.
I think one of the things too is for a lot of people breaking the habit of just getting what they need for the week. So instead of doing that, go grab, you know, a few extra cans of something, an extra bottle of something, a few extra bags of sugar, or you know, whatever you use. Grab 1 or 2 extra and then set it aside. And then the next week when you do your weekly shopping, grab 1 or 2 of something else and then start rotating it. But it's, again, like you said, breaking the habit of what we're normally accustomed to.
Yeah. And Guy Bullfrog, our Uncle Al, he usually have right. He's in his predictions and everything like that. Right now is phase 3, starvation and economic warfare. Yeah, Well, you could say that is financial warfare in US already, and probably in Canada as well.
Yeah. And now the world's doing tons of other stuff, like the situation in Europe with, flying refugees or, what have you, to different countries, and then encouraging them to cross into Europe. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
There's a lot going on with on that side of things as well.
Yeah.
That topic usually lends itself to politics, though. Like that.
Oh,
that
exactly.
whole topic.
That's just it. Yeah.
It's one of the
yeah, and then if we keep printing money and keep going the way we're going, I mean, look at Lebanon, look at whatchamacallit, down South America there, Venezuela. It's like crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. No. You see, that topic, even Venezuela, because there's so much that I could say about that specific topic, because I studied with excruciating detail as to how that got there. And if you want to, like, some places currently are fast tracking their way there. That's all I can say about it. That's unfortunate. Yeah, like my wife said, like ours is what she said. Like my country too. We're also
same here.
There, but I think there are a lot of. But what doesn't make all that much sense to me is how you can get like a lot of people that are kind of interested in preparedness and understand exactly how things are happening, but yet they're like, people can't really speak out about it, because if you look at the way that things are running, like you look at both sides and both extremes of either political, either left or right, whatever side you choose. If you carry on down that road, you eventually end up in extremism and in people being hurt. So that's why a lot of the time I like to actually stay as center as I possibly can, and then look at both sides and be like, like which side actually is making the most sense here. And just what I can't stand whatsoever is that a lot of the time it almost is combative from both sides. Like the leadership of both sides are trying to like hit at one another all the time. And how is that even slightly helpful to the majority of people? And it's like people just accept it. But you're right about being able to talk about topics and kind of like skid the outskirts, which is what we're doing now. But it's like, it doesn't make sense to me whatsoever, the fact that like us as people, we look at the way that things are and then we just kind of, oh, well, what can we really do about it? It's also the same thing that leads to emergency preparedness. Like, oh, you want to see the guns, baby? Let's think about those guns, man. No, really, it's actually like very hot here in the evening. So like I'm actually getting like a little bit hot, and then I've got some cool drink here. So I'm enjoying my cool drink, and then I get like, and then I talk a lot, and then I start like sweating, and I get all passionate. But yeah, I'm just really getting hot though. So. Yeah, that's true. Honey, Uncle Al, you're so right. Like honey is. I don't know if you're probably familiar with it. I'm sure that you're actually familiar with it if anybody else is. But the fact that they found honey in Egypt that was like years old, and they can still use it. Like that's
still fine, perfectly good.
Yeah. And then salt's such a good one too. Like Harvey, wait, I love you, man. Salt's such a good one. I'm trying, man. Like I'm actually like I've been quitting cigarettes recently. I'm on like a really good I've been quitting cigarettes, which I've been smoking for like 20 years. So I've been cutting that down and doing like a lot more gymming and that. And I've been feeling like a lot better recently as well. So like I don't know. Nice. I'm actually slowly getting there. But watch me in the next 2 years. Just remember me saying this from the 27th of November in 2021. Remember me saying this exact thing, that in next 2 years, I'll definitely be looking. You see, I'm bald and I can't help it. So the only thing that I can do to kind of look like a normal person is be the big bald guy. That's the only thing. So yeah, my genes have ended up giving me a lot of sweat and tears now because of all the exercise that I've got to do to kind of fit the mold, you know. But
honey, salt, sugar, never go bad.
Yeah, Uncle Al's right. those are such good things. And salt is white gold, you know.
Yeah.
Salt's obviously known as white gold, so like because of
the problem is with salt is it is hard to get. Sure, you can take seawater and get the salt from there, but the process to get the salt out of the water is time consuming, and that takes basically forever before you get enough salt. So, and you need the right temperature for it. In South Africa, it might work pretty good because it's so hot there.
Yep. It's really
pans.
Yeah, we have salt pans all around us. We have salt everywhere. So like salt's not something specifically in my region that I'm in. Like there's so much salt around. So it's definitely something that is quite a nice asset. Like if things were to go bad, that we'd still be able to self-sustain our local community via the capability to produce salt. So you're right about that.
Like Canada has a lot of woods. It's hard to get salt there.
Salt here, not so much. Wood, water.
Yeah.
Maple syrup. We're good.
But the problem is when everything goes south, if you don't have stocked up on salt, you will have problems. Because if you get your body get lack of salt, you will have real issues. Because when you get lack of salt, you begin to get cramps and headaches and things like that. So salt is really important to have stock up on extra.
Yeah. Uncle Al saying, don't forget a grinder. When he said that originally, my mind went to like naughtiness, like grinder for medicinal herbs or something. Like that's the first thing. A grinder for that. So then I'm like, oh no, a salt grinder. I'm being a complete idiot. Like, sorry for that. I definitely.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Harvey. Yep. It's 100%.
Yeah, Windsor's about 8 hours from us. But yeah, down southern Ontario.
Yeah, I think even you can, and because it lasts for like such a considerable amount of time, it's nice to just have like in your inch system, like your I'm never coming home bag, like obviously you got your regular bug out bags and whatever, but like in your actual inch system that you would be able to kind of last for much longer, an extended period of time. In that, it's actually nice to have like just 2 large salt containers, preferably plastic, because you don't want them to break. You don't want glass containers. But having 2 large containers of salt is exactly what I use. I have that in case things kind of go wrong. And then I've also got like normal, I don't speak about like my pantry preps really, but I've got quite a lot of salt at hand as well if I needed to use that, besides for having the salt stalls around us and salt pans.
Nice.
Yeah. Water and firewood are our main problems here, and wind we have too much of. Yeah, that's Texas.
It's crazy. We've been looking at trying to do solar power and wind here just to start running some stuff. But I'm like, the first thing I want to do is our pump for our well to feed the house. So if the power goes out, then we can basically run it off, say, a windmill or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, it's crazy because just the regular windmills won't produce enough energy to run the pump. Like I'd have to get like a massive windmill and actually run it manually rather than one that charges the batteries and then run it off the batteries. I was like, yeah, this is great. We can start switching to off the grid. I didn't realize how little power both solar and wind produce. It's really eye-opening.
Not only that, the other problem with solar is that you got to have like an endless supply of the panels, because the panels have a certain duration as well. Some of the more industrial panels, I do understand that they last for longer, but the panels can eventually. That's why it's so good, to have like spares as well, to make sure that you stock up spares and you keep them in good condition. Because then, and obviously the battery, have a spare battery or two, well, a couple, depending on how long you actually think that you're going to be needing them. But there are strange ways to kind of look at things like that, to look at different means and alternatives for being able to just use everyday objects. So bless you. So yeah. I'm not even going to ask her to say hello at the moment. Hello, by the way, Second Star. Go ahead, Shadow.
Second Star says animal blood and bone marrow can replenish salt in humans.
Good to know.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. When he said that, I have heard that sometimes long ago. That could help replenish the lack of salt. So good to know.
Yeah,
it is. That's a very useful thing to know. Like I could understand how it would, but it's not something that I actually thought like at the process of. And I mean, of course, like that makes so much sense. But really, it's good to understand things like that, because obviously there's ways where your body starts, if you don't have enough salt, your body definitely struggles to stay hydrated because it struggles to process the water. So so they end up being in a lot of problems if you don't have enough salt. So,
and too much salt is not good either.
Everything in moderation.
Yep, that's also true.
What does Rob says now? I don't think we have those prices here in Sweden. Might be $1 to $3 per kilo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you speak about long-term preps and stuff, and you're speaking about honey and that as well, and honey and salt, and things that like can last for an extensive amount of time, and that also goes into like making sure that even your equipment, like your utilities, making sure that those items stay in as good condition as possible, and making sure that you have spares, and making sure that you trust certain products. So you like use a lot of products that you would now, like different knives and that as well, specifically knives, axes, like a lot of your main cutting equipment as well. Make sure that you trust a certain brand, and then use the only way to know that, because you're going to break a lot of things. So you like keep breaking things all the time. And then after breaking like things enough, you kind of learn what doesn't break. And then you have like your own specific personal brands that you stand with. I don't have any brands that I'm willing to speak about on air right now, but I personally have like 2 brands that I absolutely love, myself specifically.
You made a good point about using it before you need it. There's so many circumstances where, one I remember is flint and steel that I had, like one of those fire starters. So it had the long magnesium strip, and you strike it. Well, the first time I went to use it, it actually snapped off the handle. So I was like, oh, good to know that that's not really built the way it should be built. So
Yep, that happens all the time. I've gone through so many of those initially, just like from scouting days. I went through so many of those. What you can also do is there's specific ferrocerium rods, like your larger ferrocerium rods, which are really good. Like those can last a lot longer. And then not just that, but there's a couple of different ways to really get fire going in those circumstances. But I mean, obviously, ferro rods are golden. I don't know. There's a big difference between ferrocerium rod and flint and steel. It's completely different, and people like sometimes say that it's the same thing because they get confused and they don't know like the actual differences.
It is not.
Yeah, it's not the same at all. But definitely ferrocerium rods are absolutely key. And then to speak about something that you're speaking about now, Thor. One of the things that I found out, which really sucks, because I love shelter building and I like digging when I build shelters. So I like digging into the ground as well. And quite often I ended up breaking some more of the compact shovels, like specifically the one, like the compact shovel where it's got your nuts and bolts in it. that actually, when you start using it over time, because it's such a heavy duty thing you're doing, like those nuts and bolts are only meant to like last a certain duration. Whereas if you get you get a short shovel, like a compact shovel, it's so much better to have a compact shovel that'll last you for a way long time. Unless you're looking at maybe somebody can bring up like a military spec or something like that of the folding ones that works a lot better. But from what I've seen, most of the military grade ones as well, or almost always, they're just a short, shovel like that size that doesn't have any folding pieces. Because after digging
some of those folding ones are good for like digging beach sand. They're so horrible. They're like, you start using them in anything other than sand and they start to bend or, something breaks. So it's like, come on. Yeah.
I know. I didn't want to say it like that.
Well, it's true. I mean,
it is. That is the truth.
And it's a lot of those survival products that you get to play with. And if you don't actually play with them and use them beforehand, you find out later that it's not going to do the job you think it's going to do.
A lot of the time, that's why I say that the whole survivalist mindset, right, is basically looking after the equipment that you currently have. And then when you go and purchase items, also making sure that you're purchasing items and you're picking durability over style. So like you're picking items that last a lot longer. I know I'm saying that wearing a vest right now, which it's just literally an undervest. So don't judge me on my long-term survival vest over here. So that's not what I'm speaking about. But I'm saying like just in general, like if you got to get a pair of shoes or something, or if you got to get like a pair of like new pants or whatever you got to do, like just looking at items that might cost a little bit more, but that are much better grade material, so that you're looking at it in like a long-term situation. Like somebody even mentioned the other day, like about survival pants, because they were making a joke about it. But that's exactly how far it goes. Like you've got to understand that like the items that you have like can, essentially end up breaking in a while. And if you don't have access to like the shops the way that we do now, and people have already looted and raided everything, sometimes all you have is all you're going to have. And that's the problem. So having that mentality to just look after your things. I need to just AFK for like 2-3 minutes. So if you can, Shadow, if you can move me down to where Thor is now, so that when I'm off, it's not like weird. I'm going to be like right back though. So just like slide me down to where Thor is at the moment, if you could.
Oh, you want me on top?
Oh man.
Not touching that.
Okay, switch us for another if you can. I'm just gonna be right back in 3 minutes. I'm enjoying this conversation.
You wanna pop out?
I can pop out and come back in. That's great. I can do that too. Yeah, I'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere, Thor, and everybody in the comment section.
Or you can pop out yourself out.
I'm going to. Don't worry. Don't you dare kick me, Shadow.
Well,
yeah, I used to try and buy cheap, but then I went by that old saying, buy once, cry once.
Yeah.
So you buy a little bit better quality up front, and then, it lasts you that much longer. And a lot of the times it's cheaper in the long run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a short folding shovel that is basically a handle like this, shaped like that, and it goes down that, and you have that shovel like this, and you can fold. You have a screw. You screw it down to lock it. I have 2 of these, and those are really good at my point of view. So I had the one I had for many years now, and the other one is relatively new. So, but that one I had for years, it works flawlessly.
Nice.
I haven't had any problems with it, but it cost me when I bought it I think it was about over 300 or 400 or something like that. But it is quality.
Nice. Yeah.
It's I believe it is the U.S. Military shovel.
Okay.
They have a plastic sheath for it. You have two buttons.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
That is, and you can keep that in your belt, on your belt as well. So that is really nice.
Yeah.
But it's good quality.
Nice. That it makes a difference.
Yeah, and there are those shovels with two narrow blade. It's not wide. You want a wider blade on your folding shovel. It's better than a narrower one.
Okay.
I prefer the one who are more wide. It's easier to dig, and the problem with if you have it too narrow like this, it has a tendency to bend.
I stopped buying them after I broke a couple. I'm like, forget it. And plus, it always hurts. Kneeling down, trying to shovel like this. It's like, okay. No, this is no fun.
No fun at all.
No fun at all. So,
well, if you smaller blade or narrower blade is good for, well, in your garden, for an example, I had to plant some, well, small plants or whatever, replant them, or so that is good for that, but not if you are in the woods or on a camping trip, or so they won't work. Yeah, I know. Fjällräven is a Swedish company, yes, specializing in outdoor equipment. Great quality, but the price tag on their clothes are really high, but you get the quality. They will last you forever, basically. So maybe not forever, but many years, maybe 20, 30 years, because they have really great high quality, but you have to pay for it.
yeah. I've got a pair of Fjällräven pants and just love them. Absolutely love them. Except I put on a bit too much weight and they don't stretch. So
yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. But I would wear mine all the time.
Yeah, they are really comfortable to wear. And their jackets are really good as well.
Yeah.
And they do really good backpacks as well.
Yeah. And what I liked about them is, again, like you said, that they last forever. I used mine woodcutting, hiking, basically wearing, I think I wore them almost straight for 2 or 3 years, and they still look brand new, except for like they're a bit more dirty.
Well, more dirty. Well, that is something you can't do anything about. It will be dirty. No matter what you do.
Yeah.
Well, not that. Vanessa got those mails from them.
Yeah. For us here in Canada, though, getting Fjällräven is so hard. I don't know if there's just one importer of it or what the situation is, but sizes are limited, styles are limited. You're lucky if you find something.
Yeah, that is a little bit frustrating when it
Yeah.
is hard to get. You want something, but it's hard to get them.
Yep.
So you need to buy them online, but well, that might be cheaper to buy them online, but you need to get the right size, and that you can't just try them out and see if they
Oh,
fit.
exactly. Yep. Yep.
So that is a little bit of gambling.
Yeah.
My problem is when it comes to tools, etc., mostly linked to finding projects that give me a refresh me experience with different tools. Well, I don't know what to say about that, but you any good answers on that one?
No, I'm having trouble kind of understanding. Are you looking for new projects to do?
Especially in a way that makes it worth all the physical room they'll take up.
Okay.
Hey, grilling and chilling with Mojo. Good to see you.
Yeah, I see Second Star mentioned it as well. Is it like trying to find new projects to do with the tools to keep the skills up on using them?
Yeah. You need to use your skills regularly on a regular basis. The problem with skills is it's fresh. You need to keep going and going, because if you don't, you will lose those, and you need to try to get back to it again. So
yeah, exactly.
that is the problem with skills. You need to keep going and do it on a regular basis, otherwise you will forget. But on the other hand, when you need to do them again, you will probably get up on the same level again.
Yeah, it's that much quicker because you've already got the muscle memory. And well, it depends on what the situation is. With some stuff, it's muscle memory. With other stuff, it's remembering, how you're using it or what you're doing or that sort of thing.
Pretty much, especially as I don't own my home. I rent and I don't have that much space. Yeah. That is always a problem when you rent an apartment or even, for that sake, rent a house. You get limited what you can do or not to do.
Yeah. And what I'd say for something like that is, if you can, and if you have the time and tools to do it and a skill, start putting together some projects. Like, say for example, you want to start using your table saw and router or something like that. Start putting together some shelves and just sell them. You don't have to store them where you are. You might have a few, but if you can make stuff and sell it, so then it's not hanging around anywhere, it might be an idea.
I call my storage unit my second home, vacation home. I hang there and play in wood, etc. Well, that's good, Vanessa. Well,
I noticed Vanessa was talking about a walk-in cooler for game meets as well.
Yeah.
We did that last year. I want to say we finished it off. So it's like a 6x6 walk-in cooler that we use for our cows, our pigs, our deer, chickens, that sort of thing. So we built it basically a 2x4 room, insulated it inside the 2x4s, then insulated it on top of the 2x4s. And then we used the cool bot with air conditioning unit. And instead of building a door, we just bought an exterior steel door and put that as the opening for the cooler. And it works really well.
That's awesome. If something you build works.
Yeah, it doesn't happen often, but
yeah, but it's really exciting when you try. We tried to build something as an experiment and see if it works, and most of the time it's crap, that doesn't work. Okay, we redo it and back to the drawing board and do it again.
Yeah, and that's just it. I think I've probably taken apart half the things I've made and redid them a different way or rebuilt them, or like we did one of those composters with the barrel, and you put the barrel on like a stand. So we had the pipe going through the barrel, we cut a hole in it, and we started filling it up with the stuff for compost. We put it in the sun, you spin it.
Yeah.
It didn't really work. So we cut it apart and used it as a pig feeder. So. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, we had our Highland cow in there for 2 weeks. And then the deer we kept it in there for 2 weeks. You can go longer if you've got the right temperature, right humidity, no problem whatsoever. And then we've built our own smoker outside. So we use that for cold smoking. So we'll use that for doing our bacon and ham.
Yeah, that's a cold smoking. You do usually cold smoking or hot smoking salmon, but cold smoking salmon is the more common than the hot smoking. So
yeah.
I know I have smoked salmon before, so I know the difference.
Yeah. And we usually cold smoke everything because depending on what it is, say, for example, the ham, we cold smoke it, but then I just cook it in the oven after I smoke it. Or the bacon, I cold smoke it, then it gets put in the freezer, and then I cook it later after I unfreeze it. So I don't really need a hot smoker yet that I found.
One idea which I got most of my experience from excluding woodworking class is to help family members who are renovating their homes. I got one who's probably going to have his home as an active. Project till the day they die.
It's always good to help with that stuff too.
Well, you can learn a lot of things to help somebody else.
Yeah. And I find, especially in Canada, it's probably the same all over the world, but you'll find different houses, different years they made them. So you go back, 50 years and it's totally different from a modern one, or you go back 100 years and totally different again. So depending on how the building standards were, kind of thing.
Yeah, the building standards change over time.
Yeah.
But those old houses who are from, let's say 1800 and 1700, and maybe in the beginning of the 1900s as well, they are well built.
Oh, exactly.
And there were, nothing wrong with it. They were you didn't need to do much on those houses.
No, exactly.
But if you take a modern house, they are probably built the wrong way. So you got leaks from the roof after maybe 2-3 years. They haven't done it correctly from the beginning. So that is the drawback with new modern houses. I prefer those houses that are older because they are more reliable.
I think with that too, it also depends on who made it. As long as it's quality built, and then if it's maintained properly as well, because even the old ones need maintenance, but if you do both, then yeah.
One miss.
Oh, yes.
Oven too. Yeah,
we want to switch. We've got 3 wood stoves in our house, and we actually want to switch. So I want to take one out of the basement, put it in the garage, move the one upstairs down to the basement, and then put like an actual cook stove, the wood cook stove, in basically where that one was. And then we can use that for heating and cooking.
I gave more of a bug out sitting here. Can't bug out, but I can help. Yeah, it's a waypoint. Vanessa, she can't type today.
I do that on my phone. I'll like you're in a chat like this, and you start typing, and you hit enter, and then you're like, oh no, that's totally not what I meant to say.
Yeah, I designed the wood-fired oven to handle smoking 2 turkeys at once.
Oh, sweet.
That is really good, actually.
Yeah.
But a turkey is not small.
No, I don't.
What the weight on them? 4 kilo? 4 or 5 kilo?
I'm just kind of looking at my smoker and thinking, I'd have to move some shelves around to fit a turkey in it.
Pretty much. I believe part of that is because we don't spend as much as percentage to what we make nowadays, and try to make bigger houses for less money.
Well, if the government didn't take so much money in our taxes, we'd be good.
Yeah, and we are when we're here in Sweden, we have really high taxes. So,
same here. Yeah.
But after what I heard, you have free health care.
Yes. So we have free health care. So the latest stats were that we lose probably about 42 to 46% of our total income to taxes. So whether it be income tax or sales tax or selling your house or paying gas or carbon tax or property tax or death tax, except once you pay your death tax, that's it. You're done paying taxes. So, but they figure you lose about 42 to 46% in that. And then, trying to pay for stuff after you've lost that amount is crazy. So, yeah.
Yeah, I follow another channel, the Hoople's Cat. He worked as a nurse in Canada.
Yeah.
So he said it's the healthcare is free you can go to the healthcare center and you don't have to pay anything.
Yes and no. So, you're getting that tax taken off. So it's not free. And then you go in, and I'll give the example of my grandson. So my grandson cut himself on the coffee table and had a big gash in his forehead. So I took him to the emergency, and we waited 7 hours, 8 hours to get stitches. So for me, that's really not worth it for what I pay in taxes. So now, 5 years later, he's still got a scar on his forehead because they took so long to give him stitches. So for me in Canada, I would be more than happy to have even start like all the Canadians like who are true, want this social healthcare program would be up in arms, but a 2-tier health system where there is the public, but also give us a private system so that, if someone can't afford healthcare, that, they can take their kid in and have stitches done in a hospital. For me in that situation, I'd rather take my grandson in to, say, a private clinic, get him stitched up in half an hour or an hour, and pay what, $500, $1,000?
Yeah.
For me, having a child sit there for the 7 hours while he's bleeding down his forehead, and they've put a Band-Aid on it, and giving him some kid Tylenol to try and help him stay calm.
Yeah.
And then 7 hours later, they stitch him up. That to me, that to me is a prime example of how our system works here. So
that is not good, actually.
No. And
I thought you had a really good healthcare system.
And there's a lot of cases where we'll go in for, depending on what it is, a lot of things aren't covered by healthcare. So we'll have to pay a fee. One of the things that is not covered is ambulances. So if you call 911, the emergency line, to get an ambulance to come pick you up and take you to a hospital, you get a bill later for that ambulance.
Yeah.
So, and then there's a lot of stuff where you might have to go in for some operations. It's not always free. So it depends on what it is.
Yeah.
The good thing that I love about our system, though, is operations or cancer or, heart attacks or that kind of stuff. It kind of gets priority, and you don't have to pay the hundreds of thousands of dollars, say, if you go in for surgery, to, like, compared to the US where you have a major medical operation, you're not going to go broke from it up in Canada. However, it's that trade-off. So yeah, we have to pay for ambulance up here. We get a bill afterwards. But the problem we're facing too is a lot of Canada loves our healthcare system. So they're like, it's the greatest ever because everyone has access to it, and then, they look at it and say, if we do a 2-tier healthcare system where we have public and private, they're afraid that all the doctors will leave the public, go to the private, and then only those people who are wealthy can access the private. So, my feeling would be is if we do something like that in Canada, then, it's weird because I'm like so free market and so, I I want to say capitalist.
Yeah.
But we live in such a socialist society here in Canada. So my thought would be, okay, we've already got a socialist healthcare system. If we do a private one, and your worry is that doctors will leave the public system and go over to the private, then why don't you do something where doctors have to spend a year or 2 years in the public, and then they can spend a year or 2 years doing private. But then after they do the private, then they've got to come back for, say, 6 months, or do something where, you know, they spend some time in both, or assist, or have to teach, or something like that where it's beneficial. And I think having people with a private clinic, one, it'll free up the public. So, for example, if I go into the public system for my grandson who had the stitches, I'm there waiting, taking up space. Whereas if I have access to that, but instead I go to the private one, I pay for the stitches, then not only does it free up the public system, but it also puts money into the healthcare system from the private aspect. So to me, it's kind of a win-win situation.
Yeah. We have to pay for, if we need an ambulance, I have to pay for that. That costs about $500. And then if you get on the ER, you have to pay $500 more.
Okay.
Yeah. And then if you have to, they get you in on the hospital, and you have to be in there for a couple of days. When you get back home, a couple of days later, you get a bill and you pay it. So you think you're gonna get something better for the high taxes you pay?
No, because for us in Canada anyway, and it's probably the same with most places, is a lot of the taxes we pay actually go pay the debt, interest rate on the debt that Canada has.
Yeah.
So you're not getting the full benefit of the taxes. And then people say, oh, well, you get the benefit of what the government provides. Well, yes and no, because again, like I explained with the healthcare, that's one thing. Another said, well, there's public transportation. Well, in Canada, you actually pay a wee bit for public transportation. And usually it doesn't go from where you need it to where you need it to. And then, for example, roads. Canada actually has a whole ton of private roads up in the north because mining companies pay for those roads. Oil companies pay for those roads. Other companies pay for the road. Lumber companies pay for those roads. So we don't need the government to build roads. And people continue to say, well, we need roads and stuff like that. And like, if you can't make it to work, say for an example, a lumber company or an oil company, they're going to build a road so you can get to work. It's that simple. So there's lots of arguments. One can for and against taxes. And, you know, I'm okay with a certain amount of taxes for stuff, but the amount of taxes I think they take from us worldwide is way too much.
Yeah. And everything is much more expensive here in Sweden. So, and sometimes you don't, if you need to buy, let's say, emergency backup battery pack, you have to pay 3,000 or maybe 4,000, 8,000, maybe 25, 45,000. It depends on what system you want to have. And generators you can get one for maybe 4,500, but so everything is much more expensive. So if you go to US, you can get those much cheaper than I can get them here. So
okay, yeah. Oh, Guardian Prepping said he will stay in chat. I think he looked at us and noticed we're going down the rabbit hole of politics. No, come back up here. Come on, you can do it. We'll be good. We won't get into the politics.
So that is a little bit of a drawback here.
Yeah.
And if I find a website, a Canadian website where you can buy stuff from, I see that it's much cheaper there. And when I compare it to our prices here, it's much cheaper.
I think it depends where it's made, where it's coming from, that sort of thing. It makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really need a emergency backup battery pack actually that you can plug in basically your laptop and your phones. I don't need a big one for my refrigerator or freezer. I don't need that because it's difficult for me to plug them in, because in that case I have to pull the plug out from the wall and put that plug into the generator, so or battery pack. So that is too much work, and no. So I want a small one for the laptop, phone, and maybe a rechargeable radio or something.
Have you looked at like a small portable? Like they've got the small portable folding solar panels, so you can always charge one of those small little batteries, and then use that to charge your phone and stuff. Might be an option.
But those are pretty expensive. You can get
okay.
You can. It's basically a solar panel, basically folding solar panel. The cheapest one you can get cost maybe a little bit over 900 crowns, and the most expensive cost about 3,500. So, well, it's pretty expensive, and you need a good one, and you don't want to. You need a good one that can take a little more, put in more energy to it.
Yeah.
That you don't want a cheap one that can't handle that. You need a good input.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. Cows are doing great, Harvey. The Thursday Night Live, we were planning every other week, but we kind of have it so it's like it's almost like once a month now, but we're trying to do it every other week, and usually at 8:00 our time.
And a greenhouse on the second floor of one workshop.
That'd be nice. Our greenhouse is separate. I'd love to have it attached to the house. So not only do you get the benefit of the heat from the house in the nighttime, but you get the heat from the greenhouse helping to heat the house in the daytime.
Yeah. I saw many years ago, they had a nice construction on the greenhouse. You have the door into the house here, and what they did were build a greenhouse attached to the wall here and build it straight out.
Yeah.
And that looks so awesome. they didn't need to go outside. They just get in from the house straight into the greenhouse. That was an awesome solution.
Oh, exactly.
And it worked pretty well as too. So
yeah.
We have a patio attached to a house, to either second floor workshop or attached to workshop.
Welcome to the dark side.
Thank you, bud. I know.
Or the light side.
I saw that when your light was off, that it wasn't as bad for like me to be doing the same thing, and that it's also a little bit of a situation where at night time the lights are usually a bit off. But sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Go ahead. Sorry.
Hold on 1 sec. There we
go. So I can't turn mine back on now. That's my. So
I thought you were scared of, like, we were talking taxes and that kind of stuff. You're kind of like, no, that's not where I want to go.
No. So I've got when you guys were talking, I also, because I've been listening to the conversation as well. So you're speaking about healthcare for a moment as well, and what's happening in Canada, and the way that you guys can essentially go for like your more immediate operations, which is something that obviously I care quite a lot about. I mean, having that capability to go for your immediate surgeries is so crucial. And the problem is that, so locally, without going too heavily into it, I've had to wait like 2 days as part of the public health service for just a checkup kind of thing.
Right.
Wait in actual queues, like sit down and you start in the morning, and then like the next day in the evening you get helped because I like didn't have any assistance at that time. And now we've got some pretty big news on our side that I won't get into, but some exciting news coming up, and we have to rely on, because we don't really have a medical aid, because medical aids are quite costly as well. So we have to rely on like being private and then having to cough that cash up, and it gets for certain things it gets quite expensive. I don't know. Do you want to say hello? I think it's an opt time for you to say hello as well.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah. So in about 8 months from now.
No, like 7.
In about 7 months from now, we're going to have quite a hefty hospital fee again. So yeah, so yeah, it's pretty cool.
I guess that is just to begin to save some money then.
Yes.
Is it good news?
Oh, it's absolutely good news. Yeah, all the way. Yeah.
Nice.
It's a good question that you ask first, because I understand. Like, that is a question that does need to be raised. No, it's absolutely good. It's something that I've been wanting for quite some time, and it just, it's quite a deep dive of a conversation. But essentially, to nutshell it as much as possible, I'm just content in every way. And even when I was like a younger kid.
No, he wanted the second kid more than I did. And that's it.
So it's second?
Yes.
Yeah.
So our daughter's 9.
Yeah, but I never speak about like my little one, obviously, on the channel for my own reasons. Like even during live streams, it's not a topic that I ever really touch because of the internet and whatever. So I'm just a bit cautious. But you were going to say, Thor? Go ahead.
So here's some advice. When everyone says, adding another one to the family doesn't make a difference because you already have one. It does. It makes a lot of difference.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I know.
I can imagine.
Financially, but it also makes it more, you see, and my cousin made a great point, and I thought it was hilarious when he said it, but he said that there are easier ways to get subscribers. And for me, right? And yeah, like that's definitely something where I just see it as part of increasing the MAG as well, increasing the mutual assistance group. Making sure that you can, also being able to pass down skills. Look at that. Look at Harvey Black's suggestion out there. Names, how about little SH? Yeah, SHTF. I almost said the S word again on the panel.
Yeah, seriously, what's going on?
I
know. Little potty mouth on you tonight.
I know. Usually I'm so well behaved, and then like tonight, just you know, I've had a really good day. We were at the game reserve.
It's been a really long day.
Yeah. And like so I'm just very comfortable on Shadow Scout, and you know, when I get more comfortable, I start, you know, speaking as though it's my friend in real life, and then saying like, hey, you know, the SH1C word.
I'm really bad with that, so I'm surprised that I don't do it on a live or any of the videos and that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, it's
good. It's definitely something where I try not to, just because of business as well. In the business world, and you know, you've got to try and be courteous and be, you know, well mannered in every way possible. And you know, cussing is something that.
Oh, I never said I was well mannered.
Yeah.
I'm bad with the innuendos and that kind of stuff too.
Yeah, kids are fun if they ain't yours, and you can return them when they're a bother. That's wonderfully said.
Yeah. So here's my suggestion too: if you get sick of them, move out of the state or province where you are, and that's what I did.
That's when you got like yours are like you said it to your grandparents as well. Like I would never say it. You're possibly the youngest grandparents I've seen in my life. You whatever you're doing to your skin, keep doing it. So, what I'm saying is, it's when it comes down to the little ones. As I said, my little one, as Kay said, is that my little one's 8 at the moment. And you know, when it comes to cuss words, I still have never heard her say like a foul word.
I'm like really bad with it.
Yeah.
Like I swear way more than a lady should.
Yeah.
And it's bad.
Yeah, but I love you still. Like it's fine. Like it's definitely something that's not even that big of a train smash. It's just in general with business she doesn't either. She definitely has a filter to turn it off.
With my job I don't. But when I'm comfortable.
Yeah. It's when you get me comfortable as well.
If you can't utilize the full spectrum of the English language, then what's the point?
They are so there's two strong counter arguments to that. You understand that, right? Like, yeah, I won't go down them, but they definitely have both valid points opposing and for. So it's interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely. I was going to say, you just hold that thought for a second, Thor. I saw you were going to say something. Before you do that, for me, it's definitely a blessing because the first little one of ours, we've done everything to make sure that, you know, that she has the best opportunities potentially as well.
Nice.
And also just very well-mannered, awesome kid. I'm very proud father.
Yes, so, like the best kid.
Yeah,
like
that's really awesome.
Really
and everything, right? And now my concern is that, like, I don't want to, like, compare the next kid to her because she set the bar so high, you know, in certain terms.
No,
and
we'll
it's insane.
Be fine.
Like, I don't know. What if this one's the evil one? You know, the mean one.
No, you can't say that yet though, because isn't it like when you put words out, there's a chance that they like come back to bite you in the behind. You see, I stopped myself there. That was very good. Yeah, no, but it's cool. Like it's definitely something that I look forward to. But I didn't mean to make like a whole segment of your stream about that, Shadow. It's very unprepper like. But I think family and preparedness is something that's a whole interesting topic in itself, because I mean, ultimately that's what you're doing, right? You're preparing for
once
family.
This kid's born, I will have officially replaced myself and CG, and then I'm good. And then I've done my job as a female human.
To continue the species.
I've replaced myself and my partner, and then I'm good. And then I can just do whatever I want after that, you know?
I mean, there. See, Vanessa's saying, is that Mrs. Prepping? Hi there.
Yes.
So what my name used to be Citizen Guardian, right?
Yes,
So,
and then I used to slip up and call him by his name, but then he'd be like, babe, you need to stop doing that. And then it's like, okay, and now I just don't know what to call him.
Hey, Gray Man.
Hey,
Good
Gray
to
Man.
see you, buddy.
look at that. Mr. Gray Man himself.
The one and only. The one and only.
Yeah,
I've been so busy. I haven't made it over to any of his lives lately. It's like been like a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
at
man.
least. Yeah.
My day started off this morning, like 5 a.m. I was watching Grey Man Prepping's live stream. Like he was doing a giveaway thing. So like this, he was giving away things. And I know that he's like, when he's got a live stream, he's always got a whole bunch of like information as well. And just an awesome person to watch. I really mean that.
Yeah.
Like, you're a legend. And
when Grayman is a legend.
Yeah. And
I like the fact that it's
and then I saw he
bases everything on fact and not fear.
Yeah, exactly. And when it comes to utility as well, like just somebody that's special, like that has so much vast knowledge when it does come to utility specifically. So if you have I know you're probably busy at the moment, Gray, but if you've got a second, you can definitely pop up. I'm sure Shadow would be honored. I can assure you.
Yeah, I would be honored if he has some time.
Yes, but if you don't, not a problem, because I don't want to bring that up and then like you're actually busy with something else and then I just seem somebody like, oh my God, it's Gray. So, but these chats, go ahead, Shadow. I see you wanted to say something.
I like Grayman because first of all, he has a great knowledge about different things that I don't have, and probably not both of you either have. So
agreed.
You can learn a lot from him because he sees things from a different point of view, and when you hear him talking about these different topics, you see some everything much clearer on what's going on around the world and everything else.
It is, and it's somebody that actually is very like he's engaged. He's definitely the switch has been turned on long ago. Like he definitely is very interested in the community and invested in the people that do surround ourselves with similar people as well. And it's also you might not understand the relevance of having the stream that you do as well, Shadow, but your stream on a Saturday night is something where people can gather like this, and you've got a longish period of time. So when people do have a gap on a Saturday, depending on where they are, they can like pop in and say hello to each other, and it's a nice way for them to catch up. So what you're doing is amazing, Shadow. I just want to say as well, and I'm sure Gray would agree. Like, he also has a lot of time for you. You got such an awesome knife, and I watched that review of that knife that you got from Gray. That was so awesome. Like, yeah, for those that don't know, like Shadow one.
You mean this one?
Yeah, there it is.
More a companion.
Yeah, no, really. That's
I
brilliant.
have the problem. I'm not right-handed. I'm left-handed.
Yes,
so
I heard. I know. So the sheath, it's just a sheath problem. You could probably still
I would like
utilize
to have it this way instead.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. What you could also do is just have like obviously if you're carrying two knives as well, it can be quite helpful if you're carrying two knives specifically. That'll always be like a mainstay for you.
This would be my backup knife. I can show you my main knife. It is this one.
Yeah, that is also really good.
This is a Fallkniven A1.
Yeah, that is
5 millimeter, 5 millimeter thick blade.
That is thick.
Yeah, and the blade is 15.5 centimeter.
Yeah, I can say that what's strange is because that's your primary knife and things do happen to items. Watch one day like it actually comes down to like you potentially. I'm not saying that you will touch wood that you don't, but I'm saying that like watch one day where you really like you lose your primary knife and you actually like and Grey Man Prepping, who's like how far across the ocean is the reason why you're able to make it through like a a dangerous situation or something where your life could have been in jeopardy. That's something that's awesome to think about. That just through the internet. and through like communication and community that you're able to, I don't know, just think of it. Remember me saying this one day, if you do end up in a situation where you needed that second, the 2 is 1, 1 is none, whatever, like that type of thing.
Yeah.
Always carry both.
And I modified this. This is basically an inner tube from a bicycle.
Okay.
I pulled it on here, so I can fit my ferro rod here. And on the back side, I have a sailing needle. Well, a sailor needle. So that is good if you need to stitch something up. So, and
Nice.
this knife is stainless steel. But I want to show you something that is pretty interesting with this knife. They say you can't get any sparks with a ferro rod with stainless steel. But I'm gonna show you.
Well, I think, I don't know, there might be some people who believe that, but I definitely know if you just have the right rhythm as well, you could probably get sparks with stainless. Like, I don't see why most of the time, but that works very well though. Like,
yeah. And this is stainless steel, and they say you can't use a stainless steel on ferro rod. You need high carbon steel blade. But I proved that is wrong. You can get nice parts with it.
I think in a lot of places, hi there, Ghost Wolf, by the way. Good to see you. I just wanted to say, I think that there's a lot of people that kind of believe that you can't, that you'd have to use carbon, but from where I am locally, everybody uses stainless with a ferro. Like, that's something that's just standard for us. We don't really use carbon all that much. I mean, there's carbon available, but most of the time you're going to be using stainless. Like, carbon you can sharpen a lot better. I know that you can get carbon sharper than you can stainless. I mean, you can get it incredibly sharp. But the thing is, the blade is more prone to chipping too. So, like, stainless does end up lasting a lot longer. But they've both got their purposes depending on what you're doing, obviously. Like, it's not like one lid fits all parts. And welcome back, Celtic Prepper. Good to have you back.
Celtic Prepper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of my stainless knives. It's just trying to keep them sharp or sharpen them is.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I just not really a fan. I don't carry them that often. I usually carry something else. So.
Yeah. Well, it depends how comfortable you are. Obviously, using like fixed blade as well.
Yeah, I always carry fixed.
Yeah.
I had one Kershaw flipper that I carried nonstop, always with me. And then I lost it because I was working and traveling, and I forgot to stick it in my luggage. And I still had it in my back pocket when I went to the airport, and customs took it. I was like, oh, no. I was so sad.
Yeah, that can happen quite quickly.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things when you're flying internationally. I've lost way too much stuff. I've lost like whole bags, not just like one or two items in the bag, like whole bags missing. And I've still got 2 bags that are outstanding.
I had one too. It was a little fire starter that I kept on my keychain. So I traveled with it for, I want to say 5-6 years, and they saw my keys in my carry-on. So they went through it and pulled it out, and they said, "What's that?" I said, "Well, it's a fire starter." "Well, you can't have that on the plane." I said, "Yes, you can. There's no problem. It's written in the thing that fire starters are allowed." "Well, we have to take this." So I started this argument, and they took it anyway. My coworker, my buddy, goes through security. No problem. He's got a lighter on him for his cigarettes because he smokes. So they took my fire starter, but they kept it, but he was allowed to keep his lighter. I'm like, so I'm going to be sitting there on the plane trying to get a fire going to burn the plane down. And he just has to go like this. I was like,
does your fire starter just potentially resemble more of a weaponized device though? Does it look like something that you could potentially, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's the mentality behind it.
No, it was, what was it? It was I don't know if you've seen the Exotac, but it was like a little rod about this long, and you unscrew it from the thing. So the part that's still attached to your keychain is the striker, and the other part's the rod. And like, I mean,
doesn't seem very threatening at all now.
No, exactly. I was baffled.
I have a blade. I apologize. 1 second. So I've got my normal DOW that I use, and then I have like this blade that I got like about 2 months ago, because I'm a bit of a collector. So.
No, but this one's just ridiculously big.
Yeah, like it's just unnecessarily like it's really like,
oh, we're doing that, are we?
I'm not overcompensating for anything by the size of the blade.
That's a nice blade, man.
Yeah, I've got, as I say, I'm a collector. I love my blades. I have a whole bunch.
Yeah, I'm a little bit
I've got
of a knife nerd
so
myself.
many. It's not even funny.
Thor's gonna fish Mulder.
There's one of my favorites. It's like a little boker.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one's one of my favorites. So this, my buddy had made for me for my birthday. Now it's the stainless steel one that I find it's hard to sharpen, and I don't really carry it all that much. It's nice to hold and use.
That's wood. That's wood handle, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
That's a nice knife.
That's very well done.
It's really nice. It was a custom made. So
no, that's very pretty.
Then this one I don't really carry often, but it's
Got it a little bit closer to that. Just bring it a tad bit closer to there.
It's like the tip is like this and sharp on both ends.
Carbon, right?
Plain edge and some.
Yeah. So that one's a hardcore hardware. That one's made down in Australia, and it's D2 tool steel. I've put that one through car doors, hoods. Like
that's impressive. Yeah. That looks so mean. I love that.
It does, but like it's great as a tool, but anything else, no. Like you can't skin a deer with that. You can't. No, its uses are limited compared to other knives. So it has the cool factor, but the usefulness is.
I mean, yeah, you're gonna see, like, no matter what happens, you'll definitely come across, a whole different bunch of utility items, and some of them are more, prone just straightforward knives compared to like a item that has a whole bunch of other utilities. So,
yeah,
we have another guy in the panel.
Hey,
man.
So I had to come on for a second because you guys are talking about knives and stuff like that. And I want to show that. I don't know if my camera's going to do this justice, but I don't know if you guys have ever seen this brand here. Let me see if I can get it close to the camera. Can you guys see that brand?
Move it a bit left or right.
Here?
No, the other way.
The other way.
No.
All right. So this is Sweden. This is from Sweden.
Yeah.
This is $1,000 knife.
Yeah.
And you won't see me
while he's wearing a boker hat.
Yeah, right. I don't know if my camera's going to do this thing justice, man.
Oh wow!
That is the Carazando knife.
That is so pretty. Oh my god.
Nice.
Those knives are really good.
The steel on there.
It's
That's
beautiful.
sweet.
Yeah, Dama steel. I think it's the actual steel that it is. This is a beautiful knife. Not that I could afford it, but it's something that we have in my shop here. But
That's
it is
one
a
of the beautiful knives I've ever seen, Gray.
Yeah.
and then that's what made I was like, I got to jump on for a second. I told my buddy up front, I said, you guys got to wait a second. It comes with some good stuff, but it has even actual reindeer fur in here.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's cool.
They've really done up the packaging on that one.
Agreed. I figured for $1,000 you're going to it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful.
That's a work of art. That really is.
Yeah.
It's definitely an eye catcher in the case, you know what I mean? It's all with lights on it and whatnot, you know.
Yeah.
So Gray, what do you think about my A1?
That looks nice. I like it.
Yeah.
I there's a lot of different knives that, you know, knives in general serve, every knife has a purpose, you know what I mean? You know, sometimes we'll have a multi-purpose knife, but, you know, or we'll have, let's say, a knife for, you know, let's say, you know, whittling some wood, or if you're trying to chop wood, you know, all the different things like that. But
I always bring it back to, I've got like chef's knives that are like $300.
Yeah.
But my one knife that I use for actually dressing, skinning, butchering is like $26. It works amazing.
I use this is a funny thing. This is why I carry a Mora, because I can go and feather some wood with my Mora and then go and clean some fish with that same knife.
Yep.
You know?
Multifunction, yeah.
Yep.
And it's only $25. And if I break it or something happens to it, it's like, oh, well, I have 3 more, you know?
That is true. It definitely makes a big difference when you know that if it gets lost or something, it's not the end of the world, you know? Whereas that one, like, that equates to like 15.5. So that's like about 15,000 Rand is that $1,000.
Wow. Good old Charlie. Good to see you, Charlie. Oh, I see a customer coming in. If you guys want, you can stare at a blank screen for a second while I go help this customer real quick, and I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'll leave. You guys can look at the shelf in the back or something. I'll be right back.
All right, buddy.
Gray money is awesome.
And that's just it. It's like if you have a knife that will do so many things, it's much better than like a single purpose. Same with the animals. Like if you have animals that are multi-purpose instead of single purpose, or applies to anything.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the price.
Yep. Ours also sounds like pretty like similar in terms of like ours is like 15, so it's just a bit above that, but like 15, you know, 12,000. When you're looking at numbers like that, it just seems like a lot. But I mean, yeah, if you've got that type of, if you run into that type of cash kind of thing, and you know you're still as much of a collector, and somebody offers you something like that, I mean, it's going to be hard to say no. You know what I mean? Like it's such a beautiful and rare item as well. I know that you can go all the way and you can look at like meteorites and meteorite shards and stuff like that. Like you can get really expensive and like T-Rex like sheath. It's T-Rex fossils and stuff.
That's awesome.
I field dressed and skinned 2 deer and a bear without sharpening my knife. Amazing stuff.
Nice.
That is awesome if you can do that. Because most knives, you need to sharpen it basically after one deer, and then you go to next, you need to sharpen it because it gets dull.
Or even a lot of knives, you like the ones I use for butchering, you know, I'll use the steel on it multiple times while butchering. So
yeah, I don't know. Have you seen, do you guys know what like the specifics? Let me actually fetch something. Give me like, just give me like 1 minute max.
Yeah.
Welcome to show and tell.
Yeah. show and tell. But Karasundu knives, the reason for that they are so expensive is because they have high quality on their knives. And then this one, the A1, I bought this for 1,999 crowns.
Okay.
But when I check the price on this now, 2,500, 3,000.
Ouch.
Yeah, so this is not a cheap knife, but it's quality. This knife was made for the military, the army.
Okay.
Army,
Yeah.
and there is a smaller model called F1 that is for the Air Force. So because they don't need a 15.5 centimeter blade, they need a shorter knife because they have tighter space, so they can't have too big knife.
Yeah, more close-up combat as well.
Yeah.
Where you really need to be as close to the person as possible, as quickly as you can.
Yeah. And this the handle is basically made that you can, if you're wet, your hands are wet, or so you get a firm grip, so you don't slip. You don't slip. That is the important thing. This is a survival knife, straight through, full tang. So
yeah, it's functional.
A real survival instead of those other ones that the Rambo survival knives.
Yeah,
those ones. They're pretty good. They're definitely.
That one looks really awesome.
It has like the bone at the end of it and whatnot. It's definitely some really pretty wood that they use.
Nice.
That is beautiful knife.
Yeah.
And it looks pretty strong as well. For a
Switch. It's beefy.
Yeah.
The way you can choke this down and get right in there. It's super nice. And again, it's from that same company that I was just showing you. I'm gonna mess up the name.
Karasundu.
Yeah, there we go. I'll just kind of bring that up close to the camera. That company there.
Yeah, Karasundu.
I figured Sweet as your Shadow Scout would know.
I also tried to pronounce it there, like in my head, and I was like, I'm not going to attempt that. I'm probably going to put it in. So, you familiar with these, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, like, they're really functional, and it's really important to just have like a couple, so that you don't always need to go directly to your knife.
I've got a few that I've got stuck in the truck and the car.
Yeah.
But I want to find a new spot because I've got a couple and I had them in the side of the door. And then I decided, no, I'm going to put them in the visor. It's like, not sure about that either. So I want to figure out some way of actually sticking it on my seatbelt itself, because you figure if the time you need it is going to be when the truck rolls or the car rolls or you go in the water. So everything in the car or vehicle is going to move around. So you want it somewhere where it's not going to move. You know where it is.
I have little gadgets all. As a matter of fact, I think I might have one on my keychain here. And they're like $6-7. I don't know if you guys ever seen these. They're called U keys. Just make it this on camera properly. So on here, this is your punch. If you push this against the window, this here, and then of course you have this attached. And when you pull that, that has your seatbelt cutter there.
Okay.
I have one of those.
It's with a lot of the officers here in the county that I'm in, the sheriff department. They issued these to their police officers. But I keep them on my keychain because it's right there in case, like you said, the car rolls.
I keep them anywhere.
I keep them kind of sporadically, a couple of them in each vehicle. And you just never know when that might come in handy,
Yeah.
I have really one of those. These are awesome.
Yeah, even my keychain has I don't know if you guys can see that, a cutter on there.
Yeah.
Right, the blade's right here, and worst case scenario, if I ever need to start a fire, it has a little flint right there.
Oh wow.
Little handy, trying to EDC is about trying to make things as multi-purpose as you possibly can, you know?
I haven't seen a carabiner like that before.
No.
You guys are privileged to things that you'll probably never see on my channel.
It's important to have redundancy, to have as many applications as you can.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, like that little bag that I guess it's really not little, but that little bag that I carry. People think it's crazy when I tell them I could save your life in that bag, and they're like, "What do you mean?" I said, "I got chest wall seals, tourniquets, blood clotting agents, and all kinds of stuff in there." Like, you carry that everywhere you go? I said, "I sure do."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got one that sits in the console of the truck. Basically, I've got like tourniquet, gauze, Celiox in there.
That's to me I like that better than the quick clot.
Yeah. Yeah. And then beside that is a basic one. So it's got more gauze and then just Band-Aids and other stuff. But, you know, it's right there beside the console, so you can grab it. It's one of those Velcro pouches. So, you know, made to stick on the Velcro MOLLE. But I took the MOLLE panel off and just used the Velcro pouch. So it sticks on the carpet there.
No, that's smart.
Yeah.
Hunting knife.
Yeah,
Swedish word. That is, if I translate that word, it is beaver.
Yeah, and that's the Dama steel is the one Harvey that I was just showing you. Yeah, that's
nice.
So that steel is pretty intriguing if you look at the history behind that, because they've taken the both worlds of like Damascus and like your stainlesses and kind of combined it in there, so it's not as brittle but still durable. I'm diving deep into metallurgy of knives right now. That and gardening, two crazy different opposite ends of the spectrum, but because I'm trying to be as knowledgeable as I can in regards to what I'm using and how I'm using it and applying to certain things, you know?
Yeah.
But that's what we do as people in the preparedness community. We're always forever learning. We don't all know everything. It'd be impossible, you know?
Oh yeah.
But all I can do is, you know, each day research as much as I can and learn, and then share that with the community as I grow. Is it still useful as a carabiner, or is it just a key? No, you can still use it as a carabiner. That's its main purpose. I just kind of repurposed it for my keychain.
Yeah, and you know, something that you say as well, you know, that I think is really important is being able to learn from each other and just understanding that, like, because the worst thing that you can ever do, just in general, is think that you know more than like everybody, because then you never end up really learning from people either. And I think that that's something that, you know, humility can play such a big part in just being open to people and engaging in a way that you learn from them, rather than go into a situation where somebody doesn't feel open to really explain where they're coming from truly, and then you never get to hear that perspective, you never get to gain that information and knowledge either. So yeah, I think it's important to just understand that you know, to just try and realize that there's so much more that you can learn from other people. It's important, yeah.
Agreed 100%, brother.
Yeah.
It was good to see you, bro.
No, good to see you as well, man.
Yeah.
I watch your guys. I've gotten so lazy because I'm so busy with everything I'm trying to do in life. And I'm trying to fix, I know it's going to sound crazy, fix my YouTube, like my playlist, and all the other things that are associated on the back end of this whole platform, and answering a lot more emails than I'm used to. Like, it's like, I wish I could hire an assistant, but you know, people, believe it or not, folks, YouTube does not pay you what you think it is.
That is basically only pocket money.
And I invest most of it, the little bit of revenue that I derive from YouTube, back into the Great Man Preparedness Network, and either gear, giveaways, things to make the channel better, all that stuff like that. Because as you guys know, I work a full-time job and a part-time job, you know, to have money for my life. But but that's to me, it's what I enjoy about doing YouTube, is meeting folks like yourself, spreading the word of preparedness, and then, like I said, just the little bit of financial aspect of it is nice, but it's not going to make or break me, you know?
Yeah. And
well, you don't get rich on it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because honestly, in almost any venture that you go out and do, it's better to like your earnings, to put them right back into what you're doing, and it just goes across pretty much anything as well, like just making sure that you can kind of like benefit from that. And I think that that's something where, like, as you grow, Gray, I know it will definitely be, you know, able to assist you more to grow the channel, and the more that you can do as well. So it's very interesting.
Oh, and the more revenue streams, the better.
Yeah, agreed. And that's what people ask me all the time, like, hey, if you make it big on YouTube, are you going to leave your job? I'm like, no way. No way. YouTube is unpredictable. Yeah. I'm trying to see, if I say it right, Renan? Renan. I can find the name. I can let Shadow know the name, and he can probably get it to you. I don't know the name right offhand. I forget. I bought it a long time ago. I know they still sell them, but I'll see if I can dig that up and pass that along. Or maybe next Saturday, if you're here, I can get you that name. I'll try to pop on real quick. I'm keeping an eye on the cameras. I got my security cameras here to make sure no one's walking in the store. I agree, Charlie. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
I have to agree with that too.
I actually have a hard time with that and have to work on that a lot myself.
Yeah, I wish I was the opposite. I definitely am somebody that scrutinizes like myself heavily. You know, very like a large amount of introspection, and then like I'm not even just making it up. Like I'm my own worst critique and stuff. And it's funny, I can say that would be on a live stream and whatever, right? But it's not. It's different because I just like I don't know. I judge myself incredibly, like in a very harsh way, and I just try and be the best that I can be consistently. And I think that I just, you know, I really look into stuff way too much, and I like try and I overthink things, and at times I tend to do that. And that's something where I don't know. So I think that there's maybe like a balance between yourself and I thought, you know, somewhere in between, I think is maybe the right place.
Yeah.
And it's just it's nice to meet people on the other side of it that also understand that, you know, that there is growth that could be useful. Like, because it's important. I wish I was a bit more confident. I know Gray is very confident in who he is as well. I love that. Gray like exudes confidence. that's I think as well something where I enjoy watching his streams as well, because you can see that it's somebody that is very straight talker. And I've said that to him before, that I have a lot of respect for that.
No, like I said, you guys are too kind. I'm just a man with a camera, you know.
Great.
But
I compare it to like take for example Joe Rogan, where he like, you know, you grab people that are totally, you know, experts in their field, so many different fields, so many different points of view. And then you're able to interview them, talk to them, get their feedback on stuff. It's a great way to learn and put forth some better information.
Yeah. And I'll be honest with you guys. Even starting the YouTube, like I said, it'll be almost a year now. It's benefited me in the aspect of all the research that I've been doing to create content has made me a better person, as in learning the stuff that I'm learning from all these different fields of stuff, and also the interviews that I do, and going beyond that and making friends with some of these folks and learning from them. Like, you know, like Charlie's in chat, you know, his knowledge base on the things of like trapping and all the things that he does. I mean, I wish I knew half the stuff Charlie does, or at least apply. You know, I have the concept, but I'm not applying it every day like he is.
Yeah, Charlie's a boss when it comes to that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he knows his stuff when it comes to like outdoor and rugged and like hardcore, you know, being out there in the dirt for like extended periods. And also I've heard one of the stories where he was saying that, you know, it's a generational thing for him as well. He was saying that somebody that's a relation to him, I don't want to be wrong. Sorry, I just saw a comment come in there. I don't want to be wrong. I just think that, like, I know it's somebody that's a relative of his that also used to be up in the mountains and, you know, go and do like proper like trapping as well. So it's really cool to be able to pass that experience down and that knowledge, because things like that can save your behind in the worst of times.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And you know, some people always ask me like, well, what do you do in these situations? I said the first thing, honestly, is to pause for a second and plan what you're about to do before you make that mistake. You know what I mean? Because that adrenaline starts pumping, and that's when we start making those mistakes, when we attack something over aggressive, you know?
So yeah, it's so what not many people know about this, but my specialty, surprisingly, is incident reduction. I work for quite a large international company that reduces the incident rate of, different facilities like manufacturing, aviation, logistics, like mining, like it's everywhere. We reduce incidents that occur. And the way that we do that is by monitoring the alertness and fatigue rate of the workforce and understanding when there's going to be an incident that could occur ahead of time by the algorithms that we have in place. So essentially what we can do is we can catch out an incident before it's going to occur. And it's exactly what Gray's saying there, to have that heightened sense of alertness, and to also and there's a lot of things that come into play, just, specifically regarding fatigue. And then if you are in a situation where your actions are going to come down to like the very pinpoint decision making, because sometimes you can only make that decision once. And if it's the wrong decision and it ends up being fatal, then that one decision was that one moment where something could have happened. And that all goes into the way that you're supposed to get enough sufficient sleep. It goes into the way that your diet also plays a part, how active you are, because if you spend energy, you gain energy in a way. You're able to do that. So as long as you have like an active lifestyle to a degree, and I'm not going to preach on it anymore, but it's very interesting to bring up the point that in that moment, if you just, make the right decision, it can be the difference between life and death. So, yeah.
No,
well said.
No, I agree. That's why I love you guys, because you guys are, like I said, we're all in the same thought process. I wish, honestly, between you guys, because I doubt they'll ever see this, but the big wigs, as I call them, the big hierarchy of the prepper community, and you and Guardian, a bunch of these folks. You got Cliff and Chris. You got several of these big boys, and I wish they would spend a little bit more time with some of us, because we value what they offer our community, and it'd be good to for them to, like, let's say, like me. Some people think I'm I'm a small channel still. I'm just a little guy, but to come on and just pop on, let's say on Shadow's thing, and be like, hey guys, what's going on? Let's have a discussion real quick. I think that's a great asset and a value to the community. I know they're busy folks, and understandable, but it'd be cool to see them intermingle with us a little bit.
Well, I think that there's truth to that to a degree, though. I don't know them like very personally, like they're not like my personal friends in any way or anything like that. I'm just fortunate enough to kind of have a strong level of communication with several of the larger channels in emergency preparedness. And you've got to also realize that what my main designation within my work is to do is I speak to SHEC managers, so health and safety directors. I speak to CEOs, COOs, all of the big shots in these larger organizations. That's who I speak to on a day-to-day basis. So if you're looking at it from that angle, that's where I definitely think that I have a lot of weaknesses, but communication is surprisingly one of my strong points, and people, because I truly, and it comes from like deep within, where I love human beings. And I really mean that. I know that I said that, and it's like, what do you mean? You are a human being. I get that, right? I understand. But it's just the way that I have empathy for people, and the way that I have sympathy, and the connection that I'm able to form very quickly is something that, now, just to go back on what you were saying there, not to go too far off track, what you were saying essentially was that, it'd be nice for them to engage and communicate more. I do hear you on that to an extent. I think that they're kind of from like, the way that I see this, right, is that most of them are from like the original YouTube. There was like an era where YouTube was kind of like starting off to a degree, and a lot of them are from like way back. So they've been doing in the game for like, you're even able to speak to AP, to Jason. Gray, you're able to speak, and he's also from like that, the legend, like the old, like original YouTubers. All of us are kind of like the new schoolers in a way. Yeah. And I think what they're kind of doing as well is they're kind of like just, they are sometimes maybe in the background, but they're kind of like just popping their head in every now and again, seeing like the way that things are going on, because they don't want to have like because the way that things grow sometimes is if you allow something to immediately grow too quickly, then what can sometimes happen is it can end up fizzling, because it grew very quickly and it grew strongly, but it's like if something comes too easy to somebody, like it just, you know what I mean? Like, I know it's all seems like I'm talking a whole bunch of nonsense, but I'm being serious when I say that I think that they kind of like just have an overview perspective of what's going on, and they are waiting for us to do our own trials and to make our own mistakes and to kind of be, I know that it doesn't seem helpful, but that's just my opinion about it. Like, I just...
No, you're absolutely right. Sometimes I jumble up what I'm trying to say is because I've been watching. Oh, where'd he go?
So, 1 second. My wife's needing to get up real quick, and she just like is moving around in a little bit of a blanket, so she doesn't want to. We want you guys to see.
I'm being a hobo.
She's basically a hobo.
That's fine.
Sorry.
Because I've communicated with some of these folks. And they're phenomenal folks, and I understand, because even in the size that we are, we understand what goes into editing and producing content and trying to stay on track, run our family lives, our jobs, and things like that. But like I said, some of these folks I've been watching for, like say almost 10 years. And what I would like to get to have them is every how do I want to say this? I'm trying to think of the proper way to express what I'm trying to say is. Just to hear some of their opinions on the things that we're talking about, like some of the really, and this even goes beyond them. Some of the channels that have like 5, 10, 15 million people, right? They don't do live streams. They just drop a video and drop it. And the videos might be the best videos in the world, right? But to actually get to have like an interaction like this and conversate with each other and just kind of pick each other's brains, I think that's an awesome platform. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but what they're doing, they've created a channel. I think it's Chris, Cliff, Canadian, and I see the customer out there. I got you. And there's Nate. Yeah, and there's can't forget. Well, I can't think of his name for nothing right now. There's another one.
Survival something.
Yeah. So they've created this, and where they're kind of doing what we're doing, but on their scale. You know what I mean? Because they've laid the foundation for us. And we're kind of working our way through that thing. But I agree 100% with you, because if you were to, let's say. Someone was to push you went from 10 subscribers to 50,000 subscribers overnight, right? It could possibly be a bad thing in a certain way, Oh,
it's the same as business. You got to manage that growth, because if you don't, it's, it's going to get away from you. Anyway, guys, I got to head out and get some dinner ready for everybody. So
okay, nice seeing you, Grayman Prepping.
We'll talk to you guys soon.
But I myself got to run. I got customers hanging out there looking at me like I'm crazy. But thank you guys for just entertaining me, and hopefully that made sense. Hopefully it didn't sound bad the way I was trying to explain that. You know what I mean?
No. I know exactly where your heart's at and where you're coming from, and I have the utmost respect for you. And there's very little in this world that you could say that it actually make me upset with you in any way, Gray. I'm just saying.
I appreciate that, man. Because I don't ever like to. I'm not a person that wants to upset anybody, or because sometimes when I'm trying to say something, I just can't really put it into words, because I respect these people. We would not be here if it wasn't for them. Put it that way, But all in all, yeah, exactly. But anyways, truly blessed that you guys let me come on for a minute. I was so happy to show those knives to you. Like I said, they'll probably never be on my channel because they're just that expensive. But maybe, who knows, one day. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But anyways, I'm going to start rambling here. So I'm going to tell you guys have a great day. And I'll still be watching from a distance here. I'll put you on the big screen on the main area. All right.
Yeah, because we must set up with something sometime, Gray. Just offline, just have a catch up at some point. It'd be cool. Anyway,
yeah, for sure. Not a problem at all.
Keep well.
Right,
bye, buddy.
Take care.
Okay, take care.
Yeah. Now, folks. Hi,
Hello, Uncle L. Nice to see you.
I did a video last night on the Zippo heater. It's a catalytic converter. I got to be careful because I filled it up to the top. Bad thing about these things. That's hot. This is hot. It's working right now. It's hot. All right. Is once you stop the flaming go down, this puts out a lot of heat. And I tell people, if you're in where Jordan's living in Arctic conditions. These are great. And you could use Napa or you could use lighter fluid. And this is like a little furnace that you carry it around so you never get cold. See, I'm in t-shirt because, see, t-shirt, it's 40 degrees outside and I don't heat my house. It's 65 in the house. That's Fahrenheit. And this is nice. Just put, ouch, ouch. Wait a second. Damn thing is hot. I don't want to put it in my pocket.
Just be careful that it doesn't that you don't burn yourself badly though. Because obviously if it's that hot.
It's hot.
Don't you have a glove or something? Don't you have a cotton
yeah,
glove?
But my glove's next to my bed when I adjust it for sleeping at night. So right now I just put it in my pocket.
Yeah.
And it raises my blood temperature up. And also I have a bad hip. So I just stick it like that and I'm nice and warm. I don't need a coat.
I also love the ambient on your screen as well. The fireplace.
Yeah. No pollution.
Well, there's also a very calming effect to that. It really has, because as far back as we have, fire has that effect on us. So even if we see it in our peripheral vision, it can definitely play a big part.
Right.
But just, I don't know, I don't really have chats up at the moment, but I just wanted to say one more thing. If Gray can still hear me, I absolutely, I do still 100% hear where you're coming from, Gray. And just know that, I do realize that it is something where I definitely think that as we grow as a community as well, and as you keep doing what you're doing, specifically, Gray, if you can hear me, I know for a fact with watching the way that you have been growing and looking how much effort and how much of your heart you're putting into your channel, that I can guarantee you that you're going to be right up there, right big with those big boys in a quicker time than you'd ever believe. And right. I promise you that. I've seen you growing, you've been growing really well, recently, and it's definitely something that I've been seeing. So just know that we support you 100%, and I think before you know it, you'll definitely be right up there with those bigger of the emergency preparedness channels, and they'll be like, "Oh, we got Grey Man prepping on our stream. Look at us!"
The nice thing about getting bigger, you have to be careful, folks, because everybody if you're a creator, they sent out the email from YouTube. I tell people read the fine print. And right now they're getting really cautious on the live streams and they warn people about this. I tell people watch your language because that's the first strike and then 90 days you get a second strike. You read the fine print and it drives you nuts because I read it last night. I'm like, okay, so I can't curse. I can't use that word. I can't talk about that subject. I can't do this anymore. I can't do that anymore. They have a listing. So I went down to the listing. It's like, okay, what can I do? So just be careful, folks, and watch the jocularity. It's okay once in a while, but be very careful because I talked to my relatives in Japan. In Japan, they're tracking people. So if you said something weird, you're going to have hello, neighborhood police. You don't want to be in your basement and all of a sudden you see 5 officers coming into your bedroom. I've seen a couple of my friends over the years. I've been on YouTube too long, since the wild days. And ever since they sold in 2015 and they started regulating as a commercial platform in 2016, I've seen the changes. And like I said, folks, I started off with 4,000 watch hours.
Yeah, watch hours.
Yeah. I'm now getting back to 2,900 watch hours because I said a few wrong things and complained a few wrong things. So surprise, look next day. What do you mean I'm back down to 400 watch hours? I was 4,000. And then they took half my viewers away because didn't I have over 1,000 people. And I look next day, no, you only have 200 people. And then what's worse is they push you into the YouTube ghetto, and you're wondering, I made a beautiful video, but nobody's been watching it for 2 days. And then you get like one person or two persons to look at it. Isn't that horrible?
I think there's quite a lot. Hi, by the way, Auslander, good to see you, bud. Like, I don't know, Auslander will hopefully pop up here soon as well. Yep. So yeah, I think that there's just so much that goes into it with the way that YouTube can kind of be. They obviously there's a lot of language that you've got to completely avoid, and I've been behaving as much as possible.
And also subjects too.
But I did say something earlier. Subjects too. That's also true. But I did say something earlier where I don't want to say it again. But I said the S word, like the S word. It sounds like I'm in grade school. Like it's terrible. But you know what I mean? Like I said that, and I definitely. I slipped my tongue. I didn't say a terrible word, or I didn't speak about like the taboo topics or anything like that. So I don't think it's as bad, because it's not like I'm being vulgar or something as well. It's not like vulgarity, or I'm speaking about like very fringe taboo topics, because that's also those topics.
Yeah, I had to look up the word of my Sunday school class, and this is a safe word. You could use jocularity.
I still
don't get it. It's bad language in a nice tone of voice. Jocularity, bad words. So instead of using the F words or S words, just say jocularity. That throws the AI to a loop. And I always say jocularity.
So how would you use that? Would that be a noun? Would you use that in a way like what is it, be a verb or a noun in the way that you
either way if you work at it?
Yeah.
He's jocularity. He is a jocularity. He's a big pile of jocularity. And then the AI looks at this program and like, what the hell are they talking about? Because I know the AI, it's Chinese.
I think the algorithms that are in place are pretty advanced. I think that's so. Renan asked me what's the S word. Okay, so I think
body waste.
I don't even know. No, I'm a mod on the channel. I wouldn't even like to type that word.
Yeah, like I said, you just use word substitution, and that confuses it. Just don't use it too often.
No, I still don't. It's just that. So there's the main cuss words that people use. So like the F word, and the S word is just the lighter version. Like it's also used for when somebody goes to the toilet. Like that's all I'm going to say. That's Shadow. Right. I wanted to find out, Shadow. On your side, do you have any concerns about the way that the algorithm works and stuff like that? How have you been finding it on your side?
Well, after what I have heard about others, they had problems with that. But for myself, I haven't noticed anything about that really. So I'm clean. I don't even get a strike. So
right,
I don't know how I'm doing.
Yeah. On certain things, you have to be very careful. It's like the environment, the current diseases. Can't talk about that one. That's why we use the word red dragon, not the other one.
Or C19.
Yeah. And we substitute in other stuff. And also, if you're in certain countries, I have to warn people, if you're in a high-risk country, do not mention your politics in the background, or, really, some people I know in certain parts of the world that I normally talk to disappeared. Physically, the government doesn't like YouTube, and they have their AIs monitoring to them, and then one day you're gone. It's like, wait, didn't I see that lady make something for soup? And then next day she said something wrong or criticized the government, and her whole channel disappeared. I can't find her anymore. She's basically, she just cooks food. And then she made one criticism and then she's gone. So, like I said, folks, you have to be careful. There are two groups. There is a CCP. We know who that is. A country between Mongolia and Japan. And then we have the NWO, New World Order. But a lot of people, Jordan got confused because I know these jokers and they go back a long, about 80 years ago, and they're still kind of mad.
Yeah, I think it's, I don't know. I'm usually quite skeptical with certain things, but when it does come to what you're talking about, I'm skeptical with people overall, but when it comes to what you're talking about now, I definitely think there's some truth to it.
You just can't say it. No.
Yeah.
You have no idea what we're talking about, folks. Uncle Alan has brain damage. It's all illusion. We're not real.
But that's why I'm saying, though, like I try to look at everything in an analytic way, and I try and understand that I easily understand that there's a whole bunch of conspiracies out there that are usually that aren't always true. But I do know that, I take it as far as this, and I don't usually tell people this, but like I'm so convinced that there is people that would be able to view my webcam, that every now and again it can be off completely, and I'll like just look at it, and in the back of my mind I'll be like, I wonder who is on the other side of it, like I wonder if there is actually somebody right now. I don't think that my life is interesting enough for me to be a good series to watch. You know what I mean? Like I think there's much more interesting people to watch if you could watch somebody's webcam, right, is what I'm saying. So
you know what's horrible is NSA has a team of people that do watch the AIs, and if you say certain phrases in a single video, it picks it up and points it to that monitor. The guy at the monitor drinking coffee, like, what the hell is this? And he's like 5th hour drinking coffee. And it's like, it's a guy sitting at a desk yapping his mouth off. And then he'll watch the whole videos. If you do, like I drive them nuts because I have 1,600 videos, and they took away 300 videos because they didn't like the content. And I'm like, okay, I was talking about good hygiene by gargling and spitting out mouthwash. And they said, no, that's a danger to U.S. freedom. Like, huh? And it still is, I can't get back up. I'm saying brush your teeth, gargle with mouthwash, and spit. Do not swallow, folks. And they thought it's a threat to national security. Do you understand this, guys? What's wrong with brushing your teeth and spitting with mouthwash?
I don't know I don't know what the. Hey, by the way, Oslander.
Yeah, we got an echo.
Hey, good morning. Let me fix this.
Did you get your coffee?
Oh, I don't have.
Yeah, got the coffee, mate. Got the coffee.
Yeah.
Good.
How's your weekend going so far? All well?
Yeah, we were loading up the container. Yes, one of the containers yesterday for the move up north. So fun.
Yeah.
Painkillers for breakfast and stuff like that.
You know how that feels.
Yeah. So I don't know. We were just, Uncle Al was busy saying about the fact that sometimes if you say certain things, that it can go through to somebody that's watching something. Something that I can say, like in a contributing way to that, is that I watched a documentary quite recently where they're interviewing people that are the checkers for Facebook, the Facebook checkers. So what they've got to do is when somebody posts something on Facebook, they've got to go into it and go and like see what those people did, and the amount of stress and trauma that those people deal with because they've got to witness like everything that's like, that's been, like, even if it's just been like clicked reported or something on it, like that those people have to go and watch that. And you can see the amount of stress that these people that they go through, because they've got to look at all the dark side of like what people post on Facebook. Because obviously what you and I, like what normal people around, like, what the everyday person sees compared to what they see is just a crazy like amounts of trouble. Yeah, and I know it's just past midnight on my side. There's my better half is actually like sleeping already, so actually we usually stay up a bit later than this. But I just wanted to say before I go that I'd love to catch up with you as well sometime, Auslander. We could definitely, I'll definitely email you, or I don't know if you're on Insta or something, but we must definitely catch up and have like a solid chat, because it's been a while since we put up. Yeah, Discord would work. Discord. That's perfect. Yeah. And even you're on Grays, aren't you? Aren't you on Grays there?
Isn't everybody? All the cool kids are there.
Right? I know. That's what I said as well. So yeah, we'll definitely catch up. And thank you for having me on the panel, Shadow. I really do appreciate it.
You're very welcome. It's an honor to have you.
Yeah, love chatting to you guys. Goodbye for now, everybody. Cheers, Harvey. Cheers, Gray. Bye, everybody.
Sleep.
Yeah, good one.
I don't know if that's what I'll be.
Oh boy. Like Ramon says, right, because these cameras are 24 hours are on, and same thing as the laptop right here. Yep, I have it built in, and also I have a little piece of black tape that I cover the microphone and the camera, because one time I saw it clicked on when I said the machine was completely off, because I was servicing something and I saw the little light go on, and like, I'm not supposed to be on camera. So after that, a little piece of black electrical tape on everything, because I don't trust nobody. I carry a little black tape everywhere. So just in case something looks weird, it gets a little piece of black tape, and that.
On my laptop, I have a built-in cover. When I stop streaming or not using the camera, I just push that to left, and that covers the camera, so you can't see anything like this.
Yep. That also covers the microphone?
I have no idea.
Do it again. Say something.
Yeah. You can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Didn't cover the microphone.
No.
So remember, folks, you can't trust technology. That's why I have a little bag that I put my phone in. So when I'm asleep, they're not monitoring, or I put a white noise generator, which is, it's funny because they're like, I hear white noise in the background. It sounds like waterfall.
Well, that's a good idea to have white noise.
Must be racist.
It's just a technical term. They have black sound too, but that's also racist. Black sound is high frequency, like rock and roll pitch, that you don't want nobody to hear you while you're talking to somebody else. You play that in the background and the microphone goes crazy because all it picks up is the music and not you guys talking. And that's black noise. And then the white noise is like rhythmic, quiet noises that kind of lull the mind to sleep. They use it for babies. You know, when you have a colicky baby or a sick sheep, you play that music in the background and it lulls the animal or person or small infant to sleep. It's a good trick too.
Fair enough.
So how do you create white noise or black noise?
Yeah, because the headphone microphones you could always disconnect, but there's another microphone inside the webcam, and sometimes it doesn't cover that.
Yeah, it won't stop the sound from getting through. It won't stop it from picking up the sound. Yeah.
That's why I use a little tape and buffer bag.
Yeah.
Because one goes into my phone, and I got a big one for the laptop.
There's an excellent channel out there, Rob Braxman, the internet privacy guy.
Yep.
He's on YouTube, and he's now on other channels as well, Odyssey, and I don't know where else, to be honest. I know he's on Odyssey as well. That's his choice, and he's doing it because of the exact reasons you guys were talking about, all the new rules, all the new fine print and all that. He's like, better safe than sorry, just in case.
Right.
Yeah,
it's a huge channel.
I follow that dude myself, Rob Braxton. Rob
Braxman. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's from. I think he might be from Florida.
I think he's Florida,
yeah,
Georgia.
He's from one of the warm. I'm pretty sure he's from the warmer part, because I saw him down by the boats and all that. So he's got to be in the warmer part of the country.
Yeah, south part. We call it the Southern Belt. Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, Mississippi, Alabama. It can't be Mississippi. They're too agricultural. They don't have laptops. They're still using the old square modules, desktops. So
we find that channel.
Yeah, he's going to type it up. Yeah, I'm just tired, folks.
Yeah.
I had family after I did church stuff, so it's like no sleep for the last 3 days. And a nice thing, like I said this morning, somebody at the golf course gave me $50 for the holiday food boxes I'm doing for Thanksgiving. Not Thanksgiving, we've done Christmas. Too many holidays I got to remember.
Yeah. And we are heading to Christmas. It's not long.
Yeah. So, like I said, I started at 800. Now I'm down to $97 to go. This has been my fastest holiday payoff for everything. I've been running around, make sure everybody get food, and they're all they have a nice box for Thanksgiving or Christmas. Biggest problem is a lot of people ask, why don't you film this? And I said, I don't film kids. I don't film my church members. I don't film handicapped or elderly people, because right now some scumbags are going to their people's houses or at the grocery store parking lot and mugging these people for their groceries. They're not taking cash or their wallets or their handbags. They're stealing groceries from these people. And I'm getting sick of it, because my church group is walking these elderly or handicapped people to and fro from their cars, to and fro from their cars to the houses, because that's sick, folks, when you're robbing the elderly and handicapped and some of our vets. It just makes me mad as hell.
Yeah, I agree with you, Uncle Al.
Yeah, morality is really definitely dropped.
Yep. Yeah, it is. That's why they got me on tranquilizers, and I'm going because I have brain damage, because I misthink of things, and they're putting me I have to take another. What time is it? I think 20 minutes. I got to take a heavy dose of tranquilizers so it calms me down, so I don't get my third and final stroke. And then, my name's Uncle Al. He had a stroke on YouTube. And I don't want that.
Yeah, but I jumped in right when, in the last moments of Gray being online.
Right.
Just worked out that way. I know, overheard you talking about new rules and this and that, and how you're not supposed to talk about this, not supposed to talk about that, government's taking stuff down and all that. But here's an example. Here's two examples, and I'll just give it with an experience I had back in the 90s. It was overseas, war-torn country. The war had just finished, theoretically finished. Maybe I don't want to lie now. Oh no, it was about a year after war, technically speaking. And there was a big soccer match in the capital city of that country, and your mates were, "Oh, we're going to the soccer match," blah 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 blah. I'm like, okay, whatever. And went down there, and by this time I'd already learned quite a bit of the language. Not a lot, but a lot for me. Put it that way. Enough. Well, good enough to be able to chit chat, and so on. And the crowd, the president of the country was there. The defense minister was there, and I forget who else. But those two blokes I remember. May God forgive them, and so on. May they rest in peace. They're both dead. But the crowd was literally whistling at him and booing him. And I mean the whole entire crowd. Everybody. If there was a clap out there, an applause, it was drowned out. Nobody heard it. I just happened to be at a guy's place when the rerun of the match was on TV. And they announced the president, and all we heard was a huge applause on TV. Okay, this was 90s. Well, and we'll say, oh, that's an ex-communist country, ex-socialist country. That's normal propaganda, blah, 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 blah. To them, that's all okay. Okay, fine. We can make excuses for it. But again, facts are facts. That's how it was in those countries where there is a regime. Note the word regime. Well, in Australia, not this weekend like yesterday and today. Well, I guess Saturday's still there. But anyway, this weekend in Australia, not this weekend, last weekend in Australia, in the city of Melbourne, there was the biggest peaceful protest in the history of Australia, or the biggest protest in Australia, regardless. Somewhere between 650 and 700,000 people by some estimates, based on drone footage and software that counts little heads as it's flying past the crowd. I know those streets like the back of my hand, and I was surprised that it was only 600,000 based on how many of these main roads, because the city centre is all like a checkerboard. It's just squares. And I was shocked because I know the size of these streets and everything. But okay, fine. I'll go by the figures that the technology says. All the news media basically stated tens of thousands, right? And I mean, all the mainstream media said tens of thousands. They all belittled it so bad. It was crazy. The state premier of Victoria was full of it. I mean, literally full of it. His wording was such, it ended up sounding like there was only a dozen people there. Ironically, when you watch the other, I won't mention the unions, some other groups of people, drivers, teachers, and so on and so on, but I won't mention which particular organization. So, they had one or two little get-togethers. And I say get-togethers because officially they're protests, but with the number of people that was there, it was a get-together. That has been in the mainstream media at least 3 times that I know of in the last week. Now, over the past week, the mainstream media could have covered Australia's biggest protest in the history of Australia with and I'll just say over 600,000 to be on the safe side. Because unlike the other 2 biggest protests to date, one was allegedly against the war in Iraq, and that was hijacked by a socialist organization in Melbourne that had allegedly 250,000 people there. So this was almost 3 times the size, 2.5 times the size easily. And the one before that was women's rights back in the late 60s, early 70s with 150,000 people, an estimated 150,000 people there. And here we had over 600,000, official figures being about 650, and not a word. I can even dump a little video here, if you don't mind. You guys can watch it later on, and you'll see just how bad the propaganda is, just how bad the mainstream media is, and also the word regime, because we tend to really be angry and upset, and we find it unacceptable that other countries do this sort of thing, but it's happening in our countries as well. We're talking about, Western societies like Australia, which has never gone through any of the rubbish, always democratic, and yet if we don't talk about it, if we don't release it, who will? If the people who have access to this information, one way or the other, first hand or second hand, don't relay the information via the channels that we have, who will? And if the risk is losing your channel, well, don't get me wrong, it all depends on why a person is here. Is that a price? That's nothing, really. You lose a channel, you start another one. Big deal. You get my point? It's like the price is not big in comparison to how important it is to make sure that we don't get into that soccer match scenario that I talked about from the 90s in a former socialist regime, which was a new version of that same socialist regime, just with a different flag on top of it. Same things happening in Australia. From what we can gather, there is good reason to suspect that similar things, if not identical things, are happening in the United States as well, based on the events from 2020 and 2019 and so on with mainstream media. I saw it in Europe as well, in reference to I was there when it was happening. The influx of illegal immigrants and migrants who are coming from Middle East. The mainstream media was absolutely disgusting, because I knew cops who were working at the borders. I knew cops who were handling the situation, and what the media was doing was just absolutely disgusting, And we're talking media, not just local media. We're talking about Deutsche Welle, the big boys in the mainstream media. So no, we're not talking about some little country with unheard of. No. We're talking about all of Europe. So it's happening in Europe, USA, and Australia. And if we don't do that here on YouTube, who will? We don't, seriously, who will? And what? The price is you lose your channel? Big whoopie doozy. It's not a finger, it's not a leg, it's not an arm, it's not an eye, it's not your life. What have you lost? Nothing.
Right. It's the countries I'm worried that didn't like at all your opinion, and you disappeared, and your channel. That gets me kind of scared. I don't care
that
if
happened in China.
Yeah, I know, a lot in China, and also in like in the Philippines. I was watching this nice lady cooking, and the next time she's not there. Her whole channel's gone and disappeared. And I tell people, a lot of the mainstream media all around the world is controlled by two forces. We know who those guys are, so you have to be careful. You don't want to make yourself a target. And like one day she's cooking a nice meal, and the next day I go back and try to figure out how to end the meal, and it's like, this channel is no longer available. Like, what? But she's a little old lady just cooking. And then I do my research, and I find out she made a comment about the current administration of her area, and then her channel, and she disappeared. That's when I get nervous.
Well, that's why we need transparency. That's why we need to be pumping that information out there. If that little old lady or that little lady or whatever, that needs to be pumped out there. Who's going to pump that out?
Right.
Human beings like us who actually are here for the reason of getting the message out, of prepping, of getting people aware of reality, of not just living the lifestyle of like, oh, she'll be right, mate. I'll just go down to the shops and buy myself what I need, type of thing. So it's these people. People need to realize that things haven't really changed that much since the 60s, since this new form of consumer lifestyle of just walking down to the shops, driving down to the shops or ordering Uber to deliver your groceries. that wasn't a normal way of life. Yeah, you had the stores, you had all the chains and shops and all that, but preparing for the winter, having tools on hand, having stuff on hand to be able to fix your own stuff, heaven forbid, having a little, shelter that's safe, like let's call it a bunker, not wartime bunker. Well, Cold War it was a wartime bunker, but hurricane bunker, whatever you want to call it, typhoon bunker, I don't care. But just making sure that you're ready for the worst case scenario that can happen, and that will happen eventually.
Right.
You're not going to build. What was it you that said you're not going to build a flood thing or have fishing rods because you're not in an area where there's.
Yeah. I mean, I live in the desert. It's a little hard where you cast out, and I'm looking at what are you trying to do? Catch tumbleweeds? It's like lunacy. You have a survival kit and you put fishing gear. I'm looking around. There's sagebrush and tumbleweed out here. So what's good about that? Get rid of that and get a couple of snare wire or a space blanket so the sun doesn't cook your brain when it gets 116 out here. That's Fahrenheit. Sorry, guys. But it gets hot. Auslander knows what I'm talking about. Hot when that Australian sound pounds on your head.
Yes. Slip, slop, slap. Slip on a shirt, slop on sunscreen, slap on a hat.
Yep.
Old commercial advertisement from the back many moons ago when Uncle Al and myself and others were still playing football out in the street.
Right. It was like the 70s and early 80s when they put that commercial on.
Yep. Something like that.
Yeah.
What is that, 40 years ago now?
Yeah, about 40 years ago.
So to all the young people out there, about half a century ago, there was a thing called slip, slop, slap. Slip on a shirt, slap on sunscreen, slap on a hat. Guess what? Every kid in Australia knows it. I presume every kid in the US knows it too.
Yeah.
It works, man.
Yeah. Yeah, YouTube changed. It used to be like the Wild Wild West, and after 2015 and 16, it's more corporate organized. So YouTube is not YouTube in China. They only allow certain aspects of our lives, they point out. And some of people's videos like, see, the evil American lifestyle. I'm reading under the print, evil Australian lifestyle. I'm like, what the hell? In Mandarin on the little tiny, bottom says evil American lifestyle or evil Australian lifestyle or the evil Japanese lifestyle, because their YouTube isn't a regular YouTube. It's kind of a fake YouTube because all their, whatchamacallit?
WeChat. No, not WeChat. What's it called?
TikTok, WeChat, WeChat.
TikTok. No, TikTok's a monster of its own.
Yeah.
Monstrosity of its own.
Yeah. Because it's like little shorts for TikTok, and WeChat is like an internet connective.
It's all inclusive. You pay, literally digitizing life, making life digital.
Yeah, it just drives you nuts.
I bet it drives a lot of people in China nuts too, more so than us.
Yeah, and then on the gender thing, that's another topic. You have to be careful on gender. But I don't do children, gender, nothing like that on my channel. Okay, I might discuss it, but it's their lifestyle. I don't give a care. They shouldn't give a care about my lifestyle. It's an opinion. Don't do crazy things on YouTube, folks, because most of the time YouTube isn't real. Because I see these wonderful demonstrations of kids, and they're always in a woodland area. They never come out where I live. I'm like, let's see you do that out here. There's no trees. There's sagebrush and tumbleweed, and there's a rattlesnake every 10 paces. Yeah, let's see you go out there and set up a nice brush shelter or get a big pile of leaves. And there's a tree right there, and then another 100 yards or meters, there's another tree. Let's say you string up a tarp between those two or a hammock, because that always cracks me up because I live in a really crappy area. I have 6 environments I have to worry about. I have desert, savanna, which is farmland or grazing. I have lower foothills, higher foothills. You know, when you're gently rolling foothills goes like this, then all of a sudden it goes like that, straight up, and then drops down and straight up again. That's the higher foothills. And then you have alpine, that's where you have your wooded area, your trees, the wonderful like Yosemite pictures. And then I have the high Sierras, and I show people pictures of that. I'm like, oh my God, where the hell is this? Sorry, jocularity, but when they go out there and look at it, there's nothing up there. You pass the alpine line, there's no trees, it's just granite and snow or wind. And I warn people, you have to go up there slowly, because I've seen people that, oh, I could go up there. And then when they come down to my area, the desert, they have embolism because they repressurize wrong. They have it's like deep sea diving. You have nitrogen in your bubbles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they came off of a peak and they come down all of a sudden, like within 2 or 3 hours, down to my level, and then and they keel over, turning purple. And no CPR cannot rescue these people because there's blood actually boiling in their body. So I tell people, know your area, because there's fine survival channels. I love them. I watch them all the time, but it doesn't work in my area. It's like people who do jungle survival. I don't think that they work too well in Jordan's area. Do you have any jungles in your area, Jordan?
No jungle.
You have snow, right?
Snow we have, yes.
Yeah.
A lot of it.
Yeah. So it does get pretty hilarious at times. Yeah, I would. Let's see. I know Thorhaven's still cooking dinner, so I got to take off because, like I said, I got to take tranquilizers and medication, guys. So it's a nice chat. If you get a chance, go stop by and let's see. Don't ow.
Yeah, I just asked everybody if they could please consider saving a video that was done by one gentleman in Australia in reference to what I was talking about earlier, and to even consider doing reaction videos. Just play it, comment on it, and so on and so on, the usual thing, so that more and more copies of it get released all over the world, so that people can see what exactly is happening, but done in a way that YouTube approves of. You don't have to copy paste the video as a whole. You just copy paste it and play it and discuss it.
Right.
People say your thoughts on it, and that way that's allowed as per the terms and conditions of YouTube, and more people will see it around the world, and hopefully that will put more and more pressure onto the reality. More and more Aussies will get aware of the fact of what's going on.
Yeah, and don't do it on just one social media stream. Do all of them. That way you have better coverage, and they can't go after 15 different streams. So you do it on WeChat, you do it on YouTube, you do it on Discord. I forget the others. I know I need to take my medication.
BitChute, Odyssey,
right.
Twitch, I don't know where else.
Yeah. So like I said, folks, I'll catch you later. And make sure when you use these, don't lose the bag. Keep burning myself by touching this. Later, folks. You have a nice day, Jordan. You too, Auslander.
You too. Have a good one.
You too. Take care. Yeah, that's Uncle Al. He always has great ideas. Great. He seems to have answers on basically everything.
Yeah. Well, experience is experience. You can't take that away from people. Know-how, that is. You can take a person's diploma away from you and say, well, we no longer qualify you as a engineer because somebody doesn't like you or whatever the reasons may be. But the experience and the know-how that person has, you can't take that away from the person.
Yeah.
Sorry I'm late. I slept in.
That's okay. Well, people just pop in when they can. I don't. Nobody can be exactly when the stream begins. So, well, people pops in when they can. J-Rock Cultivation, welcome. Good to see you here.
Yeah, I think my perspective on some things on YouTube have changed over the past month, definitely. Yeah. Because realistically, I mean, to lose, like what people always keep saying, oh, but so much effort has been put into a YouTube channel. Okay, if you have all the videos saved on a hard drive or something, yeah. Fine. So you haven't lost anything as far as the materials go. And what have you lost, really? Nothing. Okay, I understand that some people have YouTube as a source of income, so they might feel the money side of it. And it always comes down to the money, really. At the end of the day, it's the money that hurts. Like I said, There's only two best ways to hurt a man of our species: kick him between the legs, or take his wallet. He'll every man on this earth will be like, will feel the pain one way or the other. One being physical, the other being, So money talks. That's all I see as being, you haven't lost anything if you lose a YouTube channel. You haven't lost anything, really. You're alive, you're well, you're able to open up a new channel, you're able, whatever. And so for the time being, you're able to open up a new channel under a different name and so on and so on. So really, at the end of the day, have you lost anything? No.
Not really.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just an old bugger that, sort of like compares that to losing your leg or your foot or your arm or whatever.
Yeah. And if you're a small channel and you get monetized, you don't make that much money anyway. It's only basically pennies you get. So when you begin to make the real big money is when you are up on million followers. So it's when you reach that size, your channel is up to that size, you can make real big money. But otherwise, pocket money. And I'm not doing YouTube for money or something. I do it for fun and a hobby. And meet new friends.
Yeah. True. I actually started the video side of things. I was watching for ages and ages, but just a viewer. But I never actually made videos up until I realized that, enough is enough. When I started talking smack, there we go, a nice word, sort of talking rubbish about preppers, it was like, hang on a second.
Yeah.
What's going on here? Blaming preppers for stuff that went on in 2020. What a joke. It was like, whoa, I did not have to, my wife and kids did not have to run to the shops and buy a truckload of toilet paper. Why? Because we had someone in stock. You see my point? It's like, and same applies to all other preppers. So these outright lies, this misinformation, the famous word misinformation, what the mainstream media is now proven to be guilty of. Reference the video that I just put the link to. You know, it's like, hang on a second. People spreading lies about preppers cleaning out the shelves in these shops in 2020 or 2021 is a load of rubbish. We go out, we procure things wherever there is plenty of stock. We never, the vast majority of preppers, if not almost all, you know, with a higher percentage than what the recovery rate is from some viruses, 99.75% of preppers do not take the last can of corned beef or Spam or anything like that off the shelf.
I agree.
Yeah.
That is why the reason why a prepper don't take every can, because they take a little 1 or 2 cans every month. So maybe 4, no more.
Well, it depends on the number of people you have in the house.
Yeah. Yeah. It depends on how many people.
So that's when that straw broke this old camel's back here. It was like, oh no. I'm gonna say my piece. I don't care.
Yeah, I noticed we get even here in Sweden, we got shortage of TP paper. So because people panic buy it. So
yes, panic is a normal reaction. Look, we all panic. I don't care. You can be the Clint Eastwood or Clint Eastwoods, you know, cool, calm, and collective. But even Clint Eastwood in his movies had some scenes where it was like, quotation marks, panic.
Yeah.
Although it's like, and I say Clint Eastwood because he's the coolest character of them all when it comes to panic situations. You know, he's like, cuss word, not again. But that's his like, oh, I'm panicking now. I've got to cuss about this situation. Yeah, but I love that bloke. I love his movies, should I say.
Yeah, me too. Especially Dirty Harry.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the way he handles things. I love it. There was one great movie where he was a veteran living next to a family of Americans who were had recently moved, who were Americans for maybe not from birth, put it that way, if I understood right, if I remember rightfully. And the gang warfare that was going on and all that. And the way he handled that situation, you know, those little thugs, those wannabe mobsters, you know, it's like, okay, that's how, the difference between old school and these mobster type of characters who are tough in numbers and so on. It's like, the Hollywood tough guys, you know, the guys that want to be tough like the Hollywood guys.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite movies. Like, so you think you're tough, huh? All right. Sorry.
Yeah, and his characters has a distinctive attitude.
Yeah, even in Every Which Way But Loose. What was it? Right Turn, Clyde. Punk.
Yeah, that is his standard phrase. That is his standard phrase. Punk.
Yeah. Mate, love it. So yeah, I'm just sorry that I didn't get up earlier, but it was just, in fact, I was enjoying the rest after yesterday's, because the driveway is is very steep here, and with the pallet jack, I found that it was an industrial pallet jack. It looked kind of funny when I got it. It was like the forks were a little wider than the usual the regular pallet jack, and I was like, oh well, maybe it's made to new specs, who knows. And then when I went to chuck the pellets on top, some of them didn't fit. I'm like, get that, out of here. It's like, gulp. Yeah, well, so I have to buy another pellet jack, a regular one.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I won't say it was a waste of money, but you know what? In a way, it's a good thing because many times in the past I needed 2 pellet jacks, I only had 1. So now I'm forced to buy a second one, so I'll have 2 now when moving.
That's good.
Yeah.
One is none, 2 is 1. So.
Well, I had this example. I had in my workshop back in Europe at the homestead. I had a workshop as well, which was my place of business. It was on the same property, obviously, and it wasn't that big. But one of the pieces of machinery was really long and heavy. I was like, and it was just almost impossible. So I put the pellet jack on one side, put whatever it was, some chunk of wood underneath. I forget the size of it. Probably about almost a foot by a foot in size. Did the same on the other side, and put the pellet jack in the middle of the damn thing, and I had to zigzag it backwards and forwards, right? And sort of like it was. And when the guys came the next day, they said, "Who moved this? How did you move this? The forklift? What? You can't put a forklift. How did you get it from over there to over there?" I said, "With the pellet jack." What, one? Who was helping it? Nobody. Because the other guys were like, "Oh, it can't be done. It can't be done." And don't tell me it can't be done, because you tell me it can't be done, I'm like 1 inch away from that cliff, from jumping off that cliff and proving that it can be done. Yeah. Yeah, I still got a bit of that old mentality, the 21-year-old mentality, as I say. Don't dare me, because if you dare me, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
It's just not for silly stuff anymore, most of the time.
Enelia and David's channel, welcome to my stream. Good to see you again, my friend. Nelia is from Philippines, and her husband is from UK.
Oh, okay. Cool.
They live in the UK, both of them. So.
Oh, my condolences to them.
Yeah, they are really nice people, actually, and they have a channel as well. So.
I'm an Aussie. I'm picking on the Poms, on the Brits.
Well, UK has their problems, and it seems to get worse there.
Yeah, the UK's had issues for a very long time. Democracy is democracy. It's great, but you see that it is full of flaws when logic isn't applied, when common sense isn't applied. Yeah, it can, I won't say fail, but it can be counterproductive in some of the decisions made. And we've seen that throughout the ages, the last century, where decisions were made to do things, and they 30 or 40 years later was like, oops, maybe we shouldn't have done that X amount of years ago. Same type of mistakes as what China did with the war against sparrows, for example. Seemed like a good thing to do, I guess, when that head of the Communist Party back in whatever it was, 1950s, decided to kill all the sparrows, but then they had locusts eating up all their crops. Yeah, so I guess they So every form of governance is imperfect, regardless. But I will say that democracy seems to be the best one out of the lot so far.
Yeah. No government is perfect.
Nah, definitely not. None. I fear all these people that say that, I really fear people that passionately, that's the nicest word I can choose, talk smack about democracy and talk smack about the democratic world, and it's like, especially, and many of them are those that talk about socialism as if their version of socialism, that socialism was never done right, communism was never done right.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, so what you're saying is you're like another Adolf Hitler who has a different version of socialism, who's going to tweak it a little bit and or try and make it his own version, or you're another version of Stalin or whatever, Lenin or any of these revolutionaries who caused millions of people to die, had millions of people killed as a result. So you're no better than them because you think you got it right in your head and everybody else is wrong. Those people, I won't say they scare me, but man, I'm looking over my shoulder when I see a person like that. I don't want that person behind my back at all, anywhere. I want them in my eyesight at all times to make sure that I'm safe and that everybody that's behind me is safe. Put it that way. Crazy world we live in. And yeah, those types are all over the world, man, from Australia to you name it. How goes the homestead? Packing the container up, Harvey. Getting ready for the move. Boxes, you name it. And I'm very, very, very angry at the person, namely myself, who bought all those bloody screws and nuts and bolts and nails, and I've still got to get more nails. Bloody hell. Lacking nails. So in your preps, make sure you have plenty of nails. Yeah. I thought I had enough, but then I saw like, ooh, this is not going to last. Nope. So I still got to build the place.
Well, you seem to have a question for you.
From Harvey? Yeah, I'm just answering him. Yeah, we're packing the container up. The move, man, the move. Got all the water. I got most of the water stuff. Yeah, Harvey, we discussed water filters and that. I did end up buying those water filters, but I will get an under sink water filter for the drinking water. So, economically speaking, it was the best one, and those large filters are easy to maintain. I did my homework on those ones that we were looking at, the links that I sent you on Discord the other week. So yeah, it all came down to finances and practicality. Actually, I've got to do a video on those if I haven't already. May have already done it. No, I think I did put a video up. Oh, whatever. Who cares? We'll figure it out.
Well,
too early in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, they were never done right, which reminds me of that joke. Old East European country about there being two kinds of communism: real communism and functioning communism. Yeah, Renan, I spent almost 3 decades of my life in a former Eastern Bloc country. My wife and kids were all born there. I learnt the language. Did my bit there. Don't ask me why. Young and dumb and all the rest that goes with that. And I hear you loud and clear on that. Those people in the former Eastern Bloc countries that have experienced the worst of it. And I managed to meet up with some older blokes out there who had been there prior to and during the Second World War. I don't know if any of them are alive anymore. And they had a story or two to tell about the different eras and different ages and different regimes from the Austro-Hungarian through to the Second World War, then the communist era, the differences between the 50s, then the difference between the 60s and 70s, and then 80s, and the fall of communism. And now the semi-social, the mix and match. And it's just a bloody, I don't know what to call it. It's a bit of everything now. It's just wild west, quotation marks, from the former Eastern Bloc, as far as the way money is handled, capitalism is handled, or open market, free market is handled, and communism in the sense of how the control factor is handled. So I hear you loud and clear on that, Renan. First-hand experience here on this end from a foreigner who lived there, who never was accepted as a local, by the way. Always the foreigner, I'm always the Auslander. How are the food prices? Food prices suck, Harvey, in Australia.
Has they gone up or?
Yes, they're going up. Definitely going up. And on the shelves, if you go to the regular supermarkets, the big names, and I'll name them: Coles, Woolies, because we're live streaming here.
Yeah.
Coles, Woolworths, and Safeways in Victoria, which is owned by Woolworths. What other ones? But regardless, the big brand names supermarkets, I found that having gone to a few of them in the last month or so on a regular basis, quotation marks regular basis, always checking the canned foods and stuff like that, I found that the canned foods are in very low numbers in comparison to what they were once upon a time. So it's the same story in Australia as far as the shelves go, but they're not empty. And we also, Mrs. and I put out a video from just the other day, Friday, I think it was. We found a little, like, I don't know, I won't call it a warehouse, but like a shop where they just have the boxes out. There's not much shelving. It's just boxes of products.
Yeah.
And you just, like I compared it to Lidl in Europe or Aldi. Lidl more so. It reminded me more of Lidl, but Lidl's more commercialized. Whatever.
Yeah, Lidl is more commercialized, yes.
But they still have the habit of putting boxes out on pallets. Yeah, it's not the case of everything's on a shelf. But that's what it kind of reminded me of, a small Lidl. And we found that the prices were actually pretty good. And we put a video up and the address for anybody that's living in Western Sydney, or if you know anybody in Sydney, in Australia, tell them, hey, here's a shop that has that. Some of the products, you have to watch the use-by dates on them. Because as a prepper, you never want some. Well, you can grab a can or two, I guess, a couple of cans of stuff that you're going to use straight away. But some of the products have a very short use-by date or a use-by date that may have just passed by. Some, not all, some. And I stress that word "some." So you have to be wide awake and check every single pallet. Take a couple of cans and check them just in case.
Yeah.
But the prices, just to give you an example, on the products that we purchased, we estimated somewhere between 160 and $200 saving, and we spent $500. So if we'd gone to if we'd gone to the stores that we regularly go to, not to name any for this part, we estimated, as per our expenses and the receipts that we have on hand, a saving of anywhere between 160 and $200 saving.
Yeah.
We would have spent that much more if we went to these stores where you have everything. So yeah, if anybody wants to check that out and share it to other Aussies in Sydney, go for it, mate. It is in the western suburbs. City of Sydney is about, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 million, whatever it is. It's pretty widespread, but still, I'm sure that for a couple $100, spend 500 instead of 700. I'm sure that people will. Some people will go the extra few clicks to get there.
Yeah, we've probably facing a food crisis here in Sweden as well, so we can probably see our food prices go up too, and that is mostly because of the farmers' increased costs. So on fuel, fertilizer, and power. So all these three, the price has gone up so much. So one farmer said, and with these costs, I don't know if I can produce any more meat because it's so expensive. And the yearly cost has increased for the farmers by 4.1 billion crowns.
That sounds too much. I don't care what currency it is. It sounds like it's too much. 1.5 billion bloody ticks is a lot of bloody.
It doesn't matter if it's crowns or dollars or yen or whatever. 4.1 billion is a lot of money.
Ouch.
And if the government don't come up with a support package for the farmers to cover up the increased costs, we probably will face a food crisis. I believe it in the next 2 months, maybe 3 or 4 months. So I will keep an eye on that and see what happens.
Look, the prices are not going down, that's for sure. That's a guaranteed fact.
Yeah, and the coffee price here has gone up from September, October to November. On 3 months, the coffee has gone up 25%.
Ouch. Hey, we bought a coffee. My missus bought a coffee tree about a couple of months back. In a pot plant. You went to Bunnings Warehouse, like the hardware store, the big hardware store in Australia, among others, Mitre 10 and so on. But Bunnings is the most famous one, I guess. It's the Walmart of Australia. She bought a coffee tree, and she was buying it for the coffee. And I'm thinking to myself, well, the cherries on them are apparently pretty good too,
Yes, Renan. One farmer, he had in fuel cost, a yearly fuel cost, he had to pay 100,000 crowns yearly, and that was normally he used to pay at least half of that yearly, and now he's up on 100,000. And the fertilizer and the power, he needs the power to keep the air condition and things on the barn and things like that. So the power price has gone up a lot. So on fertilizer and power, he had to pay about 80, I believe it was 80 to 90,000. So it doesn't work, actually. So that is really bad. But I will keep an eye on it and see what happens. Was that with or without subsidies? Because my understanding is that they got some, 20 to 45% subsidies when it comes to fuels, at least gas. Our fuel prices here are, for diesel, you have to pay almost 20 crowns for diesel. And for gas, you have to pay almost 18 crowns. And for the E85, which is ethanol, that has gone up to from 10 crowns per liter to 17 crowns per liter. So I don't think no, I don't think the farmers get any subsidies.
No, I think they do, because European European Union actually pushes subsidies.
Yeah, maybe from the European Union, the farmers get some money, but
not enough. That's for sure.
Not enough, exactly. And the farmers say they can't raise their prices to get to cover up the high costs. They can't do that. So, because everything is what you call it, centralized in one and the same spot. I believe it's in the EU that controls everything, how much farmers can take. So they can't raise the prices. They can't. So if they can't raise their prices to cover up their costs, they lose money instead of making any profit on it. So that is a bad situation for the farmers.
Well, it comes down to big government, doesn't it? I mean, it all comes down to centralizing the control of everything.
Yeah.
If little farmers, small farmers, whatever you want to call them, in comparison to these mega tycoon corporate farming entities out there, if they can't survive, that means that they're being killed off. Yeah, they're being purged, gone, never to be seen again. Yeah. And the big boys just take over and they control everything. So it comes back to centralization of control, centralization of funding, centralization of politics, centralization of everything. And that's also got a name for it. It's called regime.
Yeah.
I mean, some in history, in the course of human history, we've seen that done via force, via violence, war, and so on and so on. But now we're seeing it being imposed upon humanity via something that's called money. Simple as that.
Money controls everything these days.
Yep.
Well, it always has. So.
Wealth controls everything. But now you have an infinite supply of quotation marks wealth, which is just a bit of ink on some paper, and it's in the hands of and control of those who want total and utter control. It's amazing how we keep. I always quote a saying that I heard years ago. It says, "History doesn't repeat itself; people do."
Yeah. Yeah. I
agree with that. Whether you use a rifle or whether you use a $100 note / bill, makes no difference. The tool may be different, but the end result is the same.
Yep, it's expensive here, but they get subsidies on that. And to my understanding, the Swedish government is actually harder on everything when it comes to EU support compared to most other members. Well, but it's what the farmers get from EU is we have 15,000 farmers, and they're gonna share on million. So
you know what? I think just like with any team sport, any conglomerate of people in a club, there's always going to be somebody who's complaining, and nobody's ever really happy. Rarely is rarely is any member 100% content. Same goes with the EU. Just like this one hunting club that I was a member of when I was in Europe, and people were arguing over the meat in the freezer. It's like, like who got more meat, who got less meat. It's like, hang on a second, it's there for everybody when you need some wild meat to make a stew or something. But nope, people were arguing over it.
Yeah, compared to e.g. France, I'm not that. I don't know how it is in France, but I'm not really sure what. So
yeah, that's one of the fallbacks of a voting system that's based on majority rule, is that when some people figure out they can abuse it, they do. So maybe this is another case of the more populated countries, i.e. Germany, France, abusing the actual EU voting system when it comes to the distribution of wealth.
yeah. I'm not a big fan of EU because I think they put their noses and try to change our things here. I got a feeling that they will take over and control over us and put their things that we don't want here. But they sneak in those new rules, new laws, They EU wanted us to ban snuff. So
what? Really?
Yeah. They were they have talked about that a lot of times, that they would force us to stop selling snuff, or we should ban snuff. But the problem is too many in this country use snuff, so it is basically more or less a tradition in this country to use snuff. So
try to make everybody behave the same way, think the same way. It's all these. I mean, you know what? All these people that are in power, they all want you to. Not all. Let me rephrase it. The vast majority of them seem to believe that they have it right, and what they think is the only way that is the right way to think and live and do things. And if you don't do it the way they say, guess what? You're wrong, and you should be punished for it.
Yeah.
That's the crazy part, and you can compare that to to any little Hitler out there or any little Stalin out there from the past. If you don't do it their way, you're buggered. Yeah. Same thing with government bodies like the EU. If the majority, quotation marks, the majority, those voting, that they have control over the voting, think that it should be done their way for whatever reason, no matter what the motive may be. And if you don't do it, you're buggered. And here's a good example of it. They disagree with snuff, but hang on a second. If they're going to ban snuff, they may as well ban cigarettes. They may as well ban alcohol. They may as well ban any other thing that may be abused by people to, it's like you can't stop abuse.
I'm somewhat of a fan of the EU. And my experience is that most of the things people dislike about EU are misunderstandings or lies.
I don't know. The country I was living in, it was a split type of. They saw the opportunity that EU could offer them, but they also later on realized that maybe it wasn't such a good idea to join the EU because of the control factor. Because a small country with a small population in the EU, you can buy off they can buy off the politicians, they can buy off the political parties, they can buy off the government bodies, you know, the NGOs, but they can't buy off all the people.
Some rules, some things I can accept, but when they try to ban things that something we have used for maybe since the 1700, yeah, I mean, why ban something? Because it has been, when you use snuff for since that's probably since 1700 and until now, that makes it a tradition. Basically, it's acceptable. So yeah, ban this? No, that would be a total mess because people would protest against that. So because it's too many here in this country who use it. So
Sorry about that, my phone.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah.
And my neighbour's bloody mowing outside again.
Okay, let's see what Rhiannon has to say. Next time it's for you, Jack.
Yeah, Rhiannon, look, again, like I said, from what I saw, there was the same flaws in the EU as what there is in any government, mega government type of organization, whether it be federal or socialist federation of USSR, or any type of mega conglomerate of peoples under one umbrella of government. The same issues arise all the time. It has every time throughout the course of history. Because, you know, to go all the way to the end, different cultures, different peoples, different requirements, different parts of the world, different traditions, and not to forget that each and every human is an individual as well. So there'll never be a conformity of everybody being able to live under the one umbrella and be content. Well, no, let me rephrase it. Not never, but it hasn't. That form of governance hasn't worked ever in the past. So same thing applies to the EU. It may be good enough for some groups, but not for all groups. That's the thing. And to impose what the majority of those groups want or believe or think upon those that live differently or have different ways of thinking is not going to bring around good results based on historical 100% results to date. I mean, in history, it's never brought about happiness, always bloodshed. And, well, bloodshed and a lot of pain. Unfortunately. And here we are, people doing the same thing over and over again.
Hey, Toyman. Good to see you.
And I'm not against the idea of EU. I'm not against the idea of European nations banding together when, let's say, for example, it comes to the defense of Europe against potential enemies from the East. I can fully agree with that, for example. As a positive side to what the EU could offer. But are they concentrating on the positive things, or are they concentrating on the control of the citizens? You see my point? It's like,
yeah,
thoughts and, you know, okay, I teach my kids the following and I try to live by it although mea culpa, I failed a billion and one times at this. You express your thoughts with your words, but you prove your true character and your sincerity with your deeds. The European Union, apparently these people that think one thing express it via their public system of bringing about decisions is another thing, but then their deeds are based on things like snuff, for example, instead of what matters in the current day world since the EU came about, and that is the potential enemies from the East. And I say potential because things may work out for the best, but they also may not, based on all the events that have been happening over the last 30 years. So reality check, let's look at their deeds. And all we have is a repeat performance of historical mistakes from history with these conglomerates of nations and peoples and states and who knows what else not, where, it just doesn't work. It ends up being a thing about money and control and personal wealth, or wealth for the minority groups that are in power, and not about the best interests of all those peoples that are in that conglomerate.
Yeah.
I know some people are going to say, oh, but we have democracy now with this and we're at a different level of morality. Well, you know what? That level of morality came about after the Second World War. That's a historical fact. And based on what I've seen in Australia, based on what I've seen in Europe up until recently, and from what we've all seen and heard from the States, and I'm talking as an Aussie now, as a person who's not a US citizen, or a Canadian up north in above the, wherever, it's like, guess what? It looks like that level of morality that we managed to get to, which was summed up in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, is now being set aside because people have had it too good for too long. And, it's like, hang on a second, haven't we learned our lessons? Obviously not. Those generations that did are gone, and we, their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, are making the same mistakes as those during their generation and prior to them who brought about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Yeah. We're making the same mistakes.
Rhiannon has something to say, obviously, today to you.
Look, whether that be an EU army or a coordinated, like NATO has, NATO's a good example as far as the idea goes, but maybe not the ideal comparison. It doesn't have to be a European Union army. It can be a coordination of nations' military forces, of their defense force. Note, defense forces. I emphasize that word, defense, where the coordination is there so as to ensure that all nations have the ability to protect themselves against an attacking force, a foreign attacking force. That doesn't mean that the EU should be a big army that can go out and take over other countries or anything like that. Well, look, the snuff thing, I don't know anything about it. I just mentioned it because of the fact that it was mentioned here. Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. Maybe not the best example.
I heard about we should have a European army, one army in the whole Europe. Well, I don't. I'm a little bit skeptic. Well, we are a small country, and we have always been neutral, but we are not neutral since we joined EU. We lost that. So we can't proclaim that we are neutral anymore because we are not.
Well, no country is neutral. Even Switzerland isn't neutral. They're neutral as far as the general gist of things goes, but the decisions are never neutral. You can never sit on two chairs with one rear end, as I heard one saying go. You can never be on both sides of the fence without your eyeballs popping out because the barbed wire is prickling the short and curlies. It just doesn't work.
Yeah. But anyway, the times are getting tougher and harder, and everything seems to turn to be darker times. And I don't know how next year will be or what will happen or anything like that. I have no idea, but we have to wait and see. And if everything goes south next year or 23 or 24, 25.
Oh, it's there. Hey, Shadow, it's there, man. It's already there. These are not just telltale signs of what's coming our way. If tomorrow, for example, the food chain, the big mega food chain that we in the world have established, especially in the Western countries, were to, for whatever reason, fail for a period longer than 30 days, people will be dying, will start not having the amount of calories they need to survive.
Yeah.
Not to mention the medical supplies, not to mention anything else. So we are in that situation right now. We have set ourselves up for the fall. We can blame the politicians, but we vote them in. So, you know, I look in the mirror when I look for who's at fault in this household. And Brennan, I'll just say there's a perfect example of what I was talking about, a conglomerate of peoples not being able to fall under the one umbrella as far as governance goes. Because all peoples are different on this earth. That's the beauty of it. You know, every human being is unique, let alone add to that the cultural this and that, and it's wonderful. So we'll never have a one mindset as far as there's no, you know, one size fit all type of thing. I see the beauty in that. I don't see that as a problem, while these politicians and these governments see that as a problem. That's the problem. We've gotten to a stage where we're voting in people who want to everybody to conform. It's like, no, there is no conformity when it comes to individuality. There is a moral understanding what's right and what's wrong, but the way you live, the way you think, mate, that's called a regime. What the EU is doing is equal to a regime. Maybe not using violence to impose it, but they're using money. It's the same thing. Take out. Okay, here's an example: the Balkans, Sarajevo, Bosnia, and Herzegovina, right?
Yeah.
Former Yugoslav Republic. War, EU, not EU, sorry, UN troops, those knuckleheads, and so on and so on. You know, nothing. In came the US with the implementation force, I4 forces. They pointed their weapons at all the warring sides and said, "Look, we got more weapons than you. We can outshoot you anytime, any place, anytime." That's first piece of information everybody needs to know out there. Second piece of information: here's a big bag of money put in the middle of this city called Sarajevo. If you want a piece of that, you have to get rid of your weapons and stop warring. You know what the people did? They threw their weapons away, buried them, cut them up, whatever, in no time, just to grab a piece of that money. End of story. That's the reality of the truth that happened there. Peace wasn't brought about with common understanding or all of a sudden an enlightenment of morality. It was a big bag of money that was put in the middle of this one city, right? And all of a sudden, and guns pointed at the warring side saying, "We got bigger and better guns than you." Okay? That's the cartoon type of image that I want you to have about what happened there. Just to give an example.
Yeah. And Angie says mental health here in the UK has gone through the roof and no resources to cope with it. You're not allowed to be different. It's seen as wrong if you don't comply with certain rules right now, medically speaking.
Well, it's a lot more than medical now. It's gone past medical. It's now gone to the way you live, what you do, where you get your food from, where you get you this, where you get you that, how you're looked upon by other people, and so on and so on. Hatred is being built up due to a whole heap of misinformation or lack of information, should I say, lack of transparency, where people are beginning to hate each other. Note, and I'll give an example which is very extreme, and I have every right to use it because of my family history, the following. Jews are evil. They are the evil ones amongst us. They need to be put aside. They are the ones that are the problematic people. We need to put them aside, let them live their life, boom, boom, boom. Later on, that was known as ghettos. We all know how that ended up. Every form of segregation through the course of human history has not ended well for humanity. Hence the Universal Declaration of Human Rights after the Second World War, in that era. So again, it's we're making the same mistakes as what our forefathers and foremothers made in the past. Different names, different flags being waved, whatever you want to. I don't care what you call it. Segregation is segregation. No matter what the actual prerequisites for the segregation may be, the criteria, that is.
Thanks, Harvey, for putting that link in the chat.
Oh, here's a funny one. Now that Wikipedia, Google, and all that. One of my daughters last night read out a little meme that said, if your name isn't Google, stop talking like you know everything about everything, or something like that. You know?
Yeah.
I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah.
And another good one that said, your parents might be old, but at least they managed to get a diploma / finish off their education without Google.
Yeah. Stuart, correct. We forgotten. It's repeating.
Yes, and I like the word repeat because in my mind it means fire that damn, again, fire again, repeat, repeat. Get on that bloody radio and yell out the word repeat.
Yeah.
It's so meaningful to me every time I hear that word.
Yeah, that has I like that word too, actually.
Just hear the boom, boom, boom in the background, and then the doom, doom, doom on the other side's positions.
Yeah.
Every time, whatever. Memories. Read a book on the topic once.
Yeah. Lol, glad the EU can decide for you what is a good shape and size banana to eat. LOL. Good job. There aren't more important things to focus on.
You got a banana quality control whole team of EU funded, co-funded by the local governments / taxpayers, right, to put a banana to the test. Every single banana gets imported must be put to a measuring stick. Is that the right angle, the right color, the right shade? Is got enough brown spots on it or not, and so on and so on. Quality control.
Yeah.
Oh man, too funny.
That was a funny one.
How's your I'll say bunker. How's your basement / bunker going? Shadow.
Well, I haven't done that much yet. The work has took too much energy, so I'm working on it when I'm.
Oh, so building the bunker up is actually, or the basement, I'm sure I say, is taking up energy. So you're using up the prep that you put in there to supplement. It's like, I'm running out of food in there again. Why? I ate it all after I did a hard week's work of work.
Burn more calories to build a bunker
than what you can supply in there. Yeah. Mate. I guess that's only something that preppers understand.
Yeah, and I need to order the shelves. Yeah, I need at least order two shelves, and then when I get them, I try to fit them on a suitable spot down there. So when I get it done, so I can put up my begin my long-term food storage down there. So and I need to clean up the stuff I don't need. So most of it is actually some soda and Coke, and Pepsi Max, and that goes to recycling. I have at least 3 or 4 bags down there.
Yeah, see, that's the beauty. You see, you're living in a city. And I always say that's the beauty of living outside of a city. You upcycle, you reuse the items. You don't just send them off to be packaged and sent to a recycling plant. So, well, that's how it should be done. But in a city, I guess you don't have the choice. You don't have the luxury of doing that.
I think we have a little troll on in the chat. Yeah, we have a troll.
Oh.
This dude.
Yeah, well, choice of words there is kind of graphic, but it's still not rude.
Not rude, but I don't like it anyway.
He's not cursing, yeah. If it was an Aussie, you'd be hearing cuss words that would destroy your channel and everything.
No.
Yeah, you're right. Looks
no,
like
my gut feeling tells me something about that one. So
go with it, mate. Go with it. Go with it. Don't think twice about it. Gut feelings of, yeah. We've all experienced that.
Yeah.
It's a very respectful name. That might be his thing, Harvey. He might enjoy that. Hey, don't be so judgmental. You know, we're living in the 21st century.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'll quit while I'm behind. Sarcasm often gets misread, misunderstood.
Oh man, I haven't had a troll for a long time, and now they pop up.
Yeah, the joys of the internet. What can you do? Keyboard warriors everywhere.
Yeah.
But, I'm personally looking forward to the next video you put up there about the update, because not that I'm stalking you on your basement, but I'm actually I enjoy seeing people do something and progress with the project. I've always enjoyed watching that sort of stuff or listening to people talk about their progress in what they're doing, and it's like excellent because it's just positivity. Just put it that way.
Yeah. Well, I got at least I restocked my prepper pantry, food pantry, prepper pantry, which I call working pantry. I got an old bookshelf in the kitchen. I filled that up. So that is some progress, at least.
Heck yeah. Just keep sharing it, because we all need positivity, and seeing people do stuff and progress and move forwards with their goal towards their goals is we all need to see that positivity out there.
Yeah, I agree. When I get some more money, and I will order those 2 shelves I need, and then I had to when I get them, I had to just clean up the worst things so I can get the shelves in there and then begin to fill those shelves up. So
you know what you're lacking? You need a big, huge Swedish flag somewhere behind you when you're doing these live streams. No jokes, mate. I'm not being a smarty pants when I say that. I'm being very sincere and outright honest when I say that you really do need to put up a huge Swedish flag behind you, mate.
yeah,
just saying.
Yeah, I should do something behind me. I need
nothing better than your nation's flag, man, behind you. Yeah.
Well, that is a good idea. I never thought about that before.
Well, there you go. See, I'm good for something. Oh, yeah. Every now and then I come up with a good idea.
Yeah.
No need to call me off yet.
I need to find a flag in the right size.
Oh, right size is as big as possible.
Yeah.
Just talk to any of talk. Okay, I'm gonna be a little naughty now. Ask your wife; she'll tell you bigger is better. Sorry,
okay.
My wife says the same thing. Every wife says the same thing. And what do? We just sort of like turn around and go. Sorry. Yeah, you can't fix me, mate.
Yeah, and I do what I can for you, man. So you're a good friend, and you help me out, and I do what I can to help you out, Angie. So it's just a pleasure to help you out. So.
Well, there we have it. It always has to be. See, proof. We're all individuals, and you just proved it. Yeah.
Yeah.
One size doesn't fit all. I'm gonna quit while I'm behind. That's enough of that.
Can you get Bjork as well? I know she's Icelandic, but still, Bjork is basically birch, if you're gonna translate it. Well, I just can't get a birch in here. I heard things going south in the UK. Is that true, or is that just being an echo chamber? Probably it's after what I heard, it's going south in UK, but the situation there is really bad. So, and it will probably get worse. Probably.
It will. It will.
Yeah,
it definitely will.
Yeah, and things like that has a tendency to spread. So we will probably face that similar things here in Sweden as well, sooner or later.
All you got to do is go to the shops and just see how much money is being spent on, I won't say invested or wasted, but spent on luxury items. And I say luxury meaning big screen TVs and stuff like that, which yeah. I have nothing against it. If you can afford that and you can ensure that you and your family are set to go through a cold winter, and I say cold winter, just going by the tradition of surviving for thousands of years since humanity began to exist on this planet, and have a widescreen TV, sure, go for it. But if you haven't got what it takes to survive a winter, then you might want to think twice about spending money on luxury and start thinking about how to getting in touch with reality of the economic times. And I say economic times, not to go into any other quotation marks conspiracy theory, right? As some people like to brand it. The economics, I think everybody in the world can agree that the economic hardships that we're facing and that are going to be happening in the very near future as a result of mismanagement of situations in the past 2 years is going to result in touch and go situations for many a household out there, whether it be a single person or a family of 6 or 7 or 10. People have to start getting in touch, face reality rather than just and I use the Aussie term, she'll be right, mate. And I'm using that in a very negative sense now because she'll be right, mate, is not the right attitude to have. She'll be right only if you make it right. If you can ensure that she'll be right, mate. Because guess what? The government's not going to ensure it. They've mismanaged things in the last 2 years disgustingly bad. But we can go back to the last 50, 60 years and say, wow, this has been a build-up and accumulation of very bad management / mismanagement of a lot of things. Talking economics.
Yeah.
What's the crisis? Is that like crisis? Yeah. Oh, crisis is that I mentioned it earlier, vegan profits. We've all mentioned it many times. All preppers mention it. The crisis is, heaven forbid, if there were to be a situation in which we'll just say the food supply chain were to come to a halt for a period of, let's say, 30 days, which in some parts of South Africa, for example, it has happened or is happening right now. How many families will be able to have what they need to get through that period and through the period afterwards until the food chain and the supply chain gets back onto its feet as far as the centralized corporate system of supplying food that is in place now, is dysfunctioning. It's dysfunctional. It's not reliable. So we have set ourselves up for the fall. Will that fall happen in a week or a month or 6 months or a year? Is no longer a question of will it happen, but when will it happen? Because we've all become overly dependent on this supply chain. And this supply chain way of life with the current system in place has only been around since the 1960s. Now, to us that are alive today, that might seem like, oh, that's been around forever, because that's the only thing we've known of. But in reality, that's not even one sentence in the page of a history book of humanity. Survival, making sure that you are safe and you have what it takes to get through the hard times, is definitely something that has been absolutely normal throughout the course of humanity up until the 1960s, when this type of centralized mega supply chain run by corporate entities in collusion with in cahoots with the government has taken over. So yeah, we're too dependent. We have become way too dependent. We've placed our own safety, our own life into the hands of politicians. Way too much. Not like that ever failed in the past, is it? Be right back.
Yeah. Oh boy. His phone is always make a sound.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah. Your phone is obviously active today.
That's my wife's phone. Yeah, this is a place that we're renting out. It's all temporary, it's small, and making do with the space that we have. So I mean, I don't have my own little hideaway to be able to talk.
What I have noticed is some groceries are they lack on some groceries on the oh no, think. So those who deliver the groceries to the stores, they lack of some groceries. I have seen that on my grocery store when I have gone shopping. So
yeah, and imagine if just one staple food were to be in there to be a shortage, or one staple food.
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, cereals for a period of a month. Just one staple food. Yeah. How many families will be in strife because they've become so accustomed to and so dependent on just hopping in a car and going down to the shops and getting what they want as far as cereals go. And the kids in the morning, look, as a parent, I'm going to say openly, how do you try to explain to the children, we don't have it, you can't afford it, it's just there's none in the fridge or there's none in the pantry. And the kids don't understand that. And then add that stress, add that, it's just accumulate. They imagine that on a national level, then imagine that on an international level. And that's what we're seeing. We saw that in 2020. We don't have to imagine. We saw it in 2020. Yeah, we joke about the toilet paper, but that's a perfect example.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, we can blame people panicking as much as we want, but that's a natural human reaction to the unknown. Panicking. Yeah.
But you can prepare yourself to handle the unknown like a natural disaster or the grid goes down. You can, things like that you can prepare for.
We can do your best to try and be prepared for. Independence is not the right to go out and wave a flag and vote for who you want to vote for. That's not independence. Independence means that you are safe and sound, that you feel safe at home when it comes to living. Every which way, every which aspect of life is safe. You can't depend upon others, especially not those who control money, who have the ability to abuse their power or their responsibility. Because guess what? Greed does take over. We've seen that in the best of societies, let alone in societies which are so diverse, where you cannot avoid the negativity or the greed being a factor to watch out for.
What Random tried to say is Sweden is actually really vulnerable when it comes to electricity. And I have to agree with that. We are so dependent on electric that if something happens to it, well, we will basically go south. So, and it's too sensitive for disturbances as well. So, and I believe that is in the same thing in Australia as well. So,
oh yeah, definitely. Look, decentralization of everything is a great way to look at things as a long-term solution. And the technology exists for us to become decentralized. But that means that there's less money in it for those who currently control and have total 100, have a almost a pure monopoly on those services and supplies.
Yeah.
Like, for example, electricity. And I'll say Australia is a perfect example. Every house should have solar panels on it. Should. Why not every house has solar panels on it? I don't know. I presume it comes down to money and profits for those who control the power supply.
Yeah. And that is not the companies who send us the bills who has the electricity or decide the price on it. It is what do you call it? One big apple who controls everything.
Mm-hmm. It all goes back to the power plant, doesn't it? To where it's produced.
Yeah,
who owns that? Where is the source of the electricity coming from? Is that noise in the background loud?
Not that bad.
Let me just close the door. Hang on a second. 1 second.
Yeah.
Can't wait to get to the homestead, to our property. The loudest thing there will be cockatoos. Birds.
So you move up there permanently, or?
Yes, that is the plan. Well, that has been the goal for over roughly a decade now.
Yeah.
So we're at I won't say the final stage. We're at the first stage of actually seeing it happen.
Angie says her electric bills has gone up $100 a month. I can't afford to put the heating on, so using wood burner, but you won't be able to use that soon. Oh boy. That will be a problem. Might be worth checking that with your supplier, but the wholesale prices are going up massively.
Yeah, decentralization is the way to go with everything.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. This centralized system, one of the things that I saw in the former Eastern Bloc is central heating plants in the cities.
Yeah.
And to me, that was crazy. That was just nuts, because how much energy is being lost there. But again, considering the type of government that was in place and everything, the regime, I was like, I can see how they thought that was a good solution, because it gave them total control. It gave those that ran it total and utter control, which was the government, which was the politicians, which was the political party. Party over people, party over the individual, party over life.
Angie Mack says, "You got birds, did you say, Lander?"
Birds, yeah, birds. No pun. There was no pun intended in that, but yeah, I can see the funny side to that. Yeah. See, here's a funny one, right? You've got all these people out there which are so, what's the word for it? So enthusiastic about, deleting religion, right?
Yeah.
And they're so, I won't say passionate. It's beyond passionate. It's like they literally, you see their eyes light up and their heart pumping 100 miles per hour. They get color in their skin when they start talking about a life on this earth without religion, and how, and yet when I think about it, it's like, okay, so what you're doing is replacing religion with politics, replacing religion with man-made ideologies, which are only of a materialistic, type of sense. It's like, what's the difference? The difference is greed is more important in a materialistic world than what it ever will be in a metaphysical world. Yeah, it's like, because in a metaphysical world, there is no objects that are worth anything. There's no TV worth $1,000.
Yeah.
Or 10,000, or whatever the price may be. No religion, no wars, you think? Isn't the political ideology a religion? Look at the way people approach it. Isn't being anti-religious more so a cult nowadays than any religious cult was? Huh? Look at the way people are approaching it. It's like there's more hatred towards people who do believe in something metaphysical than what there is towards any other group, generally speaking. Remember, the Jews are the bad people. We need to segregate them. We don't pretend that there's something else outside of religion. Well, nobody can prove that for a fact. Either way, I'm not sure. Brandon, I may have missed what you're trying to say there. If you're talking about those that don't believe in something metaphysical, something that's not materialistic, sure, you can believe in what you can. If you believe in what you can touch, to be that and that alone, nothing else, fine. That's your choice. But you don't hate someone who believes that there might be something else out there, for which there is no proof that it doesn't exist, and yet there are many events, many things, many historical documents stating that there is something above and beyond the physical world around us. Could be, Brandon, could be. I'm not saying it is or isn't. I'm sure that is the motivation for many people out there. Without a doubt, greed. Physical objects, materialistic objects, being put as more important than loving one another, respecting one another, morality, which is above and beyond what most of us can do. Mea culpa. I'm the first one to break that rule of don't do unto others what you wouldn't have them do unto you, and believing in love and goodness and who knows what else. So there's something above and beyond just the physical objects around us or the land under our feet. Morality isn't about physical things all the time, about materialistic things. Far from it, actually. I think the materialistic things are the least of our worries, because what's worth $1,000 a day tomorrow is worthless. In less than 10 years, it's worthless, i.e. the VCR.
Angie says something, she has a good point in this. Greed steals peace of body and soul.
Yeah, I find that greed seems to be one of the, as soon as you start putting materialistic things ahead of the human being and goodness and love and forgiveness, everything goes, like you said, goes in the wrong direction, southwards. Although heading south isn't that bad if you're an Aussie. It means you're going home.
Yeah.
Well, a joke on my own accord, because I went south and I'm home. I'm happy.
Yeah.
Happy about that is. Exactly, Donna. You can't take it with you. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
and why is gold worth something? Because it's nice and shiny, and there's not a lot of it around the world. I mean, there's a lot, but not as much as other things. That's why we say, oh, it's worth a lot, because there's only a certain amount in supply. It's not infinite.
Yeah.
And yet here we are worshipping money, pieces of paper that can with ink on them, that can infinitely be produced with a stroke of a pen, as one politician said it. Yeah, many actually, but recent history of U.S. political history. Stroke of a pen. And yet here we are, how many people are doing bad things to other people because of money? Ancient aliens? I don't know. Wasn't around. I can't state that for a fact. I don't think anybody can.
Aztecs and Mayas had a lot of gold jewelries. So.
Yeah, it was nice and shiny, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And you had to work hard to get to it and to mold it into what you wanted to be, a nice, pretty little piece of shiny jewelry.
And I believe the Egyptians had a lot of gold too, but.
Yep. Angie, I hear you loud and clear on that. Learned a number of lessons in my life on that same topic. And I'll agree with you 100% on what you just stated. Not to say that I'm still not learning. I'm learning big time. But
yeah.
Oh, sorry. This little boy.
Yeah. Yeah, Donna, it's cute. I agree.
Yeah, well, the joys of living in a small house. and having kids.
Yeah.
And not turning the mute on time. Here we go. Here's the reason why he's yelling for mum to wake up. His stomach is growling. There we go. Now we know why.
Yeah. Well, somebody has to put something in the stomach then. I'll give him some food. Give me a nice Mediterranean beachfront and I will happily fish for food and watch the sunset each night.
Yeah, there are many cultures in places around this world, in particular on the islands, where there isn't a hospital on the island, where they live that type of lifestyle. Many people do, and they help each other out. And there are people who are in the medical field who help each other out. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Without a dollar being needed, so to say.
No relief. Okay, some words I can't even pronounce. Still war, but less lies to hide behind. That was from my wife.
Okay, the food crisis in this house has just been sorted. His sister will make him something to eat. Problem solved for now.
Yeah. Yeah, kids, when they get hungry, they can't handle that as well as an adult.
Like I was saying earlier, try to explain to a child what it means to not have something that they are used to or want or need. It's not an easy task at all.
Yeah. Hey, Jen. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for stopping by. Well, Jen, if you want to join the panel, you can just click the link and pop up.
Yeah, Renan, on that point, don't forget the Bible is made of multiple books, and I'll just divide into two general sections: Old Testament, New Testament, Old Covenant, New Covenant. Old Covenant is in many ways a historical document where people were writing down historical events with the language they used then and the wording they used then, and slavery was a part of that world. Still is a part of this world today as well, unfortunately, but not as much, luckily. While the New Testament is very different. It's the life and times of a person who did what he preached, to not be a person who's flogging a religion here, just to be devil's advocate. So to state that the Bible does talk about slavery and how it was and how things were done and blah, 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 yes, it does. The Old Testament, definitely. But the New Testament is a whole different ball game at a whole different level of morality, put it that way. And one without the other doesn't exist. So the New Covenant or the New Testament would never have come about if it wasn't for what was in the Old Testament. Yes, correct. Vegan prophets. New Testament is about Jesus, the life and times of Jesus, in general. Yes. The short answer is yes. So when you say the Bible, it's a very general. I understand what you're saying, but to just put it out there like that and to use that as an argument against two religions out there is too general. It's just a generalization that misleads. How big is religion in Australia? Just
Okay,
like
good.
everywhere else in the world, man. It all depends on the individual. A lot of people who claim to be religious but don't have a clue about anything about their religion. That's the majority.
Yeah. Now, Random comes up with another thing. How things was done, but how thing was to be done. Also, to reiterate New Testament, slaves, servants, obey your masters.
Hey, you can take words out of... Look, I've seen so many people take one sentence or one verse out of context and not apply what's written before and after to it and say, there it is, there's proof of what I'm talking about to back what I'm saying. And yet if they were to read a few pages before and after, they'll see the full context of that and see that the deeds of the life and times of that man, if we could all live more like him and think more like him, I honestly believe this world would be a much nicer place to live in, because love, acceptance, and forgiveness. I don't know many people who lived a life like that. I'm not one of them.
No,
So
I guess.
Renan, look, I really don't want to get into a topic of cherry picking little verses out of a book that is thicker than any dictionary out there, and that's divided up into, that is a compilation of many books and divided into two sections. Well, we'll say, yeah, so we can get into that, but then we'd be no better than those people that just try and discredit others by cherry pick. We'll be no better than the fake media then, would we, if we start behaving like that? Of course he loves us, Angie. Everybody...
Alice Springs.
Sorry about that.
Familiar. That's okay.
One beach surfing country, and religion never occurred to me about it. Or religion's a personal thing. Religion is on an individual level.
Yeah, it is.
Likewise, our society, Western society, is built upon the morality of the New Testament, alongside the Ten Commandments. That is there's no reason to hide. I don't see why people are so anti the historical fact that our laws are based on a morality which is a combination of Judaism and Christianity. It's reality. There's no need to deny reality. I'm not going to be a fact denier, reality denier, just because I may have a difference in opinion to what a certain religion states or propagates or teaches. I'm not going to be like the fake media. I'm not going to be like those nutcases out there that want to impose their personal opinions and feelings upon the whole entire world around them. Religion is of a personal nature. It is the fundamental morality of the Western world, just like in the Middle East, the Islamic countries with their Sharia law, their religion is the fundamental, basis of their laws, their way of life. So to the Western world, our laws, our forgive, our justice system, etc., how perfect or imperfect it may be, is by fact, historical fact, based upon the morality of the Old and New Testament combined. Now, you want to live in denial of that, or anybody else wants to live in denial of that? Fine, go ahead. But people that forget their past are literally living in denial of their current present day and selling off their future. They were bound to make the same mistakes over and over again because they don't build upon them. They just try to go back in history and change history, or change the future in a way that takes us back to what people like to refer to as the Dark Ages, or evil times, or prehistoric times. Ephesians is just one part of the New Testament. It's not the whole. Look, the book, the Bible, is Old or New Testament. You can't cherry pick things out of it because it is so interconnected. It's almost unbelievable that there were authors, and I'll just go with a non-religious context on this now, that there were authors back in that day and age who were able to write a book that makes Pulp Fiction look like a amateur little cartoon. And yet we all used to love Pulp Fiction, the way it was sort of like things were interconnected here and there, and the whole movie was like, oh, now I get it. And it's like, and it's amateurish compared to what those two books, those books combined did. I mean, we don't have a filmmaker, or what are they called, movie writer, book writer out there who can do anything of the sort in this day and age. And yet they did it thousands of years ago. Amazing. True, Andrew, true. Yes, very true.
Yeah, that is true.
26 million, yeah. Yep. Australia is, just to give everyone an idea who doesn't know, Australia is pretty much the exact same size as the USA. And that all depends. If you don't take, that's land mass. We're not talking about oceans and that islands. Yeah. We're talking just the main mass of land, including the island of Tasmania, which is big enough to be considered. Yeah. I'm glad you did, Renan. I'm glad you did. I'm sure it doesn't have as many pages or historical events from the past listed in those books. Non-fiction is not reality. Fiction is. Hang on a second. Where is it? Just so I don't make a mistake. Fan fiction. I've read fan fiction. I don't know that term. Fiction and non-fiction. Yeah, the Bible is non-fictional events jotted down, and some people claim that some of it is fictional events as well as non-fictional events. So either way you look at it, it will say, to be devil's advocate, it's a combination of fiction and non-fiction. It's things written down, events written down, noted, which is called, in our world, a history book. Does it make, is any history book out there 100% correct if you're looking at it from the non-religious aspect? Simple answer to that is no. As time goes on, more things get proven and more things get concurred that, oops, we made a boo-boo in the past with jotting it down this way. Languages change, understandings change. To use modern day language, the way we speak today, here and now, and say that that's what something meant back in the day when limited words, where one word had multiple meanings depending on the context it was used, the way it was used, that's just wrong. I'm sure that the Swedish language today is nothing like it was 1,000 years ago. Nothing.
Well, you can go back to 1700, maybe 1800. The Swedish language are not the same back then as it is now. if I could go back in time to, let's say, 15, 1600, 1700, maybe 1800, they wouldn't understand me and I wouldn't understand them.
What? And yet we're talking about one nation, one language,
yeah,
and how it's progressed. And the Swedish language today, I can bet my bottom dollar on it that it has many more words in it than what it had back then. You know, like the word dinosaur came about, I think it was 1800s. And yet we've got fools out there saying, well, why isn't the word dinosaur used in these books that were written thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago, prior to the 1800s? Maybe because it didn't exist. Maybe they had a different word for it. And we find that, let's say, for example, the word dragon is used all over the world for beasts, various types of beasts that resemble what we now know as dinosaurs.
Yeah.
As an example, the word just didn't exist. Well, Renan, you're entitled to your opinion, but as geology, as science progresses, the knowledge, science being knowledge, gets greater, we find that many of the events, many of the things that were written using the language of back in the era, back then, back in the day, are now being confirmed via science. So as time goes along, historical events were written down the way they were written down using the language that was used back then. And to judge it using the language that we have today, i.e. the dinosaur example of a word that only exists since the 1800s, is actually, I'll be out, you know what, it's two-faced. Think about it. Look in the mirror when you say that. Imagine you being judged by somebody 1,000 years later when they have words for things that you don't have words for today, and they're not known as that. And then 1,000 years later or 4,000 years later, somebody comes along and says, oh, look how dumb they were back then. Look at that person Renan and that person Jack on this live stream. They were pretty silly. They didn't, you know, they don't know what they're talking about because we don't have the words for those things. That's what you're saying. That's literally what you're saying right there is, oh, it can't be history because it doesn't depict history the way we describe it today. Well, they described it using the language they used then, with the words that were available then. Don't be so judgmental towards people who noted down history. I wish every culture, every people on this planet would have written down historical events in their part of the world back in the day. Unfortunately, not all people did. And that's something that we have to learn. That, you know, if we don't learn from our history, we will be bound to repeat it. And the earth will shake under our feet when those shells hit.
Yeah.
And that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, that is what I have been said for years too. So the history will repeat itself.
Yep, people will make the same mistakes over and over again because we're getting too arrogant. I mean, think about it. We're judging those people from the 1950s who literally were at a level of morality that is above and beyond anything we're seeing today in so many ways. Would we, humanity, with our current political representatives in power that we chose via our votes, be able to put together a document called the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in the same way as what it was put together after the Second World War? I highly doubt it, based on the events that are occurring around us today, from segregation to propaganda to abuse of the mass media. Sorry. I just stated in a comment just yesterday or the day before, Goebbels, the propaganda chief or minister or media chief, media minister in Nazi Germany, is in hell. He's got a big grin on his face, and he's very proud of these politicians today and these mainstream media people today. He's proud of them because he put a level of abuse on those media. He put media to a level that was never put to before as far as effectiveness on manipulating the masses. Yeah, Renan, I'm not, look, maybe I was a little harsh with my wording, but don't be judgmental towards the people from the past. Some people have many generations in the past have done their best and done better than what we're doing today. Unfortunately, every past generation gets judged is equal to how the future judges them, what we leave behind us. And what are we leaving behind? We, today's day and age, are leaving behind for the future generation. Well, I dare say that generations before us who lived through the first half of the 20th century left behind them morality and law, which was above and beyond any level of morality and law that ever existed throughout the course of human history. So they did well, considering the turmoil of their time, their day and age. What are we going to leave behind us? I don't know. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look crash hot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
And I apologize, Renan, if I hurt your feelings. You know what? I'm not. I'm rough around the edges, so don't hold it against me, please. If you do, well, so be it. I hope you find it in your heart to forgive me one day.
That sounds like a movie, right? Have you seen Man in the High Castle on Amazon Prime? That sounds like a movie.
Renan, science knowledge is something that keeps being built upon and changed, and I'm seeing in today's day and age that a lot of these so-called people in the sciences refuse to budge from something that's, I'll say, debunked or possibly debunked or being put into question. They're sticking to their guns on certain theories, on certain things, on certain fundamental theories that they can't prove, and that the proof that's being dug up and found and proven mostly via genetics, that branch of science has evolved to a level that most of us would never have imagined possible only 20 years ago. And yet here we have history books and science books which still quote things which are literally debunked by other branches of science out there. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that these people mean to be bad. It's just obviously human beings, we don't like change. We don't like being given the idea of everything that we believed or thought we believed or knew, or everything that we knew or know, to be potentially wrong in some, even in the slightest of manners. And I saw that on in the former Eastern Bloc, just as an example, a life experience which is not so much science but about humanity and our nature, where people in the former Eastern Bloc, when socialism fell, right, and the truth started coming out about what was actually going on around them, how little they knew about life around them and the regime, many of them could not come to terms with the fact that everything they believed in about a certain political ideology, a way of life, standard, was actually the exact opposite to what they thought it was. And many of those people are still living in that country who went through that regime. Their children are unfortunately suffering the pains of people who can't accept reality or won't accept reality. Nostalgia, as we often call it. You know, it's hard to accept that things aren't the way we thought they were. And I'm seeing that in the world of science. The most educated people, the most enlightened people as well. You know, evidence comes out that suggests that something that's accepted in a certain scientific theory of today could be wrong. And they'll literally just put it aside and ban it, even ban it. Say, you cannot talk about that. Wait, you cannot talk about that? It should be looked into. It should be questioned. It should be put on the table. It should be something that's absolutely wonderful. Why keep pushing a theory that hasn't been proven, and yet here's evidence suggesting that maybe there's other theories out there that could hold merit. No, we'll ban that because it's not in line with what we want to believe. Note, want to believe, which makes it a cult. Makes it a cult. No difference. Sorry. We pick on Islam. Many people pick on Islam because of the immorality within the book, the Quran itself, and say these people are living a life which is totally unacceptable, blah, 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 blah. And yet, many of those people saying that are doing the exact same thing within their branch of science or their branch of knowledge. Should I say I don't like the word science, I like the word knowledge. There's nothing wrong with being wrong, correct? It's accepting that and actually being excited about the fact, damn, I was wrong. Let's learn something new. Let's see what this has to offer. Let's see what this could be. Where? Former Yugoslavia. How long? Almost 30 years. Got married there. The kids were born there. Had a homestead there. Had everything. Had a business there. Learned the ways of the locals and tried to fit in as much as possible. Interesting experience, I'll say that much. Turbulent times. And yes, I was young and dumb. That's why I went there. Dot. No other logic can prevail on that one or justify my actions or decisions. That's in the past. I like to look at that as a learning lesson.
Yeah.
I don't look at it. It's not the alpha and omega. It just means these are my experiences and I'm trying to learn from them. I'm not saying that I'm good or perfect or better than anyone else. Shit. I'm probably worse than many people, most people out there. If you look at my background and where I was and what I did and my decisions made, I've made more mistakes than I don't know who.
I think if you're young and move to another country and stay there for a number of years and then go back home, you will learn a lot of. You have learned a lot of things that could be useful when you get back home.
Renan, science is the Latin word for knowledge. That's my point. That is the fundamental basis of science, is knowledge. And knowledge is, I'll say, infinite, because things change and new things get discovered. We're not know-it-alls. There's not a single person on this planet that knows everything about everything. So science is the Latin word, literally the Latin word for knowledge. That's my point. And if you look at it from that angle, guess what? Life has a whole different angle on it, on many topics, not just religion or not just physical things that we see in front of us, you know?
It's life experience.
Oh yeah, and I love listening to people talk about what they've gone through in the past and what they've learned from it, and the comparisons that they can make between what they went through and what they're seeing today or what they're going through today. It's wonderful because it just adds a whole different angle on things. It actually helps a person get in touch with reality and realize that, oops, maybe I need to prepare for this. Maybe I need to get ready for this. Maybe I need to see this from a different angle to be able to, try and be ready for it when it happens to me.
Yeah.
And so on and so on.
Nothing wrong with being wrong, but science and knowledge are different.
Well, the word science is the Latin word for knowledge, as I stated. And that's, yeah.
Yeah, Celtic, we are going on 6 hours.
Really? Oh man, it's only quarter to 12, quarter to noon here, man.
Well, I've been going for 5 hours, 44 minutes, and 12 seconds.
Yeah, I just looked at the time on myself. I'm like, wow, that's a marathon, mate. Almost a Guinness Book of Records thing for a prepper live stream. Where's Harvey? He might be able to dig up the stats on that one.
Yeah.
Again, Renan, difference in languages, difference in the way we use the language today, comparison to when the word science was applied to the branches of knowledge and the branches of, know-how out there, where they became,
I was thinking recently, the only thing that makes sense about this is if we upload our lifetime experience when we die.
Imagine if we had more and more. Imagine if the people from 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, right, were able to do that, what we are able to do today, rather than, we're here today bickering over things based on personal opinions, rather than actually jotting them down and leaving them for future generations to learn from. Not to judge, but to learn from. And when somebody did that in the past, we're here today arguing whether they did it right or wrong because of our standards today and our language today and the way we look at things today. And yet they were trying to do the right thing back then by us in the future generations. And if they made a mistake, so be it. They made a mistake. I mean, what's the old story? May he who has never sinned or made a mistake cast the first stone. Well, there we have it. There's a good book out there, allegedly. I haven't read it. I haven't got it. The Lost Ways, about using nature's resources for many a thing, as far as medicine, life, health, and all that goes. I'm trying to see if I can get a copy of it somewhere. The website doesn't take PayPal. That's what I don't like about the website. The Lost Ways. It's a US-based book.
Yeah. I'm familiar with the title. I heard that. I don't remember when I heard that, but I'm familiar with the title.
Maybe they put PayPal. I have to check. Well, the last time I looked, there was no PayPal option there. And I don't necessarily enjoy using debit cards or any type of card without, not to say that I trust PayPal, but I trust that I will get a refund from PayPal if the book doesn't arrive.
Maybe it does work like that, though, to an extent. We have archetypical memories.
No, Renan, we're all guilty of judging those from the past generations based upon our standards today or our knowledge of today. And we judge them. We are being rather hypocritical. We don't like to be judged, yet we judge others based on something that we can learn a lot from the past. A lot more than what we'd like to admit sometimes. And just like with the book The Lost Ways, that's what struck I want to get that book, to be honest, but I just want to get it in a nice, safe way without it being lost in the post.
Yeah, I consider to buy that and get that book myself, so I think that is a good option to have in your library.
Well, everything we have today, even though it's mechanically manufactured, is actually made from things that are out there in nature. So, using older technology to produce the same type of medicine or same, the lost ways. Yes, that's the name of the book. I don't see anything wrong with that. Let me find a link to the website there. Just hang on a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Well, I try to find the link, so we'll see if he can find it. Probably, I'm not sure.
That's the first link I found to the book. I'm not sure if it's an affiliate link or what. I honestly don't know. But scrolling down, and it doesn't have PayPal as an option. Yeah, it has a money back guarantee, blah blah blah. Nice little pretty stick I put on the website, but I don't know. I've learned my lesson on that in the past, being burnt. So call me skeptic. I'm not saying that they're going to cheat me, but I'm just once burnt, you know how it works.
Yeah.
But I've heard people talk about the book who have got it, and they say that they recommend it. They believe it's a very good book. Now, no, it is for North America, for that environment, but at the same time, I'm sure that we can all learn a lot from it. That a lot of those plants and things are available in every part of the world.
That book is something I consider to get, actually.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
$37.
Plus postage across half the world.
Yeah. If you order today, you'll also receive 3 exclusive bonuses. Free of charge. Yeah, right.
Mate.
What every survivalist should grow in his backyard.
Like I said, I will dig that book up somehow. I'll find a way to get it in a safe, orderly manner without me stressing out for the 4 weeks that it takes to get delivered to Australia. And there's another book that I was looking into. Hang on, let me just find. It's available. Oh, it's an old book. It's readily available on Amazon. Oh, hang on a second. Let me find it. Just give me a second. Yeah, I got to scroll through this. Here it is. The Survival Medicine Handbook. The Survival Medicine Handbook. There it is. Just copy now. You've got various sources for it. There's an official site for it. There's and I'm looking at Amazon right now, but you can just type this in, get to it. I don't suggest, with all these bloody links out there and affiliate links, I found that when people put in a link, we all have a tendency to sometimes in the back of our mind think, what's in it for them? Are they trying to get an extra cent out of us? The motive behind the link. But in all honesty, right now, I don't think I have any affiliate links or anything anywhere. And if I do, they're probably from 10, 15 years ago. If they still work or anything, I don't even know. So, yeah, type that into your Google. And I think that I'm going to get that book one way or the other as well. This one, the Survival Medicine Handbook, is not a problem. PayPal, Amazon, not a problem. I think even the official website uses PayPal as well. So, but the other one, like I said, just not seeing the PayPal option there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't want to suggest that they're doing anything nasty, but yeah. Better safe than sorry. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. Yeah, Harvey got the link to Survival Medicine Handbook Guide. I believe
So
that is should be a really good book.
the research I did in the book is done by doctors.
Yeah, now I'm familiar with the cover on the book. That is really good book, and I consider to get that book myself. What? $135? That can't be right.
What's $135?
The Survival Medicine Handbook.
No, about $40-something US. Maybe the postage and handling is $1 billion.
Well, it says paperback from $135.98. 5 used from $139. That can't be right.
No. It's $40-something US, brand new, guaranteed. Unless they've sold out and it's become something that is no longer available, then maybe people are taking advantage of the supply and demand.
Yeah, probably. There is similar books. They're called The Ultimate Survival Medicine Guide, Emergency Preparedness. That one for a paperback costs $15.89.
I'm sure in Australian dollars here, I found that in Australian dollars, $89 Australian, which is about $60-ish or something like that.
Yeah.
American. But I'm sure that in the States it's $40-something in the US.
The Survival Medicine Handbook, The Essential Guide. That one cost $37.79. Yeah, that is as you said, $40 around.
Just trying to find a link to the homepage of the organization that put the book out. It's doctors trying to relay the know-how and knowledge to people.
Yeah, that is Joseph Alton, who written the Survival Medicine Handbook, is the Essential Guide. And he wrote The Ultimate Survival Medicine Guide, Emergency Preparedness for Any Disasters, is Amy Alton, his wife. And there are another book as well, The Survival Medicine Handbook. With a different cover. costs also $37.79. And Joe Alton and Amy Alton, they have a channel. If I remember, I follow them. Doom and Bloom, I believe the channel was called.
Could be, yeah, could be. Just think.
Good morning, Emma.
They're the authors, but they are part of a organization, a group of people who are made up of doctors and professionals in the medical field who are literally going above and beyond to get the know-how out to the average home, the average family, so that you don't have to be exclusively dependent on the hospital system, so to say, in times when it might not be available to you immediately. First, we'll call it an extended version of a first aid book, first aid lesson.
Yeah. Thank you, Emma. Much appreciated. But it is good to have these books. His wife is a nurse. He is a doc. So, yeah. Joe Alton, MD, medical doctor, I believe it's short for. And Amy Alton is an ARNP nurse. I don't remember what that is short for, but those books I really want, actually. They would be a great addition to my other books I have. So,
yeah, vegan profit there with the appendix removal. Yeah, again, go back to the example of the islanders out there. There are people out there who are qualified and who will help. Yeah, I dare say, in a really bad situation, even a veterinarian will be able to save the day. I'm not saying that's the way to go for a standard. I'm just saying that's a way to know, to have in the back of your mind, and the knowledge to have in the back of your mind, to network out with people who do have the know-how, and to get yourself organized for situations where you might not be able to use the infrastructure of things out there, i.e. electricity, i.e. hospitals, and so on and so on. The whole purpose of prepping.
Yeah.
No need to panic. Just use common sense. Use the knowledge that you have. Because saying, oh yeah, common sense will prevail. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's why training and lessons and learning is a whole part of the process.
Yeah. Well, that is the problem we have here in Sweden. We can only learn basic first aid and things like that, but we can't learn more advanced medical things for emergencies where they don't allow it. So, which is really sad, because in US you can take more advanced classes for in which their doctors in US give those classes. If you want to learn to stitch up someone, you can take those classes to learn that. But here in Sweden, you can't, unless you're gonna, or unless you are going to study to nurse or things like that. You might learn to stitch up someone, but otherwise, for a regular person, no. Because they think here in Sweden that regular persons don't need to have that kind of knowledge. It's only reserved for the medical people, doctors and nurses and things like that. So,
and there's good and bad in that. Good is that we rely upon experience and professional knowledge, people who are well versed in that field. The bad side is what happens when those people are not necessarily right there at the moment when it's needed. That's the bad side to it.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody should take this book and consider themselves to be qualified to handle an emergency situation of, but at the same time, what if that is the first aid that is only that you are the only person who can, give first aid in that situation. Yeah. So the knowledge is needed, but do we have it? I don't. The little I learned while in the military is bugger all compared to what's possibly needed in certain situations. Far from knowing enough to survive in a situation where hospitals or doctors may not be around for, I don't know, weeks or months. So, yeah.
Rhiannon says, I'm actually considering going to, Home Guard to get more knowledge. I think I disagree. I might be hard in how to get knowledge. But I actually think you can get the, oh boy. I believe Home Guard, medic, or a few points of first aid, medical, blah, blah, blah. Well, Home Guard and the medic there, I checked those. What they wanted from a physical perspective. You need to be physically strong. You need to have some endurance. You be pretty good shape because it's heavy as a military paramedic to because they need to carry on a stretcher and
let me just put it this way. I've often said to people who've talked about it, and I said, you know what, if you can't man carry a person and his gear 100 meters one direction, turn around 100 meters back the other direction, 100 yards, if we're talking US measurements, so 200 yards minimum of your own weight, a person your own weight, and all of his or her equipment, you're not fit for the military. Dot. And you can't be a grunt. Sorry, you can't be a grunt. You may be fit for other branches of the military, but don't think of yourself as a Rambo then. It's just not going to happen. when I say man carry, I mean put your arm, grab the guy or the person under their leg and grab their arm, put them over your back, grab their pack, their rifle, and all the other stuff. And literally, I won't say run full speed, you can't sprint, but do a fast-paced jog, 100 meters one direction, turn around, and 100 meters back. That's the basic rule of thumb that I always throw out there when people start talking about the military who've never served in any military anywhere out there, any which way, manner, or form. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that rule of thumb with 200 meters, 100 meters is literally a SHCF situation to get the person out of harm's way, the injured person out of harm's way.
Yeah.
That's all that is. You can't do that basic need, then guess what? You're not fit. End of story. You're not physically fit enough to do it, whatever the reason may be. You're not, you may pass the test to join the military, but you will fail in that situation, and that is the situation that counts.
Yeah. I had in mind a couple of years ago to be a medic in the Home Guard, but well, I may be in pretty good shape, but I have problems with my knees, so that wouldn't work for me. So
yeah, you wouldn't be look, you have to know how every person in uniform is a grunt. They have to have the basic knowledge, the initial, they need to have the basic knowledge. So every person wearing uniform is a grunt, can qualify to hold a rifle, but that doesn't qualify that person to be an infantryman. End of story. But that doesn't mean that not every person should have that knowledge, without a doubt. That's the part that's important. It's just some people seem to be a little overestimating their own physical abilities and their own mental abilities, because, and I'll say that for myself as well, in the past, not now. Now I know that I can't do what I used to be able to do. But when I thought I could do anything, in close to the age of 20, you learn the hard way that you're not able to do anything you think you can and everything you think you can, but you learn it the hard way. So yeah, I'm not being harsh on younger folks, because that's just a part of life where you really think that you're the prime of your life. But later on in life, a lot of us, including myself, oh yeah, I can still do that. I know how to do that. And you're sort of like, ooh, but I can't do that anymore, because physically you're not the same person you used to be 20 or 30 or 40 years ago.
I agree. I am, well, I'm 50 years old now, and I'm not in that shape as I was 20 years ago. So Irish, that's Auslander info.
Nice to meet you, Irish. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a fellow bloke, just a fellow person from across the world, halfway across the world, on the opposite side of the world.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and wait a minute, say if it's 12:15 here, that means it's about midnight there almost. There, 11. It's 2300.
Well, my time here is now 2:14 a.m.
Oh, ooh, okay. Yep. It's 2:14 here. I think 02:14. It's funny because a couple of months back I was in that same time zone.
Yeah.
Huge g'day right back at you.
Okay, I want to say hi to both of you. Hi.
Thanks for having me on, Shadows, and I apologize for arriving so late.
Well, it is an honor to have you on my panel. So it's okay. You had things to do, and well, you pop up when you can.
Yeah, I apologize for the young bugger in the background, but yeah, that's how it is.
That's okay.
I'll have my own little room one day in the near future, hopefully. Within 12 months, I'll be.
Harvey, can you drop Auslander's Info's channel?
Yeah, at Auslander Info.
Yeah. Harvey are usually very quick on that.
Yeah, he's quick. He's always, I think he's put my link out there more than what anybody else has. Or him and JT as well. Those two blokes, those two
Thank
people.
you, Harvey.
Thank you. Yeah, moderators are high speed in the prepping community, no doubt about it.
I have never seen anyone that fast as Harvey.
We all have our talents, quirks and perks.
Yeah, exactly.
We're lucky to have moderators like Harvey and JT and a few others out there who are just high speed, just moderating and taking care of business.
JT is really fast too. So.
Well, they're the two names that pop into mind every time when someone mentions moderators. It's Harvey and JT that pop to my mind always.
Jack, it seems you will have a new follower, Irish.
Well, thank you.
She's take a look at your channel now, obviously. So,
thank you for that. Great. And the more people out there talking about prepping, the less there will be of these tinfoil hatting theories and conspiracy theories and generalizations out there, because people will realize that, hey, look, so many different people talking about preparing for good and bad times.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. Prepping is basically common sense. Just simple common sense. How did they manage at the 1800s? Well, they had to stock up food so they could manage through the winter.
All the way through to the 1990s as far as the Eastern Bloc goes. So
yeah.
And I'll tell you what, a lot of those homemade foods, those homemade meats and pickled veggies and all that, taste a lot better than the stuff you buy in the shops.
Yeah, homemade food are usually taste better than you get from the store.
Heard about the double dot. Waiting for the second part of that. Drum roll. Come on. Where's the pipes and drums? We want to hear a drum roll.
Yeah, we don't have any drum roll. Question not connected to survivalism, so ignore if you want. Seriously, about how much you heard about the or about that.
Thank you, Vegan Prophet. Yeah. I'm not. Yeah, I find it's kind of funny. I'm not overly stressed out about the
Take
things.
that.
It's funny though. It's like we all have different views and objectives, and I find that one of the last things I worry about is the number of subs until it gets mentioned. Then I'm sort of like, how many subs do I have? It's like,
Yeah, and I helped you up a little bit anyway. So
yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
But
because you were had about 30, 31 when I got onto your channel. So
yeah, just and you know what I like about the YouTube? It's an international community. It's not just Aussies. It's not just Americans. You know, like all your subs are not just Swedish and so on.
yeah,
So I like that. Although I do have an Aussie twist to things and an Aussie flavour to everything I say and do, so to say. But well, almost everything. But
yeah.
it's I just as much love watching the other channels and the other preppers out there and learning from them and listening to them talk about the issues going on in their part of the world and seeing, oh, this could happen here as well. You know, it's like, take notes.
Well, she's obviously done. So now you have a new follower.
It's the person that counts, not the numbers, but the person.
Yeah, that I agree. That's the person. You want genuine followers. I have been seen that on my channel that some people subscribe, but they don't leave any comment, and the next day you lose a certain number of your followers.
Thank you, Renan.
That is pretty frustrating. So,
Well, yeah, Aussie flavour, a guy that slurs his eyes like a Yank.
yeah.
Still. Shows that I've been hanging out with him way too long.
Thanks, Harvey. Like, share, subscribe, watch the vid, and comment.
Anyway, mate, again, appreciate the time, appreciate the chat. Always nice to sit back and relax with you guys here in your live stream.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I can help you with that. So it's really good that you feel relaxed when you're here. So
Yeah, that's not often, but this is one of the only places that I can honestly say just sit back and relax and just not have to stress out about what you're going to say, how you're going to say. Well, within reason, you know, within the YouTube rules.
yeah,
But you get my point.
yeah.
No showing off necessary for anybody in this chat room, that's for sure.
Irish says, yes, Shadow, I know you're watching some of our video and I'm grateful for that. I do my best to keep up. But when you follow over 1,000 channels, it's really hard to keep it up. I live in the northern parts of Sweden. I live about 550 kilometers north of Stockholm. So. It's Renan again, Jack. I can listen to a US prepper for months, and it won't really help me if it's just for US situations. Everyone have at least 3 firearms each, etc. Yeah.
Yeah, well, look, every area of this world is different. So it's not to say that I can understand where he's coming from on that one. But on the same note, there's a lot to be learned and a lot to be thought about as far as some of the gun laws go in other parts of this world, i.e. Sweden or Australia, because we can see the pros and cons to that situation. In the US, we can learn a lot from it.
Yeah.
I based my opinions on my experiences and those people that I've learned from Texas, well, from the States in general, but many of them from Texas. And someone might say, oh, you've been brainwashed. No, I haven't been brainwashed. I've just evaluated what I've managed to see and hear and learn from those people in the United States and say, well, I like this about that, or I don't like that about that. And I base my opinions upon that. So we can learn a lot, and it can influence the way we change things in our environment, in our country. Simple as that.
Yeah. It's a small town. Around 60,000 lives in this, municipality. So around 60,000, but they are spread out. So, but we have a lot of forests here. And we have, it's basically on a high coast.
Just can I jump in with Vegan Prophet about the UK? And I'll say that the UK and Australia are very similar when it comes to gun control. Okay, the laws that reference firearms. The US has the Second Amendment for a reason, and what many people fail to, or often forget, not fail, but often forget, is that when that was put in, the government, troops, no matter what government may be a question, whether it be an American or the UK, the British government, they had muskets and the people had muskets. So they were equal. So there was no chance of tyranny ever happening there again. Or if it did happen, the people of the land, the US citizens, were able to defend themselves equally against a tyrannical government, put it that way, whether it be homegrown or foreign. Unfortunately, today, with the advancements of technology and everything, we see that there is a huge discrepancy between the ability for the people to protect themselves against a dictatorship, whether it be homegrown or foreign, an attacking force. So it's not the same situation, but the moral of the story there is, how does one protect themselves against a tyrannical government if they don't have the equipment needed to do that? And the US has covered that to a great extent. Unfortunately, it's always the idiots that ruin it for others. It's those people that abuse that right to self-defense that get the fear factor, and the fear monger is out there saying, oh, but look at this, but look at that. Bad people are going to be killing each other no matter what is out there. They could be stabbing each other, as was mentioned with the UK example. So whether that person has a knife or a rifle or a handgun or any type of firearm makes no difference. The evil will be done. Or they could just drive a car through a rally, through a peaceful gathering, you know. So even a car is a weapon if it's in the hands of an evil person or a bad person there. Yeah. So the Second Amendment, when it was written and why it was written, is 100% justifiable. And even in today's day and age, I dare say that all these restrictions that are being put upon the people of America with that Second Amendment, that constitutional right, is somewhat tyrannical in itself, because the goal of that was and is self-defense against evil people, and with an emphasis on evil people who get into a position of responsibility / power. Can we say the same in Australia or the UK, that we are able to protect ourselves against a government that sees itself as the be-all, end-all, as the alpha and omega, namely a regime, a tyranny, a tyrannical type of dictatorship? I dare say we can't. Democracy, the pen, is not going to save us against those people in power who abuse their position of power or responsibility. And we've seen it happen recently. In a very mild way.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Hitler was voted in. He was democratically voted in by the people.
Yeah.
So do we think that our society is smart enough not to vote in tyrants? Based on what we've seen around us in the last 2 years, I dare say we're not very far from repeating the same historical mistakes we've made as human beings.
Renan says, very much indeed. We have firearms in Sweden. Don't believe anything else, which I believe Shadow can concur with. But we have restrictions. Yeah, we have really. The restrictions is, well, really tough.
Yeah, and there's Vegan Profit again. Yeah, we would be screwed in the UK. Yeah, we would be screwed in Australia too if this phase of tyranny, introduction of a tyrannical regime, goes into a second phase of into a further stage, which is even more scary than where it is right now, because we don't have the ability to defend ourselves as human beings equally against others who have access to certain things like pew-pews, as I've heard them called on YouTube. But again, it's like self-defense is one of the items listed in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which came about after the Second World War. So just like the Second Amendment came out in the USA after gaining independence and learning their lessons the hard way, humanity on an international level, on a world level, came about to the exact same conclusion. And it was called the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, where self-defense is a human right.
Renan says 1,508,438 for hunting and 164,000 for sport. Let's guess that most will be the same people. Other numbers was from 2018, but today's popularity 10 million.
And how many weapons are out there on the black market in the hands of people who have no regards for other human beings?
That is a lot more probably a lot more.
Let's not forget that every regime, every tyrannical regime that pops into a position of power tends to take the weapons away from people, so they cannot defend themselves. So in the 1950s, when the Universal Declaration of Rights made it very clear that every human being on this earth has the right to defend him or herself, there's a reason for it. But in order to defend yourself, you have to have what's needed to be able to defend yourself. Likewise, if you're going to have a tool, you need to know how to use it properly and responsibly, which then puts into question, should irresponsible people have those weapons, have those tools? No. The simple answer to that is no. That's called common sense. But when you take it away from people who are responsible, who do have the knowledge and know-how, guess what? You've just made, you just set yourself up for we have just set ourselves up for the fall in all these nations where responsible, law-abiding people, the general Joe Blow, who may everybody makes mistakes, but that doesn't mean that they're naughty, that they're nasty, that they're evil. But when people like that, good-intentioned people cannot defend themselves against those who are without good intentions, guess what? We have set ourselves up for the fall.
Yeah. Oh boy, we run for 6.5 hours already.
Yes, that situation, that was a very good example, Vegan Prophet. The comment right under Renan's comment there, that is a very good example. What happens when a mob comes into your town, into your street, starts burning down your street, and you have no way of being able to defend yourself against the mob, and you can't rely upon the government sources for defense and for peace when they're just not around, as was the case there. It is a human right for people to defend themselves. That is a human right.
Oh boy, 2:37 a.m. in the morning. Run for 6 hours, 37 minutes, 10 seconds.
Renan, evil people in a mob or evil people as an individual makes no difference. Mobs are much more dangerous. So whether that be a military force run by evil people, controlled by evil people, or whether that be just a mob of evil people run by some sort of ideology or some sort of greed or some whatever evil out there, makes no difference. Evil is evil. There's no bigger or there's no, what's the old saying? The lesser of two evils? No, they're both evil. We can't justify evil by saying, oh, that's less evil than that other evil. It's the lesser of two evils. No, evil is evil. Good is good. Evil is evil. Yeah, that's what it really comes down to.
Yeah. Hoosier said, let's not forget Carl Rittenhouse tried to run away and the evil men didn't let him.
Yeah, it's the perfect example of what happens when you cannot rely upon the government.
Yeah. I heard the name Rittenhouse.
Sorry.
I heard the name Rittenhouse, but I'm not that familiar with his story. Or
Look, the looters, the rioting and looters, they were they came to his part of town, basically his part of the world.
Yeah.
And a group of people, including him, decided to go out. From what I understand, it was a petrol station, gasoline station, service station, what do you want to call it? That was a question. The looters / rioters were going to burn it down / blow it up, and among other privately owned properties out there. And they said, no, you're not going to do this in our part of the world. This is our town. We want it to be protected because our life depends upon these, supplies and services here. And you're here stealing, burning, destroying. And it escalated, and then there was a whole heap of other things there. Luckily, it was all recorded, literally video recorded, as we'd say. And that's what saved the day as far as the legal proceedings go. Yeah. Although people like to put a twist on it. Look, if somebody, like I said, somebody came into your street, started burning all the buildings down in your street, or all the shops and everything, and started looting and destroying and burning, and started even wanting to blow things up, do you have the right to protect yourself, your loved ones, your neighbors? Yes, you do. It's a universal human right. But unfortunately, the military wasn't there, the police weren't there, and people were dependent upon themselves to protect their homes and their families, their loved ones, their neighbors, and that's what it all came down to. And that's why I say it's a perfect example. But one thing that I wanted to comment on here, Renan, philosophical people. My point being, evil equals people you disagree with. Renan, again, morality. I'm going to base this on Western morality, and say evil being those that wish to inflict harm upon others because of any disagreement. So I'll agree, yes, you disagree with, but we can disagree on something here. Will we shoot each other because we disagree about it? No. I think the evil person is the one that's willing to shoot you because the two of you, or the two of us, or whatever, whoever may be at question, disagrees with each other on something that can be discussed, resolved, and maybe not even agreed upon, but found a middle ground, a common ground to understand each other, accept each other, and learn to cooperate with each other with our differences. So the evil person is the one that wants to shoot the other person simply for being different. The evil person is the one that wants to take what you've worked for and earned with your hard given time of your life, time that you'll never get back. That's called a thief. Simple as that. That's an evil person.
Yeah.
Have we all made mistakes? Yes, we have. Have we learned from those mistakes? Some have, some haven't. Most have. How many people repeat the same mistake over and over again with no remorse? They're the evil ones. That's my very basic description between a good person and a bad person. We all make mistakes, but do you then go out and deliberately inflict harm and pain and torture and agony and death to others with no remorse, nothing? You have no respect of life or anything. And when someone says, oh, but those things, blah, 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 hang on a second. People worked for those things. They gave up part of their life to get what they thought they need or want. And they didn't steal it from somebody else. They inflicted no harm upon anybody else when acquiring them. So when somebody comes and wants to take that, that is an evil person.
Vegan prophet. That's a really good way of explaining it. I would have struggled to do that.
Well, you know what? Seeing as I've just done something right for a change, I think I want to quit and let you sign out for the day if you wish to. Because we'll be hitting the 8-hour mark if we continue like this.
Yeah.
And you'll be having breakfast with your wife in a few hours' time. Yeah, Renan, there was a lot of mistakes made in every nation's history, regardless. And it's kind of sad because, yeah, sad because we do make the same mistakes over and over again.
The far left often says all property is theft.
Well, I dare say that people that think like that are extremists. And that people like that have never, ever, ever invested their life to achieve goals that, they just want it all for nothing. People think like that, then they're people who are not willing to contribute to anything but want everything. Very selfish little people, regardless what the ideology is called. But yeah, often enough it is the left's so-called left generalization. Yeah, who's the archer? The far left. Yep, extremists. And I got one more story to tell. When I was in the quarantine camp for those 2 weeks up near Darwin, there was a bloke, young fella, well, fairly young, 28 years old, he's from Australia, he was living in Germany, and I didn't realize, I didn't know, to be honest, my ignorance. I saw a face mask after a couple of days hanging on his door, which was the Antifa flag. And when I saw it, I'm like, hey, are you a member of that, or do you support that, and so on? And we talked a lot, because heck, 2 weeks of sitting across from, just a footpath dividing, a sidewalk dividing us. It's like, from one balcony to the other, we're talking away. And I found that a lot of his intentions were not evil, they weren't bad. A lot of his idea, it's just trying to get to a better goal. And I'm thinking that and I noticed a lot of ideological brainwashing in the way he was thinking, like ideological meaning political ideology being pumped into him. Yet at the same time, I saw that he wasn't a bad person. He was just a person who wanted good, but due to his circumstances of living where he lived in Germany, in Berlin, and the part of town where he was living, skinheads being rampant, and his skin color being a little darker than the people around him, he openly said, I joined these because they were the only people that were willing to protect me as a foreigner, as a somewhat. He's not. I don't know. I would never have guessed that he had African roots, but obviously when he said it, I'm looking like, oh yeah, I can see it now. But I never thought about it. Didn't take notice of it, to be honest. Didn't bother me. It's not something I look at. Put it that way. I just saw a bloke across the footpath from me. But then I understood why he joined Antifa, because it was protection in numbers. A mob. There was an extremist mob out there that he feared, that he was obviously intimidated by, and there was this other mob here who had numbers that he joined. But when we got into things, he's just a regular bloke, just a regular guy who's just, but the manipulation of the propaganda and the people you hang out with and so on did affect his views on things, where a lot of political ideology is so ever present in there, and yet he's not an extremist. But at the same time, it's like, wow, a good person that's so heavily influenced by some sort of political ideologies that wants to divide people up into different categories, under the pretense of everybody being equal. And yet, to do that, they say you must conform to what we say. Just little things like he said, oh, there's nothing wrong with government, there's nothing wrong with this, and the government should have more control. I'm like, whoa, time out here. So it was an interesting learning lesson, a very interesting life experience, which I really have to think about a lot more to be able to say that I've learned something from it. But there was a lot of information that I got from a person who's on the far left, in a group that's on the far left, but someone that, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily even come close to being far left and shouldn't even be among those types of extremists.
Yeah.
But I can understand how an individual gets sucked into that type of group. So yeah, there's an experience, you know, something new that I experienced, something that I consider to be very good because it was new and something I could learn from and still have a lot to think about as far as learning from it. But yeah, my experience with a person who's a member of Antifa and who, by all standards in my mind, isn't a bad person, but just peer group pressure and due to circumstances became a part of that group, you know. So yeah, when we say far left, among them there are a lot of people who are victims of being sucked into the propaganda and peer group pressure and everything else that goes with that. Oof, getting all soft now. Nah. Can't do that. Very true. Vegan profit people do want to belong, and there's safety in numbers, always has been.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought I'd just share that little experience. I haven't spoken about it anywhere publicly. This is the first time, but I thought it was relevant because that word, the term far left, absolutely right. It's the extremists in the left or the right or any political ideology for that matter that are the ones that tend to be the problem. And a lot of those people who declare themselves as left or right end up being victims within those groups because they don't necessarily in any which moral way belong to that extremism, and yet they're a part of it. You know, we're all sucked into it one way or the other.
Yeah. Well, Jack, I think we have to begin to wrap things up because I'm getting pretty tired.
Yeah, man. You've done good. You've done excellent. I think you beat most of the other prepper live streams out there. What is it now? 7 hours. 7 hours, mate.
6 hours, 51 minutes, 43 seconds.
Yeah, and the prep time to get the show up. 7 hours, man. Easily.
Yeah. I think it's time to wrap things up, so I need to get some sleep.
Can I just throw one more thing in there?
Yeah.
Stay safe, my friend. God bless your king. God save your king. God save our Queen of Australia. Bugger the Queen of the UK. God bless Australia. Stay safe, everyone. God bless you all.
Take care. Stay safe. Okay, guys, we wrap things up now. Thanks for coming. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate every one of you. And thanks to the mods. You did a great job. Well, guys, until the next time, stay safe. Take care. Be prepared. Long live the king. And I'm out.